Right? I can't have you missing because of some fucking commercials and shit, bruh. Yeah, I'm anticipating a few more claims that I think might happen. I'm thinking like probably Van Til. And his transcendental argument though, not Kant's. So it would be the impossibility of the contrary, right? That one. And then hello America. The worldview holism claim by Dyer, which it essentially says that Christianity is not one candidate, not merely one candidate explanation among others. The contrary position self-destructs is essentially what this guy writes. So the transcendental argument is often cast as an indirect reductio of the contrary. And then there's Bossen's apologetic form, which is, the impossibility of the contrary formula or whatever. Jay Dyer's been pretty popular lately, so that's what I'm thinking is going to be popular. I can't get my lighting right. Thank you, babe. Let's see here. I gotta move you guys to like here. Don't do it like that. YouTube. Why do I have so many YouTubes? Which one? You? Yeah. I read Desperado. Sorry, one sec. I think he's going to try and argue not directly and calm that atheism doesn't exist. I think what's going to happen is this guy's going to smuggle in different arguments that honestly have nothing to do with the argument, if you know what I mean. That's just my guess. And I feel like it's a pretty good one. And what I mean by that is he's not actually going to argue whether or not atheism, like when your comment says, he's probably going to argue things like it's incoherent because of social reasons or because of borrowed capital or anti-neutrality or suppression claim. So he's going to be arguing a bunch of things that the prompt doesn't really say, and I'm going to fucking murder him for it. Mm-hmm. Like I wrote like a one-line fucking killing thing, which is you are using one slogan to hide at least 5 different arguments, and none of them give you what the slogan claims. That's probably what I'm going to say a lot. I'm probably going to say that a lot. I have a long written one, and then I have one that's not. And I'm like, I'm going to be honest, the more I think about this debate, the more I'm kind of like, I don't really care that much. Because I think it's stupid. But I know that when I start the debate, because I'm a fucking psychopath and I can't not be competitive, I'll actually care a lot. So it's a Nick problem. Okay, I'm working on it. Eli Nix or something. I don't know. It sounds like a porn star name. I don't know. Debate's happening on Speakeasy stream. He keeps inviting me back, which is nice. So I can shit on some more people. You know, it's fun. I have a lot of fun. Joy. Oh, there we go. That's better. I feel like I don't know. I really don't know who he is. Which is fine. Maybe he'll surprise me. Who knows? I'm cool with it. Eli Nix. Eli Nix or something? Nix with NIX, yeah. Eli Nix, yeah, I like that. Sorry. Dude, social media stuff to like get everything ready is a pain in the ass. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a fucking pain in the ass. A big pain in my ass. Yeah, he would. I doubt. I actually think I would do well against Jordan Peterson because his style of debating is really stupid. You just have to treat him like Alex O'Connor does. Speakeasy is going to moderate you. I can't debate dumb people. So that's the thing. You have to be a scientist the entire time, if you know what I mean. That's probably the most important thing. Can't let it affect you. Are you happy now? I guess I'll join the thing now. Honestly, Speakeasy's hasn't been that bad. I feel like the Rob one was the most annoying, but with Andrew it wasn't that bad. He actually he's pretty fair. I think he's pretty fair. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. He usually moderates me. But I don't really let it affect me. Yeah. It doesn't really affect me though, because whenever I do sports or like do any like contest type thing, competition, I like turn into a fucking like an amoeba. Just my brain just shuts off, you know? It's not off, but it's all instinct at that point, so none of that shit really affects me. It's kind of funny. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing. Makes me a little insensitive, but who the fuck cares? Not me, motherfucker. Consciousness? Oh god. I feel like if he appeals to consciousness, Reclusi, because I'm actually not even that familiar with consciousness debates, I'm going to let him talk a lot. Because I think he would probably dig his own grave. You know what I mean? It's easy for me to pick apart problems I have in consciousness arguments. But I'm not going to sit there and confidently talk about consciousness. You know what I mean? I have this tactic, okay? Hmm. Am I still muted? Oh wait, it should still be sent. I'm pretty sure it still gets sent. Yeah, it does. Okay, cool. I finally figured out how to use scenes in OBS to like send a scene to StreamYard so I can bypass StreamYard's shitty audio. Because my audio is good because I sculpt the mic and stuff. And then StreamYard makes me sound like I'm a fucking slasher victim from the 1980s, like being drowned underwater. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Mm-hmm. It sucks, bro. Oh yeah, let's go. It does adjust my fucking. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're fucking Gucci, dude. Go. I feel like I should still turn echo cancellation on, just so I don't fucking. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it's a problem. You. StreamYard. Virtual camera. There we go. What in the hell was that? Wow, wow, wow. Like, what? What the fuck? Wow, wow, wow. Where the fuck is my opening? I literally can't find my opening. Is there sound here? What's going on here? Do you have any sound on yet? You want to take a shit? Oh, for work? Yeah, it's good. Era, bro. This shit does slap. Yeah, these vocals are a little different than normal, I think. I can't find my atheism isn't real fucking... Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is. I found it. We're good, we're good. I think. That took me a while. I made this shit forever ago. Here we go.
What up, guys?
Hello. How goes it? Oh, hello.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Does my mic sound a little better?
Sir. Yeah, it does actually.
All right, cool, cool. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, a lot better.
Yeah, I bypassed StreamYard this time, so.
Makes sense. All right, give me 1 minute here.
Willful suppression of critical thinking? What is that? Willful suppression? I have an argument against critical thinking. I'm just
Alrighty, let me get this fixed.
Like
Open that up.
it's for me. I wrote atheists are not merely mistaken. They already know God at some level and suppress that truth, right?
Fucking thing.
So it's like it's the idea that they say there are no real atheists, only suppressors, right?
OBS.
That one.
I hate OBS.
And then for what I wrote against that was falsifiability and public reason. So
this doesn't
Yeah. Okay.
pop up. I see.
I feel like that's a little too anti-theist, though. Don't you think? Which I'm not trying to be anti-theist.
There we go. Okay. There we go. Now that should work. There we go. Fucking thing. Let me get my timers ready. Circus stepped away for a minute. Okay. All right, got that. Got that. Okay. And there we go. Perfect. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, that'll work. Okay, just gotta throw my hat on.
Those some pretty sweet braids in that profile picture, man. When are you gonna rock that again?
Yeah, that I used to go to this like certain braider that she does like all these like crazy designs, and I used to just like tell her to kind of freestyle with it. And yeah, that one I think was probably like my favorite one she did. It's crazy.
Yeah, it goes hard.
My wife's
yeah.
good at the braids too. She does it every
good.
now and then.
Sorry, I had to change my
Takes a lot
shirt.
of time with how much hair I have now.
I had to change my shirt. I just realized I was like, fuck, I can't wear black again, dude. God.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, and then you both have done this before, but just to remind you guys, it's make sure you're good with it. 10-minute openers, 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, hour of open floor, then 5-minute closings, then 30-minute Q&A. And then if you guys are up for it, like I still do it, but I mean, if you guys are up for it, I do an open panel after as well. So, and I don't imagine the super chat questions will be as filled as it was with Andrew. I'm just realizing
man, it's
fucking
freaking 6:05 for me here in Arizona, so I got plenty of time.
There you go.
I can't believe it changed from 2 to 3 hours difference between the East Coast. That's wild.
That's crazy, yeah. I forget who I was talking to recently about the whole daylight savings thing. They were saying, like, what's the fucking point? Like,
It's for farm stuff.
I get the ideas so that we get more sunlight, but
And the state of Arizona said, fuck it, we're not doing it anymore. So it's like one of the only states that doesn't touch it.
oh, really?
Mm-hmm. They don't do
Okay.
it.
That's what's up.
I love it. I don't have to worry about shit.
Yeah, it makes it easier.
Just sweating my balls off every damn day. That's it.
Yeah, it's hot there. All right, and then for openings, you're gonna go first, Eli, because you're on the affirmative. Actually, let me put the.
I need to do a negative one of these days. I'm always the affirmative. That'd be nice.
Play devil's advocate. Oh, play devil's advocate.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah.
I do that enough on verbal combat. That's where I get my practice.
That's the place to do it. That's the place to do it. Yeah, I've been actually. I don't know if you guys. I talked about it the one day on stream. I don't know if you guys know. Like Netflix now is like getting podcasts and stuff onto it. So like they're getting into like the streaming world, and like some of these podcasts that are on there, I was scrolling through them all, and like they're not like high quality, crazy production or nothing. And I thought like, so what I'm looking into is like what changes I would have to make to Verbal Combat
To accommodate
like,
it.
get
Yeah,
Verbal Combat on Netflix.
that'd be cool.
Because like that would be a fucking move, you know what I mean?
That would be insane.
And now that I see Netflix is doing it, I'm thinking I might as well make sure I get in there early before they just take over the fucking podcasting space. You know what I mean?
They probably want a lot of moderation though.
They did it with movies.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I'm
the
sure
censor-
they're gonna like the Breakfast Club. You can go listen to the Breakfast Club podcast on there and everything. I was like,
Yeah.
what the fuck? This is
Kill
okay.
Tony.
Okay, and like some of the dudes are like just shitty StreamYard. You can even see powered by StreamYard in the corner. And everything. It's just like, it's like okay, well, if these guys are getting on here, I just must have. I know I'm gonna probably have to make some like changes to the clips I'm playing and stuff like that. But
Yeah, they probably want heavy moderation. That would be my guess. Heavy
Yeah.
moderation.
but yeah,
Then you can have a guy with a
think
red
it would
there,
have
you
to be
know.
pre-recorded. I don't know if they do live on there because it doesn't look like they're doing lives on there. It looks like it's pre-recorded. But I'm
I
gonna
actually
look a little
wouldn't.
more
I
into
feel
it.
like I should be familiar with that, but maybe there'd have to be a long delay. That's for sure. It wouldn't be like
Yeah.
live, like exactly live. They definitely wouldn't want that.
No.
They would have
no.
at least like maybe 5
That's
minutes.
Yeah, exactly. All right. You both good to go?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. So it's gonna play my intro. I'll introduce the show, you guys, and then we'll get right into openings. Eli, you're gonna go first, and then we'll go to Circa, and then get it. Thank you both for being here tonight.
Thank you,
And,
Mr. Easy.
Thank you for inviting me again.
Let's rock. Hey, no problem. No problem at all. Let's rock and roll.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content is solely for
Thank
the
you.
purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion,
Good
or
luck, you
support of said
pussy.
content. The views expressed in these videos and/or
Okay.
conversation are those of the individuals involved, do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about
So
to
mean,
experience may
dude.
contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases.
I love
This
that.
includes artistic
You
expression,
come into the chat, you're like, good luck, you
storyline, or
pussy.
storytelling. It is important to note
It makes
the
my
use
day.
of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up. Yeah, we pledge. We pledge. We pledge. We pledge. Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. Yeah. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Step back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Whoa. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. Woo. We clash our swords of reason. Every thought a fortress, every claim a storm. We forge a truth where chaos takes form. Ideas ignite like lightning through the night. In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the live Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want to guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the doors for the Chaos and Chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. And today's debate prompt, atheism is impossible. And for the affirmative, we have Eli Nix. He may be newer to streaming, but he's not new to debating. He's known for tackling hot topics and diving deep into intense theological discussions and taking on the atheists of TikTok head on. You can find his channel linked in the description.
Nice.
And for the negative, we have Circa R, known for diving headfirst into the hottest topics in culture, politics, and society. Circa doesn't shy away from the tension. He walks straight into it. And you can also find his link linked in the description below as well. And with that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. So, Eli, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice. Statements.
Awesome. Thanks again, Speakeasy, for hosting. So yes, I'm taking the affirmative. Atheism is impossible. This is because, atheist worldview, things like knowledge, truth, laws of logic, meaning, information, universal immaterial concepts, as I call them, would not be possible. We have these things, so we know that atheism is impossible and the theistic position is true. I can demonstrate this pretty simply through the transcendental argument for God. X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X being God, and Y being these transcendental categories. But a simpler way I like to put it is a universal.
Did I call it or what?
Mind is the necessary precondition for universal immaterial concepts. Concepts come from minds definitionally. The definition of a concept is an idea. So the type of concept would be dependent on the type of mind. Me as a particular person with a particular mind has particular concepts. Universal concepts in the world would come from a universal mind. And this is only one section of a paradigmatic argument. This is very important. None of these things exist in a vacuum, but this is a worldview comparison taking into account everything that the atheist presupposes and believes, their metaphysic, their epistemology, their ethics, and reducing it to absurdity. Because ultimately, in the atheist paradigm, they appeal to universal immaterial concepts like truth, logic. To deny so would be self-defeating, because if you deny logic or truth, you are making a knowledge, truth claim. You're using logic. However, in the atheist worldview, whether they are strict physicalists, materialists, naturalists, all the universe ultimately is material particulars. Material particulars don't give you universal invariant laws, concepts that are utilized by them every day. And what they will say is, it's all grounded in our minds. Well, wait a minute. Any type of knowledge has to come from the outside world in order to make sense of the outside world. Even the concept of the self is completely unjustified in just a deterministic meat bag type of situation that they think the human condition is. But things have to be true about the external world in order to predicate anything. For example, the law of identity, that an object is itself and not itself, that A equals A. This has to be true about the external world for it to be true propositionally. So, and this concept is not reducible to anything material. You're not going to dissect a rock or a plant and find this thing called the law of identity. Again, they'll try to say that this is a tool that humans construct linguistically, but again, all of this is predicating and presupposing that there is truth in the outside world, that truth is discovered. If we created truth, then it would be arbitrary and subjective. We would be able to change it. But in fact, we discovered truth, which presupposes a notion of truth that exists external to us. So that's, again, one level of it. I think that's the most solid evidence for why atheism is impossible, because again, a strictly material universe, no one particular object can ground or make possible or produce universal invariant laws. But also we have the ethical angle, we have the epistemic angle, as I just mentioned, and trying to get better at freeballing opening statements. I think it's an impressive thing to do, but that's all I got right now. I'm itching to get into the open panel. So very curious to see how my opponent will attempt to justify and give reasoning for universal immaterial concepts, universal immaterial laws, and I appreciate him for doing this debate. So there we go.
All right. So, 5-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. Oh, hold up. Thank you for that opening statement, Eli. With that, we are going to hand it over to you, Circa, for your opening statement. Let me restart this timer for you. And whenever you're ready, Circa, for your opening statement, you can go ahead, jump right in, and I'll start that timer up for you.
Okay. Honestly, it was actually really interesting opening. I actually feel like there's a lot of depth to the philosophy behind this stuff. It reminds me of a lot of Jay Dyer's arguments. Now, I do want to point out that when we talk about the impossibility of the contrary and how Jay Dyer uses, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter. The point is, I think you'd still have to prove that the necessary condition for X is not actually proven yet. So, in my opinion, it doesn't really show necessity. Also, falsifying atheism does not mean that it is impossible or unreal. So the prompt is, atheism is impossible. Are you trying to say that it is false, or are you trying to say that it is just not real? Because those are two different things. And then for the worldview holism claim, this is just a nice way to package everything up into a nice little entanglement. It's not very narrow, and it does not imply that atheism, again, is unreal. And And you probably need to show how you can narrow this down instead of doing a totalization here. And then I want to point out that when it comes to philosophical systems, let's just say between atheism and like theism in particular, all of us kind of argue over the definitions, and at minimum a stance on God belief, and not like just metaphysical definitions in general, are not going to essentially make atheism untrue again, or sorry, unreal or impossible, like the prompt says. And I feel like I heard a lot of arguments and slogans hiding underneath one slogan, and none of them really are going to give you what this prompt says. So again, atheism can be false without being impossible. And if we slide into a disagreement over the metaphysical impossibility, from disagreement to that, I'd like to see how you can make that jump. And then even if logic or morality require grounding, like you mentioned before, that still doesn't show that atheism is unreal. I mean, it just means that whatever you believe in is certainly like presupposed as the only ground, but that still doesn't prove it's unreal. And I think that'll just end my rebuttal there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that opening statement. Nice and short and sweet. So next we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal so that the debaters can reply.
I forgot. He does openings
and then after that,
right after each other. I just used my rebuttal. I thought it was a rebuttal.
We're gonna hand the mic back to you, Eli. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
I am ready. So again, talking about impossibility versus falsehood, I believe atheism is both false and impossible. This is demonstrated from pointing out that immaterial universal concepts cannot come from anything other than an immaterial universal mind. It logically follows, especially through the valid argument of a transcendental argument, this is what needs to be addressed in this debate in order to show that the proposition I'm making is false, especially if I can demonstrate exactly what I'm talking about and demonstrate the impossibility. Again, we can take anything for example, truth being universal, immaterial, and conceptual. That which is universal must be grounded in the universal, that which is immaterial must be grounded in the immaterial, and that which is conceptual must be grounded in a mind definitionally. So you could disagree with that, with the universality, that makes truth impossible. You could disagree with the immateriality, but I don't think you can pick up truth and hand it to me or step into a puddle of truth. And again, you could disagree that concepts come from minds, but again, you would be violating the definition of the concept, or you would be going with a different definition of the of concept being an idea. You would have to show me an idea that doesn't come from a mind. So this is where I'm actually showing metaphysically, you're correct, that would be the category of the metaphysical possibility of universal, immaterial, conceptual categories in an atheist paradigm. If that can be demonstrated to be possible without a universal immaterial mind, then I guess that would be that would be the job of the atheist to do. But through my demonstration, it clearly is not possible. You would have to deny the ontological status that I just proposed, and in doing so, I can demonstrate, and I do argue, that you've now made the things in question impossible. I've got 3 minutes left. I'm not saying he committed this necessarily, but it was dancing around it. I've been a fan of Jay Dyer's for a long time. I read a lot of the things he recommends his audience to read, but we dance around a genetic fallacy there, talking about that the argument comes from one person. This is an argument that's also made by Dr. Greg Bahnsen, Van Til, even Aristotle, while not for the same type of theism or even any type of I guess the unmoved mover, right? But he made a transcendental argument in his works as well. So it is a historical valid argument, and I just would like the premises addressed. I'm sure my opponent will do that.
All right, thank you.
I'll concede the time. good.
All right. Thank you very much for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Circa. Circa, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start that timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so the name I forgot, actually, when you said it, it reminded me of him. Van Til is where J. Dyer gets most of his work from, as well as Frame, Bahnsen, and Calvin, right? Now, transcendental arguments are kind of his thing for the most part, and I just want to make this clear right now that it is still going to have to prove, for the necessary condition X, correct, is going to have to be able to prove necessity, uniqueness, and public accessibility. So, in my opinion, standard accounts of transcendental arguments do not, just give you those for free just by presupposing them. And I know you're saying that you kind of already tried to address that, but the point is that I don't actually accept that presupposition, and it is a proof for you if you do. Now, I think what I probably want to ask is something like, are you making a public argument I could assess without first granting that theology? Or are you making an internal Christian claim? And then something else I think I kind of saw in there was that I feel like, again, this doesn't really mean much. I heard immaterial concepts can only equal or come out of an immaterial mind. And then I heard immediately after that this is obvious by logic. So I'd like to hear exactly what he means by that. Okay. And whether or not like there's an induction requiring for robust grounding in there, or if you're just presupposing the grounding again. And then I think when it comes to a little bit of the errors I also heard, sorry, I'm trying to remember this a little bit, but I heard a little bit of a modal error there in the beginning. And then I think this is still a little bit of a category error. But my main questions I just want to hear would probably be how you can just assume that there's an obvious logic happening in the fact that an immaterial concept is just only capable from an immaterial mind, and if that means that you are just presupposing a theoretical framework on it. And then if you say I can't justify logic, okay, are you grounding this in something, or is that the grounding argument itself? Is that a proof that atheism is still unreal, like the prompt says, or are we just trying to prove falsity? And I think I'll end my time there.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And that is going to wrap up the rebuttal round. So we're going to be moving into the open hour back and forth. Just let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat. After the closing statements, we're going to be doing the 30-minute Q&A. I'm working on dropping the Q&A in right now. So you get your questions in there. But remember, Super Chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, and comments, they do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those priority options, and we'll make sure that it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start this open floor exchange, just jump in and I'll start that timer up with your voice.
Yeah, I'll start. So with my argument, the transcendental categories, do you disagree that they are immaterial universal concepts?
I don't think so. No, that would be
okay.
They would be immaterial. Yeah.
So what? Okay, so what part of immaterial universal concepts must come from immaterial universal minds do you have a problem with?
Not so much that part. It's more about the statement that it obviously follows using logic. So are you aware of what deduction is versus abduction and then transcendental when it comes to arguments?
Maybe not as well as you do, but
okay, so what is the core question when it comes to transcendental arguments?
What is a necessary precondition?
No, so what is the core question? Yeah.
I would say that would
Okay,
be
so-
the core question.
Yeah, I guess. So what must be true for this to be possible, right? So what is the logic there if
Right.
we're doing immaterial concept to immaterial mind?
If we're immaterial concept to an immaterial mind,
What is the necessary
Well, if
condition and what is possible there, or what must be true there for it to be possible?
it must be true that if something is immaterial, what produces it must also be immaterial.
And you think logically
'Cause
that's
that which
why?
is material. Yeah, again, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some kind of college-educated
That's okay. I'm
philosophical
just
expert.
because
I'm
deduction.
I'm making an argument. Yeah, I'm deductively concluding that.
So
like,
deductive
that which
deductive is logic,
material-
right? And that doesn't actually
Yeah,
prove
we're
transcendental.
both using logic. Well, no, we're both using logic. What the transcendental argument is doing is asking a metalogical question about
Yeah.
the possibility of logic.
So when you brought
Now,
logic in,
again,
though, that's necessary 100%. What
Well,
follows
I'm
logically,
saying you
right?
can't take logic. You can't take logic out of any statement that is presupposed. But what the atheist does is presupposes it arbitrarily and ad hoc. And where I'm really coming with the kill shot,
you want a
for this
precondition, yeah.
particular prompt,
Yeah.
is the metaphysical side of it. Is what is it about the metaphysic of your world that gets you to universal invariant laws in a world that is strictly material, strictly particular, chaotic flux?
I mean, there's a lot of arguments. Like I for one, am a big fan of Kant. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different transcendental argument here, but I don't think that's the prompt, right? I mean, falsity. By the way, again, let's just say for a second that you believe I'm wrong, and I assume that, let's just say, for all intents and purposes, I'm wrong in this debate. Does that mean atheism is not possible?
Well, if you're wrong,
If I'm
that
false?
atheism is possible.
No, false is not the
If you're
same as
wrong
being
that
unreal
atheism
or
is
real.
possible, then it would be true that atheism is impossible.
No. I'm asking you, if I'm false, does that prove that atheism is unreal?
Well, what's the distinction between being a false and unreal?
Those are two different things. Those are two different claims.
Yeah, I'm asking you the distinction.
Okay, so one is you trying to say that there is an objective modal argument there, right? That atheism in and of itself cannot be real. So maybe the better question would be, which style of argument are you going to use to say something other than prompts?
I mean, I'm just asking you, how in the atheist position do you get universal, invariant, immaterial laws from a universe that is supposedly strictly material?
Again, I can probably use a transcendental argument that doesn't actually presuppose a theological argument using Kant, right? Because Kant did that.
Well, no. I mean, I'm asking you to answer the question.
I just answered it.
Circa.
I just answered it.
No, you just said I could probably do a thing. That's not an answer.
With Kant, Kant made a transcendental argument that did not
Kant-
inject.
So you have universal immaterial laws in nature because of Kant? How did Kant do that? Is he a wizard?
Have you read Kant?
He might be so wait, when Kant died, how come we still have immaterial universal laws? If he's where you're getting those from?
I'm not saying that he's claiming that there's immaterial universal laws. No,
I'm asking. Okay. You agree that there's immaterial universal laws.
I didn't agree
You
with that.
agree that it's okay. Well, you agreed that truth, logic, all these transcendental categories are immaterial universal laws. Do you think that logic and truth exist?
I'm not really sure if they're immaterial universal laws, right? I mean, you're saying that's a universal claim.
Okay.
One sec. That's a
Well,
universal.
now you're going back on what I just.
No,
I
one
asked you
sec.
in the
That's a
beginning,
universal
so-
claim, correct?
Yeah.
So universal claims are meaningless when we talk about metaphysical concepts.
Maybe the chat can correct me, but did I not ask you, do you agree that the transcendental categories are immaterial universal concepts? And you said yes.
No, you asked me, is the immaterial concept something that's metaphysical or, outside of...
No, it's not what I asked, man. That's totally untrue.
Okay, well,
Anybody
I
can
just
run it
misheard
back.
you then.
asked,
I just
do you
misheard
agree
you.
that the transcendental categories in question, truth, logic, meaning, information, are universal, immaterial, and conceptual? So now I'll ask you again. You disagree that you
Yeah, no,
don't
I
believe that
wouldn't agree with
immaterial
that. Again, if you know anything about universal claims, you'd know that you can't make them about things that aren't scientifically rigorously understood through experience.
Well,
So-
that's honest, at least from the atheist perspective. You're taking in Hume's critiques there. But okay,
It's
if
not Hume.
truth is
It's
not
fine.
universal, well, that's not one of David. That's not the problem of induction.
No, not what I just brought up. I mean, no. This starts with Aristotle.
It is.
It's in,
Well, yeah,
it's
but
in
that
book
was,
6,
that was Hume's.
in 1840. You know that page. I know what page it is.
Induction?
That's where we get universal
Okay,
claims
what's Hume's
from.
problem well, okay, but what's Hume's problem of induction?
That's not what we're debating right now.
Well, it's one of the questions I'm going to be asking you. So anyway, what we're getting to here, let me steer this back. So you don't believe that truth is an immaterial universal concept. You disagree with the universality of truth?
A universal concept is not.
So what? So truth is not universal.
Again, a universal claim about something metaphysical is impossible and meaningless.
Right. Oh, okay. So I mean,
All gremlins are
you
silent,
would need
right?
To answer. All gremlins are. It doesn't mean that gremlins exist, but I'm asking you a direct question about truth and your position, and I'd like an answer.
It has nothing to do with whether or not atheism is impossible, man.
It does.
How?
Because my whole entire argument is we have truth. Truth is universal, immaterial, conceptual.
That's if you
That which is
presuppose
universal,
this necessary condition.
Well, no. Well, again, I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview. By
You're doing an
asking
internal
you
critique of
questions that you're
yours.
afraid to answer.
You're not doing one for
I'm
mine.
doing an internal critique of my. I'm the one who chose the prompt atheism is impossible, and you don't think I'm doing.
Do you think an internal critique would mean
here?
I am presupposing that like your
I think
theological?
you presuppose that truth exists. Is that true? Do you presuppose that truth exists?
Maybe I mean,
You don't know. So you're a debater who comes on debate streams, and you're not even sure if truth exists.
you don't even know what universal claim is, so I don't know why you're trying to say that to me.
I know what a universal claim is.
Then you would know
It's
you
a
can't
claim
do
about
that
the
with
total-
metaphysical fucking concepts.
Wait, hold on. Okay, but to say
You have to
said,
be able to rigorously
all-
scientifically understand it through experience to be a universal claim, or else it's
Okay.
all gremlins are silent.
Right. Well, no. Hold on. So would you agree that all dogs have 4 legs?
Sure.
Oh, you just made a universal claim. I thought you couldn't do that.
Well, you can scientifically study that.
Wait. So
Like scientificity.
Wait a minute. What scientist has access?
It's
to all
not
dogs
scientist,
universally?
it's scientific. It's the way that we would just use the
Well, you
material
just
world.
said-
Stop interrupting
okay.
me. It's the way you use the material world to then figure it out through experience. It's not about science, dude. That's not
Okay,
what it
I'm
is.
asking you what wait, you just said it's a scientific claim, and now you're saying it's not about science. Which one
It
is
doesn't mean it's not about scientist. It's about, again, experience.
Scientific claims don't involve scientists? Dude, this is sophistry, man.
No, it's not. You should probably read Aristotle. You want me to give you the page number? Where this comes from? Universal
No,
claim?
I want you to tell me what scientist has access to all dogs universally.
That's not what it means when I say scientificity or science. I can't say that word, but
I told you
scientificity.
I'd be asking you some of Hume's questions. So, okay, yeah. So
I'm
even
using
if
the
you
most
say all
basic
dogs have
foundation
4
of it,
legs,
which is just Aristotle,
that's an
dude.
unjustified claim from an empiricist view because you didn't empirically verify that all dogs have 4
Can
legs.
you
Just like
experience a
regularity in
metaphysical?
nature,
Can you
that
one sec?
tomorrow-
Can you experience a metaphysical claim? Experience it.
Can you experience a
metaphysical
claim?
universal
Is that what you
claim.
just said?
Yeah. Can you
You can
experience
make
it?
one. I don't know what it means to experience a claim.
And you
That
really
sounds
need to just
incoherent to me.
look up the definition of universal claim, bro. I'm like losing my mind.
Okay, well maybe you can
That's
actually
crazy.
answer the questions and not run around like a kid playing tag on the schoolyard. I'm asking you back to the original question. So first of all, you're not even sure if truth exists in your worldview. So again,
That doesn't mean I can't say the way you're trying to describe it is wrong.
I'm just asking you from your position. You came here to defend atheism.
Yeah.
I came here to show you that atheism's impossible. I want to do an internal critique of your worldview.
Okay.
I'm asking you if you believe truth exists. It's a very simple, straightforward question, Circa.
Let's just say I do for right now. Let's just say I do.
No, I'm asking. So you're granting it for the sake of
I'm
argument,
granting it
but
right
you're
now.
not
Yep.
sure.
I'm granting it.
Okay, well, gotcha. Truth may or may not exist, but I
Mm-hmm.
do debates. Great. Okay, so we're granting that truth exists.
I do debate.
Is it universal?
Yeah. Got it.
It is universal.
I'm gonna agree to this as well.
Okay, and you agree it's immaterial.
In this case, yeah, we'll just agree to that as well.
And you agree it's conceptual.
That would be a concept, yeah.
Okay, do we discover it or create it?
I mean, it would be presupposed, right? It's a precondition.
Sure, but
So this would
still,
be
we
this.
eat-
This
well,
could probably be
hold
something
on.
like transcendentally, like a synthetic judgment, maybe, right? Something a priori.
Yeah, but but you can discover new truths, right?
Yeah, but not ones that are supposedly a
Okay,
priori.
so truth is
Not ones that
well, hold on,
transcend.
I don't grant a priori and self-evidence here. That's
Because
classical
transcendental means
foundationalism.
fact
I'm
to
not granting
condition,
that.
right? Fact to condition. It's a necessary precondition. There's no discovering. You experience
Okay.
it beforehand.
Okay, but hold on. Experiencing it beforehand, if we're talking about truth in totality, you don't have access to all truth via experience. There's still truth to be discovered, correct?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be transcendental then, would it?
Right. So again, this is an equivocation on what we mean by truth. Truth in a proposition, the truth of experience. It's again, this is aiding to the fact that it's universal, immaterially conceptual. But where I was asking you about it being discovered is, when you learn something new, you're discover. You don't. If you created truth, that would make it something we could change. That would be arbitrary. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, say it one more time.
If we created truth, if truth was a created thing by humans, it would then be arbitrary and able to be changed, and then it would no longer be truth, right?
Sure. I mean, I agreed that truth exists, but yeah, we didn't say if it was like
Okay,
objective truth.
I'm just trying to figure, because there's plenty of people that actually say that, yeah, truth is subjective, and I think that that's a self-defeating premise. So if it's something to be discovered, which means exterior to ourselves, it's immaterial, universal, and conceptual. You have just necessitated a universal immaterial mind before human beings.
Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, just for the fun of this, the person who disagreed with you, let's say hypothetically, because I agreed with you there, but let's just say the person who disagreed with you, does it make their belief unreal if, let's say, your entire argument is true right now?
No.
Okay,
Again,
so how does atheism become how does atheism become unreal now?
Well, it's impossible for atheism to be true. It's impossible for there to be no universal immaterial
Is the
mind
prompt
like what I
atheism
just
is not
prompted
real
you to.
or false? Which one is it?
It's impossible.
Impossible is not the same as false.
I agree that it's a real belief system that people hold. Okay, but if they hold that atheism is true and it is false, then it's impossible for it to be true, circa.
No, that's not true. Impossibility is not. And negation is a coherent
So
stance. A negation is a coherent stance, dude. It doesn't mean impossibility. I don't know how you don't know this.
Okay, so look, if atheism is false, okay, then, and especially false in the argument that I'm presenting, that God is the necessary precondition,
Sure.
then it would be impossible for atheism to be true.
Are you sure about that? Didn't you just
100%.
say that
Can you demonstrate
belief also are you aware of like the divine hiddenness argument?
No.
So the divine hiddenness argument, okay, goes something like give me a second, I'm gonna look it up really fast. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, that's fine. I really would like, so you believe that atheism is possible, right?
I mean, yeah, because I'm an atheist, yeah.
Right. Okay. So again, you said Kant last time, that Kant was the grounding source of universal invariant laws, but I think that's kind of.
No, I said I
foolish
could
because
use
they were
Kant. I could use Kant. I kind of like Kant's arguments, yeah.
Well, again, you didn't actually present one, so I'm actually asking for my opponent to make an argument here about the possibility of the atheist worldview. Okay.
Okay.
This isn't the possibility of being an atheist. Okay.
I'm
Atheism,
confused.
The worldview.
I'm confused.
Being possible.
What does that mean, man? What are you trying to ask me?
Okay. I'm asking you specifically, in the atheist paradigm, and we'll even say metaphysically, how are universal invariant laws possible?
I mean, you can think of them without God.
You can think of something universal?
Without God, yes, obviously.
Well, hold on. You can think of it, but can you produce a universal invariant law?
I mean,
I agree. We have access to universal invariant concepts, but I mean,
doesn't that mean that the other side now it's true that they could exist
and justification? No, so it's true that they do exist, not in an atheist worldview. But what I'm saying is, in the atheist worldview, giving an account for the possibility of something. Okay, this is very specific.
Okay.
And account for the possibility
Like
of
first cause,
universal
creation?
invariant laws. Whatever you want to go with, but this is my whole argument about how atheism is impossible, and this is the one question you seem very eager to not answer.
Eli, maybe I can, if you answer me on this, maybe this will help Circa here. So, like, just to clarify a key term there, when you say atheism is impossible, you're talking about a logical impossibility, meaning it can't be true in any possible world, or an epistemic impossibility, meaning it cannot be justified or known.
Both.
As in like this.
Both.
Oh,
True atheism is impossible.
So
I think I understand. I think I
Circa?
understand. I think I
He's
understand.
wait, one second.
Yeah.
Okay. Just he's saying both.
Yeah.
He's saying it's epistemically impossible and logically
So
impossible.
my thing I was going to bring up, divine hiddenness, is kind of in answer to this. Okay, so like I think the claim is true atheism is impossible because all humans know God at some level in a way. Correct?
Are you asking if that's the argument I'm making?
I feel like that would be the epistemic argument here, right? The truth is that all atheists doesn't.
No.
It's not possible because all humans technically know God at some level. He makes the universal claims there.
I'm saying that there is a specific metaphysic about reality that needs to be the case in order to make logic, knowledge, truth, meaning, information, any transcendental category possible.
Okay, so that means we
Strictly
technically
material,
cannot not know
naturalist,
God at some level,
physicalist
right?
worldview. Huh?
That means we know God at some level, like essentially.
Well, yeah, I think that that's true, but that doesn't mean that's the argument that I'm making.
And you're inferring this from evidence, right? I think.
Yes, but I'm again, you're not answering my direct question.
No,
about
I'm just
atheism.
getting
All
questions to
you'd have
understand
to do
it.
is give an answer that's true, and you would defeat this prompt. I'm tossing you a softball into the air.
I know. I'm just asking you questions to
give me
understand
an account
it.
for the possibility. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll do it really slow. You agree that universal immaterial concepts exist, okay? You agree that universal immaterial concepts exist, right?
Yeah.
And they exist in the atheist worldview.
I'm going to say yes again for your argument. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't want to give a clear answer.
No,
because
I'm about to give you
this
one, but
is
then
atheism,
you just
but-
made me like
Well,
you were mean to me for no reason when I was trying to just ask you questions. It was really weird.
Well, you do the Dean Parker condescending.
No, it
laugh.
wasn't
You did
condescending. I just wanted to know what your claim was. So like,
so anyway,
divine hiddenness.
this is
Okay,
very
I'm gonna give you an answer to what you said. So the existence of a sincere, non-resistant non-belief would count as evidence against this, correct? Against the existence of God, who would want a relationship with humans,
dude,
correct?
I'm asking you how let's just say regularity.
Did you even
in
listen to what I
nature,
said?
You believe that regularity? You're not answering my question whatsoever.
Yes, I am.
Do you believe that
I'm answering your epistemological question.
I'm asking
Here,
you yes. Go.
let Eli ask the question again and answer it directly.
Sure.
Okay. How does in an atheist worldview, how are universal, immaterial, invariant laws possible?
Why did you go backwards? I thought you were asking me the epistemical question or the epistemic question.
I've been asking the same question for like 10 minutes now.
And I
this
already
is kind of
showed
what
you
I've
that
noticed you do.
falsify, like
Let's
falsing.
not do the meta. Let's not do the meta. Just,
That's what this
just answer
conversation
that
is.
question
He's trying to
directly.
fucking equate
So we can keep
impossibility with
going.
falsity, and that's stupid.
Well, here's the thing. You're taking the position it's possible. I'm asking you how, and then you're
And that
just bitching
still
about
doesn't prove that atheism is impossible, though, bro.
Wait, no, you would disprove the prompt if you showed how it's possible.
I don't think you understand
I
these
made a
words.
demonstration of how it's impossible.
Is something wrong?
You're not even attacking.
Just
it. You're
because
trying to
something
say,
is
well,
wrong-
there's some form
Okay,
of
hold up,
invalid-
hold up. I just want to clarify what's going on for the audience here, right? One side is arguing, right? Eli is arguing that atheism is impossible.
Mhm.
And what it seems that Circa is saying that it could still be true even if it's impossible, right? If that's
Wrong.
the case,
It could still be.
what does
possible if it's wrong.
impossible even exclude anymore?
He has
That's-
5 different
let's go
arguments
there.
under it right now. He's doing like 5 different claims underneath
Well, no,
one
no,
prompt.
Circa,
Well, again, I
Circa,
told you it's a
I don't wanna do the
paradigmatic
meta.
worldview level
You're not debating
argument,
the model.
so
Wait,
none of this
Eli,
is in a
Eli,
vacuum.
hold
It
up.
doesn't
hold
answer
up,
the prompt.
Hold up, guys. Hold up. let's Circa.
Yeah.
He's asking you a direct question, and
I answered it a long time ago.
you're going into. I thought we're asking another question. Let's not do the meta thing. Let's just get to the case here, right?
Mhm.
So he's asking you a direct question. Just answer that directly, or we can just go into what does impossible even exclude anymore. If you're saying it can be true, even if it's impossible, because like this has got to go forward, right? We're just going back and forth in a circle.
I know, because he's conflating words. He's collapsing the worldviewism thing from Jay Dyer into a single totality, and he can't narrow him down, unfortunately, because that would ruin the prompt. Falsity does not mean impossibility. I'm sorry.
Okay, I agree with that. However,
That means this prompt is done.
Talking about, no, hold on. If you said that it is false that cars do not fly, or you said cars fly, that's false.
Is that a
Is it
metaphysical
possible for cars
claim?
to one day, hold on.
Is that a metaphysical claim, or can you objectively measure that?
I'm trying to address what you're talking about, dude.
Poorly.
So if I said it is false that cars fly, it's not impossible for cars to fly. But in my argument and in my opening, I demonstrated the impossibility of universal immaterial concepts and laws in the atheist worldview.
You demonstrated that exact scientificity.
In any possible world,
you demonstrated that.
No, I demonstrated absolutely
By presupposing a theological underpinning for your necessary condition, which you use logic, which means you don't even know what that means. Because logic here would imply deduction and not transcendental, which you don't know either. So what are we doing?
Hold on. Every worldview has presuppositions. I'm saying yours are ad hoc and would be impossible.
Your presuppositions do not meet the necessary criteria for it to be a necessary X in a transcendental argument, dude. You realize that, right?
What? Wait, so you're saying
you're presupposing your proof in your presupposition for the necessary X is just what you want. Your proof is literally a presupposition.
No, it has to be able to. So you has to be able to do the grounding work, and then
And what are you grounding it in? What are you grounding this in?
God.
Wow, that sounds like you can really demonstrate that. Can you?
I did.
How?
Universal immaterial concepts.
Those are all presuppositions from the first one.
Yeah, but Circa, that's why he was asking you questions. So what? No. What are you doing? You're refusing to engage with the questions that he's trying to answer. What you're asking now.
And I'm not presupposing.
You know the Socratic method, right, Circa?
I do,
That's
and
what he's trying to do.
If you ground in God, how are we going to?
Circa, you're refusing to engage right now. You're a smart guy and you know what you're doing. Stop. Just engage with go back to the question that you asked, Eli, please, and answer that question, Circa. I don't want to move anywhere from that. Answer that question, Circa.
I did.
Go ahead, Eli.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Oh, well, let me ask one more time. In the atheist worldview, how are universal, immaterial, invariant concepts or laws possible?
Again, probably we could use. I mean, if we're going to go a moral realist route, there's plenty of different ideas that we can draw from. Is that what you're asking me?
Dude, I'm asking your position. You keep going like, I could take this person's position. You've got this shelf of positions that
I do. I know a lot about a lot of
yours.
them. If you're asking me specifically,
I know,
I
but
don't
do you
have a good
your
answer.
own?
I honestly feel like sometimes I'm a moral realist and I draw from Kant to like think of my views. I mean, I can tell you, a whole fucking marathon of things I think about, but what does that have to do with whether or not atheism is fucking impossible?
Because you believe it's possible, so you must believe that there is an account for the possibility of these things. If you don't, then that lends to my argument that the person saying atheism is impossible can't even tell us the possibility of knowing that atheism is possible.
That doesn't make any sense. What you just said makes zero sense.
I'm sorry it doesn't make sense to you.
I guess, to me, it just sounded like nonsense. Because what I'm seeing right now.
Let's say it again more clearly.
And again, we're getting away from the question. I still haven't heard a question or answer to this question, Circa. What is your position on his question?
My position is
Not
that
what Kant says. You're the one debating here tonight, Circa.
I know. My position, Speakeasy, is that falsity does not mean impossibility. Non-smokers still mean something. That's still a thing, even if you are a non-smoker.
I'm saying it's false and impossible. I'm saying it's both.
And you can't prove either of them, for one. But if you did prove falsity, the necessary condition, transcendental argument, doesn't prove that it's impossible.
here's what's happening, and this is the ironic part, is they always call pre-suppers and people who use tag Phil bros. I'll be completely honest. I don't.
Why are we going to
I haven't
monologue?
studied logic, philosophy on the highest levels. I've read a couple
And you don't even
books.
know what a universal
I
claim
genuinely
is?
think
Are
I'm
you kidding me? How the
competent in
fuck is
making
that
it-
possible?
But no, here's the thing. I'm a dumb hillbilly HVAC technician who can competently make this argument. What you're doing is going into a semantic prattle about the word impossible and saying, well, technically speaking, an impossibility, and what modal scope are you using this? And you're now doing the
Isn't this a
Phil Bro
philosophical
semantic bullshit.
debate?
If you think
Do you think
it
semantics
is,
are
that's
stupid in
fine.
philosophy? Semantics are literally
No, I
part
think
of
they're
philosophy.
Fine. I think they're fine, but I think if you hide behind them like a dude behind a rock in front of a dragon, then that's your.
Aren't you the
prerogative.
one who said
But what-
immaterial concepts must be immaterial mind, obviously
Yes.
logic?
Okay, can you?
And
give
when
me
I
an
asked you
example
for
of a
this
concept
logic,
that
you had
doesn't- hold on,
zero
let-
clue what the
again,
fuck that meant?
I could demonstrate this if you would actually engage with the argument. Can you give me an example of a concept that does not come from a mind?
You mean mind independent?
Yeah, a mind-independent concept.
I could, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's God.
I could, but I won't. Give it.
I answered you. How is it God?
I don't think there is.
How is it
I
God?
don't believe there is.
How is it God?
I don't think there is, Circa.
How
I don't
is
think
it
there
God?
is mind-independent concept.
Answer the question.
That's not, dude. That's not answering my question. You want me to answer your questions when you want to answer mine? Are
How do you
kidding?
prove that it's God?
Answer my, dude. Answer my question. Give me an example of a concept that isn't grounded in a mind, please. Or you could say I don't think there is, and then we can move on to the next part of the
how
demonstration.
about space?
You're refusing to engage with the argument.
Okay, if
This
you
is
keep,
pointless.
are you gonna
You're
shut up?
wasting
Are you gonna shut up,
everybody's
dude?
time.
Space and time, Kant, critique of pure reason. There's a concept that's not based in God. Now, how do you prove God?
No, dude. I asked you for a concept not based in a mind.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Yeah,
Oh
like
my
Circa,
fucking
you
God, bro.
keep wanting to jump right to God, but like this is why you're not engaged.
No, I just gave Speakeasy. Have you read the critique of pure reason? Have any of you
Dude,
read this?
We're having a
conversation.
conversation.
Imagine I've read nothing. I'm still seeing that you're not answering.
Okay,
the
so
question.
Kant makes a transcendental argument, okay? That is not rooted in God, even though he's a Christian, actually. He famously
Okay,
decided...
If that's your argument, then say it.
I
What
just
is
said
No,
space
but
and
that has
time
nothing
is
to
an
do with
a
the question I
priori
asked.
concept,
Wait, no,
mind
just
independent.
Stop. Just wait, Circa. If that's your argument, if Kant's mind independent concept is your argument, then why don't you just use that instead of saying, "Have
I did.
read Kant? Has he read Kant?"
I did. He just ignored
You
it.
can't come to a debate expecting your opponent to read the things you've read. That's so bad faith.
Dude,
Just
the
give your
transcendental argument...
Circa. Stop.
Hold
Circa,
on.
stop.
I
Stop.
can-
Just give your argument, please. Please. Tell us what a concept that's not in the mind, please.
Space and time
Okay,
is an
that's-
a priori
I heard the
concept.
answer
It's
there.
mind
That's-
independent.
Okay, so what's the definition of a concept?
What's the definition of a concept?
Yeah.
Do you want a philosophical one or something? Like, which one do you want? A transcendental one?
Well, I'm a Merriam-Webster kind of guy. A concept is an idea, okay? So space and time, okay, being ideas, you believe that they're ideas not grounded in minds.
They're mind independent. What does mind independent mean, dude?
That's fair. Okay.
No, what does it
okay,
mean? What does it
I'm
mean?
taking that. So
What does
how
that
do-
mean?
Mind independent means not dependent on a mind.
Yes, I mean, what does it actually? Give me like your own definition in more words than using a circular
Okay, good.
one without dependent being in the fucking definition. Yeah.
Okay, it would be objective, existential. Okay, this is fine, but what I want to ask you is, how do you know that space and time are
Because it exists whether
mind-independent
we
concepts?
have an opinion on it existing or not. That's what it means. It means no matter what, it will exist whether we care or give an opinion. That's what mind independent
Okay,
means.
that's a claim, but how do you know that?
That's literally the definition of mind independent.
I know, but I'm asking how you came to know such a thing.
Kant makes famously a transcendental argument on this using extremely semantic language, your favorite word, okay? With cognition as well as intuition being described completely differently, to essentially say that there's a synthetic judgment. I could be mixing them up. It's either analytic or synthetic. They just inversely do different things. But that's what he does. He makes a synthetic judgment about something that's a priori. We have an experience of it, a precondition, before we ever experience space and time. We just know it, is what his argument is. Famously, that's one of the most famous, mind-independent concepts, immaterial, that has no God involved.
Okay, but I'm still asking you, so you know that space and time are mind-independent concepts because of Kant's argumentation.
I can presuppose Kant's argumentation here, yeah. Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Wait.
I don't, there's obviously problems.
Priori?
Yeah, it's a priori. I mean, there's obviously problems with it,
Hey,
but...
how do you a priori have somebody else's argument? Wouldn't you need to read their argument, which would make it no longer a priori?
What? No, his argument, the book is about a priori versus a posteriori. And what the you don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
Well, I don't think that you know what you're talking about. I think that if you just say names and say, you can go look
I can
this up,
grab
this
my
other
book and
person's
show
done
you my annotations
argumentation.
if you want.
Well, I know. Well, here's the thing. You're trying
No?
to make other people do your argumentations for you. I'm asking for your argumentation.
Okay, so
again, I'm
I can't
asking you
prove
to
that
show me-
Kant's
Can you show me
argument
in the form
is...
of premises how you come to know that space and time are concepts independent of mind.
I can tell you how I think it's strong, but you know what I can't do is what you're doing with the God thing, where I can't go, Kant is literally correct and nothing else is possible because of that. And here's my necessary condition from Kant's argument.
You can't demonstrate it.
Correct.
You're saying you can't demonstrate.
I cannot demonstrate that.
Correct,
Yeah.
You can't. Okay, awesome. Glad for the concession. I understand that most atheists can't demonstrate this stuff. They just claim it. So
You mean I can't
moving
demonstrate
on
a
again.
transcendental argument, the one that's the same thing you're doing?
Well, I just asked you if you could demonstrate it, and you said no, and that's kind of what I've been trying to point out. So you did me a huge favor there. So
Are you arguing
back
yourself right now?
to-
Are you arguing yourself right now?
it feels like it a little bit.
You just fucked your own argument.
I did.
I'm not
I
using
can
an
admit that
atheist
you can't
argument here.
demonstrate
Kant
your-
is a fucking Christian who, again, uses a transcendental
I know,
argument, the
I'm
same one
asking-
you're relying on, dude, to prove a necessary
Kant doesn't think
condition.
the same way.
Huh?
Yeah, but he comes to far different conclusions.
Really?
Kant believes that everything is grounded in the mind, by the way. I haven't read Kant extensively, but I have a general summary of what he
But the
what he believes.
transcendental
He-
argument is the same.
Well, the form is. Do you understand the form of an argument
Is
gonna be the
transcendental?
same, but what you plug. Yeah, the transcendental argument definitionally is X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. That's the form. You can
Mm-hmm.
plug in whatever you want and make it the transcendental argument for whatever you want.
Correct.
So the transcendental argument for God that we're making is not the same
So you
type
just
of
plug in
transcendental
God
argument.
and
It's
call
the
it a
same
day?
form, but not this. Well, we also would provide, again, if we just made claims.
If you plug
and
in
didn't
God, you can
demonstrate
definitely
our
do everything else.
position
I know,
and
that's
didn't
the
make
problem.
arguments for our position, then that would be that's what we get accused of. But I actually provide demonstrations. The thing that you said you
How
can't
did you
do,
prove the
just say
necessity here?
something, 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 Kant, there you go.
No, how did you prove the necessary condition for X? You have the burden here, dude.
Yeah, I know. I did.
How'd you do that?
So here, I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Universal immaterial concepts exist.
Mm-hmm.
Concepts definitionally come from mind. You still didn't show me how a concept doesn't come from mind. You just made a claim. I asked
Can you
how know
continue
it, you ran away.
without the stupid shit? Let's go.
Well,
Continue.
I'm trying to show the audience what's happening here. Okay, so concepts definitionally being ideas come from minds.
Okay.
They're immaterial. You can't pick them up and hand them to me, and they're universal. Always the case. Always presupposed.
You can't make universal claims
Particular concepts
about
come fr-
metaphysical ideas. Once again, I don't know how to tell you this any easier. Google it right now so you can see that you don't know what universal
Okay.
claim means. That'd be great.
You can't wait. Hold on. I can't say that the laws of logic are universal. Is that what
No,
you're saying?
it's meaningless. It's arbitrary to make a universal claim. Okay, a universal claim like you're doing.
So what can we make universal claims about, Circa?
Stuff that you can experience.
Is that metaphysical?
No, that's the whole fucking point. All gremlins are silent is
Wait,
why I keep saying
wait
that.
a minute. Is stuff you can experience a metaphysical claim, Circa?
No, that's why you can't make them. That's why you can't make a universal claim on
So,
them.
Stuff that you can experience. I'm assuming the stuff is physical.
Hmm?
Saying you can experience it is something about its physicality, but it's not metaphysical.
Holy
Yeah, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about, dude. You just made a whole host of metaphysical claims, telling me I can't make universal statements.
What metaphysical claims did I say?
You just made a universal statement about a metaphysical
What
claim.
metaphysical claims did I make?
Stuff is something you can experience. That's a
What
universal
metaphysical
claim.
claims did I make? Which ones?
That stuff is something you can experience. Oh,
You mean
Google it.
material stuff?
You're the one who said stuff. What did you mean by it, Circa?
It has to be something you can experience. That means, within your
Okay.
reality, dude. That's what it means.
So material stuff you can experience. That's a metaphysical claim, and a universal one, by the way.
And no, I'm
You
not
can
Googling this for me. I'm
experience
Googling this so
material
I can give it to
stuff.
Speakeasy so we can at least move past this stupid fucking conversation so
Well,
far.
no, you're literally just saying like baloney. You're just like spurging out like Chat GPT stuff and not actually engaging with the substance of what I'm putting in front of you. That's
I did.
What's happening.
And your substance sucks. That's what I'm telling you. Your substance fucking sucks.
That's not an argument.
It is an argument because you're the one with the burden using shitty fucking,
Okay, I'll go back to my demonstration. So concepts definitionally come from minds.
Mhm.
Immaterial. Okay, a concept's not identical to a brain or to anything like that. Minds also, from my worldview, immaterial.
Mhm.
Universal, always the case. Okay, we have to presuppose the universality of the laws of logic or truth.
If it's
or
logic, it's not
meaning and
transcendental
information as
anymore,
it
man.
relates.
I swear to
So-
God.
Universal immaterial concepts must be grounded in a universal immaterial mind based on concepts being necessarily grounded in minds.
Okay, so a lot of
Because
these
an
words.
idea, any colloquial definition of an idea is a thought. Okay, there's not ideas don't grow out of the soil.
That's
okay? They
great.
don't
That's
grow
great.
on
You
trees.
just keep talking, but once
If
again,
you can describe to me where ideas do grow in the soil and on trees, then that would be great for this debate.
what would be great is if you could somehow just prove. I'm doing a little bit of devil's advocate here when I say that I agreed to some of your things. You remember that, right? When I said that, yeah,
Well,
I'll
right,
just take our.
you granted
Please
it
stop
for the sake
talking.
of debate, but didn't go from your
Please
own
stop
position.
talking for fuck's sake. And what I
No,
need to
you're-
know
you're
is how
being
you can
a sophist, so.
and how you can. No, I'm not. And how you can presuppose that somehow all these are even grounded in the mind. That would also be something you have to do right now.
I asked you to give me an example of a concept not grounded in a mind. You said space and time. I asked you how you knew that, and you freaked out and ran
I gave
away.
you
So
a
we can go back to
transcendental
that if
argument,
want.
you fucking idiot.
Okay, so what's the X is a necessary precondition for Y, Y therefore X? Give it to me in the form.
Kant argues
Give me
this.
the transcendental argument in the form, Circa.
Kant argues this with cognition and intuition, saying that we've experienced.
I don't give a shit what Kant does. What does Circa do
Yeah, I
right
wanna-
now in this debate?
Yeah,
You want
I
me to
gotta
say
pause
God?
here for clarity?
You want me to say
appealed- wait,
God?
Circa,
I don't get
Circa,
it.
1 second, please. 1 second, Circa. You've appealed to Kant's transcendental argument as grounding truth without
No,
God,
he
but
said,
you've
give
also
me
said
a
you can't
claim. Give me a
demonstrate
way to
that
do
argument.
it. I actually don't.
No, wait. Circa, please.
Bro, I feel like I'm debating two
You
people.
said earlier that you were appealing to Kant's transcendental argument
Mhm.
that it can ground truth without God, but you also said you can't demonstrate that argument. So I just want you to help me understand. and help the
I
audience
never said truth. I
understand.
never said
Are
truth.
you asking us all to accept a framework that you can't currently defend?
Why? Okay, speak easy. What is the prompt again? I'm just going to point this out one more time.
Atheism is impossible.
So I don't have to do any of that, but I did give him an example of how an atheist could make a transcendental argument without God, like he asked.
No, you didn't.
Well, no, you
You just-
appealed to a transcendental argument from Kant, but that's what I'm trying to say. Are you
What-
asking us to accept a framework that you can't currently defend? That's all I'm asking, because
I could defend it if I presupposed
lost.
that it was true the same way this man is doing. I guess. If I just presupposed that it is true, that's the whole problem with what he's
you
doing.
presuppose that anything is true, Circa?
That's a stupid question, dude.
It's really not.
No,
I'm
it's
trying
it's
to
very
get to the
stupid
root
because
of it.
you're just like randomly bringing these things out of your ass. I need to know how you can even ground, okay, a universal claim inside of your head, as in a universe. Sorry, in your mind, in
Oh.
your material mind.
If that.
So where
that's
do you
a more
ground it?
specific question. Well, because we're made in the image of God.
So you presuppose God.
having a universal mind.
So you
we
presuppose
have-
God.
Yes, again,
Oh my-
of course. What's wrong? That's not a problem. Everybody
it
presupposes
is.
something.
No, it is a problem. You can't
What's the
demonstrate
problem with that?
You cannot demonstrate that.
I did demonstrate. I absolutely did.
You only
Would
were
you
able to
like me do
demonstrate it
again?
if we just assume it's true because of God. Are you not understanding this?
Hold on. No. You take the y in the equation, universal immaterial concepts. Universal immaterial concepts, by definition, have to come from universal immaterial minds. If you disagree
And you
with
presuppose
that,
God?
refute it.
No, you need to prove how that's
Huh?
even something that needs to be, like,
I'm
how do you
saying-
ground that?
Again, universal has to be grounded in something universal.
And how do you demonstrate
something
this?
immaterial has to be. I'm doing it right now.
By saying it?
That's what you're not understanding. Again, if you have a refutation, present it.
I did.
Yeah, like that's what he's doing. He's demonstrating it right now. If you just let him walk through it.
Speak easy. No, he's not. I'm sorry,
What
he's
is
not.
universal? Okay, then show me how I'm not.
I've told you, you're making a universal claim, and you can't do that with a metaphysical one for sure.
You made a universal claim about metaphysics earlier when you said you can experience stuff. Do you believe that all people experience the material reality?
Am I trying to debate right now that I think Kant's view of the transcendental argument is 100% fact, and that means your view is impossible?
Okay,
Answer the fucking
Kant's
question.
View of the transcendental.
Answer that fucking question.
View.
Answer that fucking question.
What's the question one more time?
Am
Then
I
you better
debating
start
right now
answering
that
some
I am defending Kant's view that your view is impossible because I am presupposing it to be true? Is that what's happening?
Are you using Kant's argument to show that my view is impossible? I'm confused about what you're asking here.
I don't know how.
Ask it one more time, slowly. I'm a dumb redneck. You got to ask it slow.
I don't know why you keep saying that. It doesn't. It's weird. Stop.
It's just true. I mean,
So right now, am I debating, am I defending, or sorry, not defending, I'm actually putting forth, which is what you're doing, right? That Kant's view, I'm presupposing it to be true, and that therefore makes your argument impossible. Is that what's happening right now?
you have not demonstrated that. You've claimed
I'm
it,
not
but you
making
haven't
the
demonstrated it.
argument, though. I just brought up an example of a way to bring up an immaterial concept, like you said, using a transcendental argument.
Okay, here's what you're
Let
doing.
me.
I want to.
Sorry, 1 second, Circa. let me. Are you arguing that Eli's position is internally consistent, or that universal claims are impossible for any worldview to justify? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, those both are true at the same time. Yeah, you can't make a universal claim, again, about concepts that you cannot do scientificity on, okay? You need to be able to experience
Okay,
them.
so you're saying universal claims are impossible for any worldview to justify, is what you're saying?
I don't know about justify. That's not the point. Again,
don't know
the
about
phrase,
justification.
I'm going to make this really
Let
simple
me-
again, okay? The phrase, all
really quick,
gremlins are...
Circa, this is what you're
Wait,
doing.
Circa, I'm not asking a gotcha. I'm asking a clarifying. It's like you're thinking I'm trying to set you up.
No, I
for
don't. I
something.
don't
Can
think
you just
that.
answer what I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
think
please?
that. I don't think that. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm not trying to. I'm really trying to get clarification for like the audience sake here. Are you
Got it.
saying that just yes or no? Are you saying any worldview it's impossible to justify universal claims?
It's impossible to claim beyond... If you make a universal claim, it would be impossible. Not justify. You can justify them with any presupposition like this guy's doing. But to say it is
No.
true, that is different. I mean...
Oh, there's problem number one. You think justification works by just asserting any presupposition? Did I hear that correctly?
That's what you're doing. You said God. That's it.
No. No. I'm asking you a question about your understanding of justification. Justification is giving good, coherent reasons.
Yeah.
Like when we talk about
Ones
knowledge
that
being
understand
justified
what a
through
universal
belief.
claim
so
is.
do you think that a reason is good just because you assert it?
Again, your argument is not actually meeting the criteria
Then
for...
any claim would be justified if what you just said is true.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
It is.
Like, you're the one here trying to prove this, right? And you haven't done that. You think you have, but you have not. And I've pointed that out.
Well, you haven't refuted me. You've just
Yes, I have. I
complained
pointed
and
that
said
out because you don't even
And
know what
here's
a
what the
universal
problem
claim is.
This is actually what's happening here. Okay, so this is what's happening. Imagine if I said, the philosopher Phil Philendorf, he refuted everything Circa is saying, and he showed through his type of argumentation that atheism is impossible. So go read Phil Philendorf. Wait, you haven't read Phil Philendorf? No, explain what Phil Philendorf actually says. Can you make his argument? I'm using his argument by saying Phil Philendorf's argument. No, I want you to show me what Kant is saying that gets you the justification that I'm asking if you can provide, not just asserting that Kant's argumentation can do it.
If I said God, would that be good enough for you?
Well, then you would concede the debate. So yes.
So you would concede the debate then?
No, if you said your justification was God, then I would.
Isn't
take that
that yours?
concession, welcome aboard.
Isn't that
go
yours?
Get catechized, go to liturgy.
Isn't that what you're grounding this in?
Yes, there's different. Okay,
why is it
here's
different?
What you're not understanding.
Why is it different?
Okay, because I'm making a demonstration. I'm making
Kant does too, with a lot more pages and a lot more fucking arguments, dude.
Then give the argument.
I did, and now I'm going to ground it in God.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
No.
Yeah,
Easy,
Circa,
easy.
this is so bad faith. You keep doing this.
It's not
and
bad
I just
faith.
asked you earlier.
It's not
if
bad
you
faith,
did-
man.
If you're doing this and you said no, you keep going. Well, Kant made these arguments. Who gives a fuck? If you can't demonstrate it, nobody in the audience, me, Eli, nobody, Circa, is gonna say, "Oh, well, whatever Kant said, yeah, that works."
Okay,
We don't know what
I
Kant
actually
said.
I
Please
actually
argue it for us. We're all dumb little kids that don't know what Kant even is. Please give us the argument, Circa.
bro,
This is very frustrating.
it's frustrating for me because I'm debating two people now. Speakeasy, stop, okay?
No, you're not debating two people.
And I'm not doing.
trying
I'm
to
not
get
being
you
bad
to
faith here.
debate. You're
I'm
not debating.
I am debating. I'm pointing out that his structure for the necessary condition, Speakeasy,
Right.
is incorrect.
No.
He just
And-
refuses to accept
Okay,
that.
Sure, that's fine. Now demonstrate why it's incorrect. Don't
I
just say
did.
Kant
He's
said it's
making
incorrect.
universal
Tell
claim.
us why it is.
He's making universal
Circa.
claims, which he can't in this
Why?
regard. Because you have to be able to experience it to make a universal
Can
claim.
no word- Is that a universal
Oh
claim?
my God, this is.
Is that a universal claim, Circa?
Is what?
This is.
What you just said.
A universal claim about a universal claim? Why are you making this weird meta
No,
thing?
this is back to the dogs thing. If
This
you
is what
say
I'm
that
saying,
all
Circa,
dogs
you-
have four legs,
Please
you
answer
didn't
his questions
experience
and
that.
Just engage with the debate, man. Please.
It's
Stop
hard
saying
when
Kant and just use Kant's arguments as if they're yours.
I did.
This is bad faith to just keep saying appeal to this person when he's demonstrating why it goes to God.
Bro,
You can't just
I
say,
don't
well,
even know what I'm
you're-
debating now. Speakeasy, am I debating him or you? I don't get this. It's hard to actually debate these concepts.
You're not debating. That's why I'm stepping in so much.
Can you Google?
Usually I don't
Can
have
you
to
Google
moderate this
universal
much. Circa,
claim?
This is
Can you Google a
I'm
universal?
only having to step in because you're not engaging.
I need you to Google universal claim philosophy and pull it up on your screen.
No,
Why not?
no, I'm not debating. I'm trying to
Look.
get you to debate. This is your debate.
I think that would
And again-
probably show that he's wrong and now his theory is incompatible.
No, okay.
Then you
Look.
demonstrate that. Why are we doing this, Circa?
let me
I am
finish.
Is this
demonstrate-
the idea of a debate?
I am demonstrating that he's using it incorrectly, bro.
Show me. Show me how I'm using it incorrectly.
Google universal claim philosophy.
Okay, if somebody asks you to demonstrate someone and you have to say Google it, you need to quit debating.
I already told you how you can't experience a universal claim in the
You
metaphysics.
said that you can't make universal claims about what you haven't experienced, yet you universally claim that all dogs have four legs without experiencing that. Dumbass.
That's in our world, though. We can scientifically do things with
Now,
that.
here's what I agree with you.
Is that a metaphysical one? Is that a metaphysical one?
I'll agree with you. What metaphysical? All dogs have four legs?
Is that a metaphysical claim?
Yeah.
There you go, Circa. It's Googled.
Yeah. So what are we're
Answer
asserting
it
something
now.
here, okay? Now put in metaphysics.
No,
No, I'm
dude.
not doing a Google party here. I'm not doing a Google party here. You told me to Google universal claim. Now demonstrate why what he's doing is wrong.
Because can we assert something is true for everyone metaphysically that we
Hold
can't
on.
experience?
This is the argument I make against you guys. Look, I agree with you that in the atheist position, this is in fact David Hume's critique, is that
The
you
problem of
cannot
induction, yeah.
say, you literally said earlier to debate that that's not David Hume, and you did your little gay laugh. Now you're agreeing.
I don't
with
think
me.
I heard you say
What
that,
I'm-
but it's fine.
What I'm saying is that when you make a universal claim without God, it's unjustified. Okay, so you're arguing from this empiricist position from David Hume, where David Hume said, you know, guys, because David Hume was an atheist, and he said, guys, this problem of induction is a problem for us. We can't justify it. What Tag is saying is that God is the justification. Now, this is epistemic. The metaphysical
Tag
argument
presupposes that you
about
are
the ontological status.
Tag presupposes
of
grounding in
universal
God. I know.
Immaterial concepts is what you're not. And by the way, just want the audience to know, this is exactly what every atheist does when they run into this type of argumentation.
Appeal to the audience when you don't know
structure.
anything? Is that what's happening?
Well, you're not making arguments.
I
so
just
guess
told
gotta
you
talk to somebody.
Tag presupposes a grounding within, God gets grounded.
Everybody.
You choose a spot to
Everybody
stop.
presupposes everybody presupposes a grounding. I don't.
Does that make
it's
it
the actual implication.
Objectively true?
No, you have to demonstrate it.
Exactly.
Which is why we have
I can't.
debates,
If I
which
just
is what I'm doing.
if I just said that it doesn't stop at God, actually, I mean, the famous Euthyphro dialogue, and then you tried to combat me with Tag because talking points, surface level fucking knowledge here. You'd realize that we could just keep going for forever, right?
No, there's no.
Because
infinite
you would want
regress
to
if
ground
God
it
is
in
the final-
God.
Well, no, I can demonstrate this to you. I'm making more than just claims. I'm presenting argumentation.
Yeah,
I'm giving
and you haven't
demonstrations.
proven them.
I asked for one from your worldview, and you've spurged out and
I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. You didn't actually prove your claims. You didn't prove the necessity for the condition
Again,
X.
So first of all, I'm showing evidence, okay?
What evidence?
And I'm demonstrating the philosophical and logical evidence.
Logic is
for
not
why
transcendental here.
atheism is
Sorry.
impossible.
If you knew that, you wouldn't have used
Logic
it.
isn't transcendental.
No, logic is used with the deduction. It's not supposed to be a logical
Logic
thing.
is used
It's supposed to
anytime
be
you
a
think-
precondition.
By the way,
It's not supposed to be logical. It's
Yeah.
supposed to be a precondition. It fucking transcends logic.
that would be God.
There
Not
you go. I
logic
mean, that's
itself.
my point. Is you are presupposing a theoretical framework, a theological one, and that's your answer.
Oh, right. And you do the same thing,
With
but in
what?
an unjustified way that would be impossible if your worldview is true, which is what I'm presenting.
Wait,
to
with
you.
what? What do I do it with?
You presuppose logic. You presuppose truth. You presuppose any atheist.
What if I was an anti-realist?
Okay, so if you use the anti-realist position and you say truth doesn't exist, that would be a truth claim. It's self-defeating.
Is it impossible to be an atheist then?
I'm not making the argument that it's impossible to be an atheist. I'm saying the worldview that atheist presents is impossible if it were true. It can't be the truth.
Because you're presupposing yours.
Not just it.
That's what it is, dude.
Everybody
That's
has
literally what it is.
presuppositions, but I'm arguing it with demonstrations, which you are failing to do.
No, I'm
which
not.
is
I already
aiding
told
my
you divine
argument.
hiddenness perfectly fucking
Oh.
ruins this argument. The epistemology of this is trash.
Okay, then show me how divine hiddenness ruins this. Don't just
Again,
claim it. Demonstrate it.
I already did earlier. Again, it's the fact
No,
that
you haven't demonstrated
since-
anything once tonight.
maybe
at
if
all.
you stop talking, you might actually learn something.
Go for it.
So if you had
All right,
a very sincere non-believer, the very existence of that person is evidence against God's existence. A sincere non-believer, by definition,
How?
in logic,
How?
because God is supposed to be someone who loves them and is supposed to be with them, right? That's kind of what Christianity teaches.
Are you serious? Is this real life?
Do you not know what divine
You're
hiddenness
saying if
is?
someone doesn't believe in God, that
Sincerely.
proves that God doesn't exist, and that's your
That's evidence
logical
against
argument
it.
that destroys Tag.
I never said that it proves God doesn't exist. You need to actually listen to the words that come out of my mouth.
You think that sincere?
It's easier to fight an
non-believers
argument that no
evidence
one
God
says.
doesn't-
I know, but maybe listen to what
Okay,
I'm saying.
How does it follow? How does that follow?
So the existence of a sincere, non-resistant, non-belief is evidence against God's existence.
Again, how does that follow? I know it's hard to back up the shit you say, Circa. It's hard, but I believe in you. I believe you can really do it for us.
Yeah.
You said because he's supposed to be there.
I mean, you said. I mean, I think
helping you with
you're
your
using
argument.
sensus divinitatis, right? Is that correct?
No, you just made a claim. You just made a claim
Oh
that
my-
a sincere, non-resistant, non-believer is evidence against the existence of God. I said how.
It
and then
is.
You side and ground.
It is
So
because
show me
God
how.
is God wants a
Demonstrate.
relationship with human beings, correct?
Okay. But human
So a
beings have free
sincere,
will and can
non-resistant
reject
non-belief
God.
would count as evidence against that. Evidence against God.
Wait, so because humans have free will and God gave them free will and they can use that free will to be this thing in question, that somehow is evidence against God?
Sincere, non-resistant non-belief is evidence
So
against
what?
the existence of God who would want a relationship with human beings.
Wait, hold on.
You've never heard of this?
That's
Fucking.
I've heard it maybe in the bowels of the most Reddit tier takes possible, but that's not a demonstration.
I mean, there's
of the
literally
non-existence of God
a
at
lot
all.
of writing on this, not
So you're
on
basically
Reddit.
saying if God were the God that I want, he would just force us all to believe in him if he were really God. That's the best you've got.
Or you can just
Seriously.
No, just to like maybe bridge this gap here. He's just doing the divine hiddenness argument that like God loves all humans. Since there's non-believers, a loving God would ensure they believe. That's
Right.
just-
Well,
suppressed
okay,
knowledge.
So
Yeah, so-
the problem with this
It's
is that we have
suppressed knowledge.
secondary causes. We have free will. Anybody can make any decision that they want.
Does every Christian
And
believe in
just
free will?
No, but again, I would say
Aye,
that the
that's
people
what I
that don't
thought,
believe
yeah.
in free will.
There's a
aren't
lot of them who
really,
don't.
You know, okay, but that doesn't matter. Just because people disagree with things doesn't make what the argument I'm making true or false.
Okay, so is their
That's a
worldview
fallacy.
wrong?
But yes.
Okay, got it. And you're saying that because
okay,
you
so
just
but
know.
I'm getting to
So
your
you know
shitty
free will
argument.
does exist. Then you just know
Non-resistant. Yes.
how.
Divine revelation.
God, that's your argument. You're grounding in God again.
Did I say? Well, it's grounded in God, but do you know what divine revelation is?
Jesus.
And again, you're now. I wanted
do.
to actually engage.
I'm not
with
really.
This shitty
I'm not
argument
trying to
that
be
you
bad
made.
faith against
So-
religion in general. You know that, right?
No,
it's
but
just
can I actually address the shitty argument you made? Like, why are you trying to steer the conversation like a Asian woman on the freeway, dude? This is crazy. Like,
yeah,
let's get back to business.
sure.
Uh,
Let's do
you
that.
have a non-resistant, sincere non-believer. God gave them the free will to be this.
hmm
If he loved them,
Wait, how's
then
that to
he
be
would
that?
ensure that they believe.
What do you mean?
Right. So, do you understand that that love entails free choice and free will and free expression?
Except, what if they
So
just
any
exist
type of
somewhere where they
imposition
were
of
never
love
they
that
were
would
never
change
given the
the will?
opportunity? What does that mean? It's not like they're rejecting
Oh, if
them.
they like never heard the gospel.
That's what non-resistant means, dude.
Oh, okay. Oh, so okay. Sorry, I thought that it was like I'm not actively against. I was confused on those terms. So
It's okay.
They've never even heard the message of.
Yeah.
They've never even heard the
Sincere,
message of,
non-resistant, non-belief.
Okay.
So why is there
When
suppressed
is-
knowledge?
Wait. So is the contention that? Okay, I see what you're saying.
Mm.
God in His providence would allow these people to, if based on His judgment,
Yeah, the
ultimately,
existence of genuine
they're,
non-belief is a real philosophical question, man.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to engage with it here, like the thing that you haven't been doing.
Mhm.
So, first of all, the Great Commission is still in effect. There's still time for those things to happen for all cultures to hear the gospel. So
Isn't this
is
evidence against
assuming
God's
that there will
existence, though?
Always be a, wait, so hold on. You're going to let me finish what I was saying?
Sure.
Okay, so the Great Commission is still in effect. We don't know that all cultures and all societies won't inevitably receive the message and then be no longer non-resistant, as you said.
Sure.
Also,
All that can
there
be
are
true.
ways where people may experience the love of God and not immediately know that that's what they're experiencing also. So there's plenty of angles to say that this doesn't, but I don't see where
those
this is
demonstratable
evidence that
truths?
God doesn't exist.
Or are those just your
The biggest problem
presuppositions?
with this argument is
He's still
you're
going.
taking in your own personal
Holy fuck,
view on
dude.
what God's love means.
I have
and
not
what
done
God
that.
Would do
I've not done
based
that.
on
Not even close.
That argument, I'm saying that argument is doing that because you're saying, I think if God was really all loving, he would do this. But as particular people that are subject to God, we don't get to make decisions about what we think is the best possible
Do you not believe
way
in the
to love,
perfect,
because
the
love
perfectly
itself,
loving
back
God?
To the presuppositional. No, back to the presupposition. I don't believe that love exists in your worldview. I don't think that you can justify love.
That's
at all.
great, dude. Why don't
So-
we talk about what we're debating?
I am. That's.
I don't know
part
what the
of
stupid ass
ethical
comments are
argument.
for,
Maybe
but
maybe to help Eli understand, Circa, you could give us like the
Well, no.
argument of why a loving God necessarily means he would reveal himself.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly loving God, if he exists, one would expect that sincere and non-resistant unbelief would be less common. That's pretty much the question, or less deep than it
Wait,
appears to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, why though? Like,
It doesn't prove that atheism's true, by the way. That's not what I'm doing. It's just evidence against the epistemological argument that
This is such a ridiculous
atheism-
argument. That's just an opinion on love and your subjective definition of love and what you think love would entail if this were the case.
Got it.
But what's so funny about this is that presupposing that love exists more than just some type of chemical effect of physics actually is presupposing.
So just to
God
be clear,
because there has to be a
I
higher
can't
standard of
presuppose
love.
anything about God and ground things that I think.
No, I'm
well,
saying
let me
you
finish. Let me
presuppose stuff
fucking
about
finish.
God all
I
the
can't even
time.
get a fucking single word in, so let me just finish. So I can't presuppose anything about God, but you're perfectly fine to do that. Yeah?
No, what I'm
How is that
so
not what's
first of all,
happening?
That's not what's happening at
Oh,
all.
okay, got it.
I'm demonstrating that the things that you presuppose necessitate a God, and then when you make these arguments about God, you're then smuggling in.
You
your
think
own
divine
subjective
hiddenness
opinions about how God should act.
necessitates a God?
No, divine. I think that any time you presuppose love, meaning, truth, logic, you're presupposing God. That's been my argument the whole time, and I demonstrate this.
So
And I
you can presuppose it
demonstrate
how
this.
you want, but I can't, I guess, do it for this.
Oh, dude, I can't take away your presuppositions. I don't choose what they are. I call them out and I address how actually God's a necessity for that presupposition. That's
Got it.
all I'm doing.
Okay. So, I mean, perfectly loving God existing, I mean, it's kind of a biblical argument, I think, right? We can probably agree that God
Yeah, this
has
is just so Reddit tier. This is like the worst argument I've ever had against the existence of God. But we can go for it. It's just really, really low tier.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, no. Let's get it off. I've heard this
Go ahead.
argument. I'm actually happy that we're getting into an argument.
Okay.
Here, so go ahead.
So again, what's the how factor?
Again, if God existed, his existence would be more obvious than it is. That's pretty much what it means.
According to who?
I mean, it would probably come from something like Reformed epistemology, like again, sensus dividentatus. So this is an answer, essentially. I can't remember the scholar's name. It's Schellenberg, I think, is who comes.
Who sets the standard? Who sets the standard for how obvious God ought to be if he were real?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
it's a completely arbitrary argument and it fails. Got it.
Again,
That's,
you're
that
defeating
was quick.
yourself here, because you are doing that with your argument. You realize that, right?
Demonstrate that.
How do I demonstrate that? Because when I asked you how you grounded, immaterial concepts in the immaterial mind, you said God. That's how you do that. What does that sound like, dude?
No, dude, did you not hear my
I did. I did.
demonstration of it? Okay, so can you steel man my demonstration?
In your demonstration, if I steelmanned it, it actually makes very good sense, okay? If we presuppose God. So, yeah, it's steelmanning yours.
No,
I'm saying you're
that's not
correct.
it at all.
If I presuppose the theoretical framework you have.
You can't even steel man my position. You haven't even been listening. I'm saying.
Okay, so what do
that
you ground
immaterial
it in?
Universal concepts exist.
What are you
That's
grounding that in?
presupposed. What am I grounding that universal immaterial concepts exist?
Yeah, what are you doing, man?
That's a demonstration of the ontological status of logic.
How do you ground
truth,
a
of
demonstration?
meaning.
No, I'm asking you ground. What are you
Okay,
grounding this
yes,
in?
it's grounded. The conclusion of the argument is that it's grounded in God. Okay, but you're interjecting in the middle of me making my argument that you refuse to steel man. So if you would actually listen this time, you'd be able to repeat it back to me.
Again, if we
Okay?
presuppose
And if you
God,
have any-
all of what you're saying is correct. That's the problem. It's
No,
true.
dude. You agreed without God in your presupposition that they were universal immaterial concepts.
I did that for
Okay?
devil's
So
advocacy,
that's not
to argue the prompt.
right, but because you won't give your actual position.
I don't need
as
to.
an
You're the
atheist.
one debating whether
Making a
atheism is
positive
fucking
claim.
impossible.
Sure, but you're also making the positive claim that it is possible. So when I
Correct.
do a reductio,
Who has more
and
burden
step
here,
into your
though?
worldview, I have to ask you. It's not a burden shift, actually.
It is a burden
There's
shift, man. I'm
the
sorry.
For and the against. No. Because everybody, even the negative, is making positive assertions.
Yeah, but there's
in
a
debate. It's
balance,
just a fact.
right? I know that. I'm
There
aware.
is, there
yeah.
is.
So
And
who has
I'm allowed you to
who has
ask
more
me plenty of
balance right
questions.
now?
I have the burden of proof. I made the atheism is impossible claim, and I also demonstrated it.
No, you
Now,
didn't.
You're asking. You're
You
going.
didn't.
How do you get to that? Yeah, I literally did. And again, you couldn't.
You
even
are
steal that. So
presupposing
again, I will,
God. That's your
It's
answer.
called yes, but it's justified, and I'm demonstrating
By the fact that it's
justification.
circular?
It's not every worldview paradigmatic argument is virtuously
Mm-hmm.
circular because you have to refer to the epistemic foundation. If I was arguing for the existence of meaningful language, guess what? I have to use meaningful language, okay?
Got it.
That doesn't make it viciously circular. It's the component of doing a paradigmatic level argument. It's the component of doing if I'm talking about the possibility of logic, doing a metalogical argument, yeah, I have to use logic. Oh, what? If you're going to argue for the possibility of logic, you can't use logic. Oh, it's circular. That's what you're saying. It's so
All right,
low tier,
so-
I can't even grasp it.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of the hour here, and what I'm seeing, we've done a lot of like circling and a lot of meta here too. What I would just maybe suggest here is because. So I think I understand a little bit more now where Circa's trying to go, and I think what would like maybe help here is if Eli, you give your because what you're doing is the tag argument, right?
Right.
And I think where we're getting stuck is because I don't think Circa maybe got like the clear definition of God and why that has to be the grounding. So
Right.
maybe start with like defining God and then run the tag argument again, and he can respond directly to that,
Sure.
knowing why you come to God as the
Sure.
conclusion. I think that might be help out a little bit. And if you guys want to end before the 30 minutes is over, that's totally fine. But I think maybe if you started with like defining God and then running tag on why it concludes to God, maybe
Right.
Circa would be able to directly attack those points. So Circa, just let them run through the argument. If there's anything you need to like engage in the points of the argument, just write it down or something so that, and then we'll let you have as much time as you need to address it.
Okay, so starting back from the top, and I hope that we clear this up. The form of the argument, it's X is the necessary precondition for Y therefore X. It's a valid argument, and it becomes sound if the premises are true. That's what's in question. That's what we're debating here. But just real quick, I'm not trying to go off on too much of a tangent, but just that form alone, before you even plug in God, if something is the necessary precondition for something, if you have the thing if you have Y, then you have X necessarily. A good example is a cow is the necessary precondition for a steak. If you have a steak, you can make arguments about the ontological status of a steak, the properties of a steak, the epistemology of how you know it's a steak to get to a cow. So that's valid and sound when the premises are true. So now, God, I'm defining as an immaterial universal mind, just making a reduction for the sake of simplicity here. I'm taking the Orthodox Christian account, so I adopt those metaphysics. But again, if we can't even get to the point that there is a God, it's pointless to talk about which God it is a little bit. Now, God is X. Y is the transcendental categories such as truth, logic, meaning, and information. Okay? Laws of logic specifically. So now, going back to the steak thing, we look at these transcendental categories. What about them gets us X? They're universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Okay? Conceptual is kind of the linchpin here because definitionally, concepts come from minds. And he admitted that this makes a lot of sense, and I believe that he understands it. I just want it to be engaged with, okay? Concepts, by definition, come from minds. The type of mind would then be what type of mind it is would depend. What's the word I'm looking for? Would determine what type of concept it would be. So I have a particular mind. I make particular concepts. Immaterial, okay, is you can't pick it up. I can't hand you truth, meaning, information. It's not. I can't step in a puddle of it. Okay, and then universal, always the case. We know this because you have to presuppose it in order to experience anything. Law of identity. In order to predicate anything, you have you're presupposing truth, meaning, information, all of this stuff. So the linchpin concept, we have a universal immaterial concept. We discover these things. We don't invent them. They'd be arbitrary. We can't change the laws of logic. We can't change the truth. The truth is invariant. Okay, that's what makes it true versus false. So it's something discovered by humans, which means it's before humans, which necessitates an immaterial universal mind to ground and justify and make possible and give an account for the possibility of universal immaterial concepts. In the very beginning of the debate, I asked my opponent, okay, you believe atheism is possible. You just heard my argument for how it's impossible. So how, under the atheist worldview, do you give an account for the possibility of immaterial universal concepts? And all that happens is the structure. They always want to say, you can't ask those questions.
Well, let's not go to the other side.
Sorry. I'll let him respond, but that's it. I want the argument dealt with.
Okay. So now let Circa have as much time as he needs to respond to this.
Yes, I'll mute up.
Okay. Just to be clear, the origin, if I'm not mistaken, of a universal claim, just to get that off the bat, comes from, if I remember correctly, which I just got to, 1140b, book 6, okay, chapter 5, in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. It's under understanding. And things about suppositions when they come to universals, okay, are things that are by necessity demonstratable, and every science have principles, since scientific knowledge involves reason. So if you do not have neither scientific knowledge, nor craft knowledge, nor prudence about the principles of it, that are not like what is scientifically here? It doesn't mean scientist, it just means science here just means like thinking of it in the material world, then you cannot demonstrate it. So that's where that comes from. Just to make sure that's known. And then I heard sound. You said the argument was sound when you were using transcendental. I don't know if you know this, but that's a deductive argument, not a transcendental one. So if you are collapsing a logical deductive argument in a transcendental one, you have no idea what you are doing. Okay, a transcendental argument argues in a certain way, that it has a condition, that has a necessary precondition, which you do know this part, because I'm pretty sure you watched Jay Dyer, because he's pretty good at explaining it. I still think it's wrong, though, because it makes a big mistake doing reductio of the contrary, which is why you keep trying to pin it on me to present some, alternative, something to fill the vacuum with. But that's not really the prompt. It also does not prove that your worldview is true. And ultimately, it's a deflection. It's a red herring, because it doesn't actually prove yours is true without presupposing, I guess, I kind of figured it would be the Eastern Orthodoxy. But that's the only possible ground you have. And you haven't certainly shown that, especially if you think that you can make a transcendental argument with sound conclusions. I think a little bit more. I think I have a little bit more time, right?
Yeah, whatever you need to respond to, he's going to let you respond to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this can merely come down to, trying to ask me to explain and then trying to point out that somehow there is a contrary position now that's going to self-destruct, which is exactly what, Van Til and frame language, okay? And when it comes to a transcendental argument, again, I gave you one earlier. I'm not saying that I can prove it beyond reason, and I'm not going to presuppose that it's true. So if you're looking for me to fill that gap, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I can. I'm not that, arrogant. But I do think it is a good argument to think about. So I brought critique of pure reason here. Okay, we could talk about space a little bit more. But something like space and time are, in my annotations, would be a transcendental analytic judgment, so not synthetic, sorry, on intuition without categorical sensory opposition, without experiencing it. Yet it enables definitely so, perception of everything else. So when I say I can give you a possible, a transcendental argument here, this is one that Kant says about space and time, which I think is interesting. I don't think it's really enough to satisfy what you want about the impossibility of the contrary claim, but that's not an argument for your case either. I feel like that needs to be pointed out. And yeah, I'm done.
Okay. All right, cool. So I wanted to respond about the soundness part. So the transcendental argument at the form, X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X, you would agree that's valid?
Again, are we doing a deductive argument here?
Dude, why do you always respond with a question? This isn't a got you. I'm just trying to make sure that
you don't have
agree
premises that need to be valid or sound in an a priori, okay, form of indirect
Is the form
reasoning.
valid? But is the form valid?
Sure, let's say yeah.
Okay, so, and then if the premises are true, if it is true that
Would be sound.
X is the necessary precondition for Y, correct. That's
Yeah.
all I was saying. I understand it's different from P conclusion, where you get into that type of, again, I don't have a broad, vast understanding, but I have a general understanding, okay? So that's what's in question is the truth of the matter. Do universal immaterial concepts, is the necessary precondition a universal immaterial mind? I've made my demonstration for why it is.
Okay.
I was hoping that you would make a demonstration for why it's not, but it always seems to go to
That is
why I can't ask
reducto
those questions or why
contrary.
the structure is wrong, but we just agreed the structure is fine. So I'm just wondering what your actual beef with the argument is. And
Okay.
again,
Let me respond to that. Let me respond.
Okay, go ahead.
You could set up the argument correctly, and then the underlying material in it can be wrong. So if we just presuppose that X here is filled the necessary qualifications of necessity, uniqueness, and public accessibility, then your argument would actually be a transcendental argument that's good, okay? But we haven't done that. You're just kind of presupposing it because God. Correct?
Well, hold on. Well, no, what I'm also showing is that when we analyze the ontological status of Y in the equation, and then I break down that ontological status into universal, immaterial, and conceptual, which you agreed with, my conclusion is that it comes from a universal, immaterial mind. I'm looking for your
I don't
disagreement.
see you
with
demonstrating that though. That I can say that sounds interesting, but you're not proving that yet. There's no necessity
Okay,
proving that.
well, okay, then what's your contention?
My contention is that you can't prove it, even if I think it sounds nice.
Oh, even if it's deductive.
Deductive is not a transcendental argument.
Oh, okay, so here's the thing. I'm going within the transcendental argument and then making an argument for why. For why I'm
which is
describing
logical,
for
right? Yeah.
Well, again, this is the whole thing about from the beginning of what you said is that when you talked about the scientific element, all of this is presupposing logic first, which is the thing in question in the argument. And
But
what
it
I've done
doesn't. You can't do it to metaphysical stuff.
No, but physical stuff. What do you mean you can't do it with physical stuff?
No, metaphysical.
You need logic.
Metaphysical.
Yeah, you need logic in order to make metaphysical predications.
Can you make metaphysical
logic,
claims with logic we see in our world?
I'm saying that the world is inherently logical. This is the biggest divide here. Is you believe that logic is grounded strictly in the human mind.
I never said where I grounded
words in
logic.
your mouth, but this is
I never said.
well
where I
again,
grounded
but this is an autonomous epistemology here. I'm just making a critique. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. If you disagree, feel free to jump in. But the autonomous epistemology around the laws of logic makes us believe that we somehow impose the laws of logic onto nature. The
Okay,
argument that I'm making,
I see you're saying I
that
can't
nature
justify logic.
Actually, is logical inherently.
You're saying I can't justify it, right?
Possesses intelligibility.
You're saying
Not only can you not justify it, but in the atheist worldview, and this is what I should have been drilled a little further, is the atheist worldview holds to either naturalism, materialism, or physicalism generally. Okay,
I don't.
in that world, all
I
the
guess.
universe is.
I guess.
It's. Do you disagree with that?
I
Do
mean,
you disagree that generally
you do know
atheism
an
holds to
atheist.
physicalism,
An atheist can actually
materialism, or
think a
naturalism?
God can exist. They just don't think. They have a lack of a belief
I
in
know.
existence.
I'm dealing with the part of atheism that says it's possible God can't or doesn't.
So
what
atheism
I'm
can
dealing with.
exist
That's what
though
I'm
in different
centering it on.
forms then too, right? Like I'm confused.
Well, I know I said what I'm dealing with is the proposition that it's possible for God not to exist.
So
So anyway,
you,
back
wait,
to
you
what
think
I was
that
saying.
is that a true thing?
Materialist.
Do you think that's true? God may not exist?
No, it's impossible for God not to exist.
Okay,
That's
I
what
want to
I'm
go
arguing.
back to the justified logic comment at least, because that's a grounding argument, right? Like you just said, I'm grounding. Let's just say I ground logic in my mind for fun. That's not really proof that atheism is unreal, nonetheless, right?
I'm saying that if somebody said they ground logic in their mind and also the laws of logic, then the implication of that would be that you as a particular person are the source. Grounding means in virtue of. So the
Doesn't
laws
make it
of
unreal.
logic exist in virtue. Exists in virtue of me. But that's not the case because the laws of logic are discovered as a property of regularity in nature. That's the only way that we can all come to the same identical conclusions of the laws of identity on a fundamental level. But
that means
objects
atheism is still possible.
No, because what you've discovered here as a property of the regularity of nature is an immaterial universal concept, and an immaterial universal concept can only come from an immaterial universal
Didn't you
mind.
just say logic was the natural? It was about nature, as in not immaterial there.
It's a property of the regularity of nature, the laws of logic. Everybody says that the laws of logic are just a tool to describe something. What's being described here is that nature behaves in a way that possesses intelligibility.
Can you use the
true and
behavior?
false statements
Can
can't
we
be
use the
predicated.
behavior of nature to then go on further and extend it to the nature of the metaphysical?
Can we use? I think that I think your definition of metaphysical is kind of jacked up because when we're talking
It means
about,
supernatural,
like,
or like it's metaphysics.
yeah, but
above.
Yeah, no, I agree. But whenever you said earlier that you can't make a universal metaphysical claim, and then you say all dogs have 4 legs, you just made a universal metaphysical claim. So that's why
That was not metaphysical.
You have a great.
It's not
understanding.
metaphysical.
How is that not metaphysical? It's about the physical world.
Dog. Wait, metaphysical is not about the physical world.
It's not.
No, or else we call it physical. Like what metaphysics is the outside of it. God claims, divine claims. Those are metaphysical claims.
Wait, you think that only theists make metaphysical claims?
I never said that. I'm just letting you know that metaphysical doesn't mean literally
you
material. Materialism is not metaphysical. Material world is not metaphysical.
It's a metaphysical claim. Okay, look. So I'm not saying that like science doing like observation, right? But in the purview of empirics, science is strictly empirics. But then the second that a scientist makes a universal claim, such as all dogs have 4 legs, now you've gone to a metaphysical claim. Now
No, they
you've
haven't.
made a universal. Yes, they have.
I mean, maybe the statement "all dogs have 4 legs."
Let's
I
Google.
feel like
I want to bring up a definition. Let's make sure we're on the same page.
now that I think about it, the wording of like that phrase, I guess, could be. It seems like it's not just only within material world, but
definition.
if you're making a metaphysical claim, you are supernatural.
The branch of
It's
philosophy
supernatural.
studying the fundamental nature of reality, existence, and the universe beyond physical observation. Like I just said, beyond empirics. Whenever you make these claims about the state of the world, I'll admit where I was wrong. The beyond empirics part is what I needed to drive home. So when a scientist is doing empirical observation, that's not metaphysics. But the second you bring in a universal claim, like you did about all dogs, that's beyond
I
empirical
said all
observation. You've
gremlins.
Now made
My metaphysical claim is all gremlins are silent. That's the famous one, right? Now, why is that something you can't claim?
But then I got you to say something that I know you believe is true, which is all dogs have 4 legs, and I told you that was a metaphysical claim, and you said it's not. And I just
What
proved
makes
that
it
is.
metaphysical, though? Just the semantic
Because
wording?
it's beyond physical observation.
You can't observe dogs with 4 legs?
Did you observe every dog in the world?
You could, I guess, infinitely. Is
How
that a
do you
metaphysical one, though? It's not metaphysical.
How do you know that you did it? It is metaphysical, dude.
Okay.
This is where I'm an HVAC technician, Metro Jethro, and I know more about this stuff than you.
I mean, dogs
apparently.
exist.
Okay, this is basic.
So,
Yeah, dogs exist. Do you have empirical access to all dogs on planet Earth?
No, so this is a different question
Okay,
than a
so
metaphysical
when you say
one.
all dogs have 4 legs, it's metaphysical because
we,
you're making.
we can talk about
a
the philosophy
claim
of science
about a
if you'd like,
universal
man.
state. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, because generally atheism is rooted in scientism and empiricism and naturalism and materialism.
Okay.
And back to what I wanted to drive home, in a materialist worldview, in order to do any science, any empiricism, you have to presuppose invariant universal concepts and invariant universal laws first. And what
Like
classical
the logic of
foundationalists do-
nature, like you mentioned earlier?
No, like there's truth to the matter. Like there's laws. Yes, laws of logic.
Which
Anytime
you
anybody
just
does any
presupposed earlier.
observation- Yes, we all use logic.
Okay.
You have to use logic to do meaningful sentences. Us having this debate presupposes logic. What
Okay.
I'm saying is, if you analyze logic like you analyze the steak to find out what's the necessary precondition for the steak, the ontological status of logic necessitates a God. And this is what you
That
both
is
deal
a
with.
jump, bro. That is a jump.
Okay, so what part of my demonstration do you disagree with? That's why I started this.
Sure.
If you
I mean,
remember,
how
all
do
the way
you-
to the beginning of the debate, I said,
How do you
"Do
go
think
from
it's
logic
universal,
being
immaterial,
grounded?
conceptual?"
How do you go from logic needs grounding to Eastern Orthodox specifically? I'm curious. Instead of some
that's for a
broad.
whole other debate that I'd be happy to have with you, but this is about whether or not atheism is impossible. You can get from tag to Trinity. In fact, Jay Dyer's got a great video on it if you want to, but that's
I
totally
mean, it just
irrelevant
keeps
now.
going. I know.
When I'm talking
I
about
know
the
about it. I'm aware of
impossibility
it.
of atheism, look, the atheist presupposes universal immaterial laws. If they do so in an unjustified way, that's, first of all, I think that's a defeater for any type of
And again,
knowledge claims.
You're
However, if we're getting to
justifying your
atheism's
logic
impossible-
on.
No, but hold on. Not only that, but in a materialist, physicalist, or naturalist worldview, a world of where the entire universe is nothing but particulars and nothing but material, and there is no grounding source for that which is universal, then universals become impossible. This is a totally fair argument that you're just trying to, like,
I don't think so.
Well, you're technically speaking,
I don't
you
think
can't
so.
say that. Just deal with the argument.
No, I don't think that's true. What you just said. It doesn't make them impossible.
Okay. Then show me how it's possible. That's the question of the night.
I can't.
I've been trying to
no,
ask.
no. The problem here is that we can't prove and demonstrate them to the degree that you need this necessity condition or the necessary condition like you want it to be. That is what I can't do. You can't either, though.
Demonstrate to me how a particular material object, any particular material object, could in any possible world be the grounding and account for the possibility of a universal immaterial concept.
I know. I never
Because
said
in the
that.
atheist worldview,
I don't know what
all
this is
the
supposed to mean.
universe is material particulars.
That's not true.
Yeah,
You're just like monolithing atheists altogether in this weird, fucking
it's what it
materialistic
reduces to ultimately.
idea. I don't get that.
It's what it reduces to ultimately.
And
And
how
again, I did
is
say
there like
generally they
a
hold these
text
positions.
that
You won't give your position in this debate, so I can't actually address what you think the case is.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I kind of, like you said, I know a lot about a bunch of different moral arguments. Sometimes I feel like I'm a moral realist. Sometimes I feel like I'm not. I don't know. It's weird. I'm still working that out.
Okay. Well, okay. So,
But what I do know,
in either case, can you give an account for the possibility of the transcendental categories?
so I did earlier when I mentioned Kant. I'm not saying I believe in it, but I mentioned Kant because he made a case for it without God.
Yeah, he did. Again, he's grounded it in just the mind.
Even if that is true,
Kant's
that is the exact question you asked and
You
it's
don't know?
answered. No.
You're making you've been talking about Kant all night, and you don't even know that that's what his conclusion was. Is that
I
it's all
mean,
mental?
maybe I'm just forgetting one part, but the point is that
I'm literally admitting I haven't read Kant, and I knew that.
that's great. So it answered your question, though. It answered your question.
Oh, wait, hold on. Did you? No, it doesn't.
It
'cause
doesn't?
You actually aren't.
Immaterial
you're not
mind
making
grounding
Kant's
is not
argument.
physical.
Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on. First of all, the mind. So when you say grounded in the mind, first of all, a particular mind can't ground a universal concept. Again, if I say that I'm the grounding source of the laws of logic,
Then how is the immaterial concept?
Then the laws of logic.
How
goes
is the
away.
immaterial concept and the immaterial mind something that actually proves your necessary condition in your...
Because I said the type of mind determines the type of concept.
What does that mean?
A particular mind produces a particular concept. I can't produce a universal concept. I can't ground it. It can't be in virtue of me. That would
Okay,
mean
but
if I
the
died,
necessary
the laws of logic go
condition,
away, and that's
the
not
necessary
case.
condition you need that you are putting forth is essentially stems from that idea that you said immaterial concepts only come out of immaterial minds using logic.
Yeah, you're missing the universal part. You're missing the universe. You can't ground a universal in a particular. That's basic philosophy.
Okay, so how are you even making your necessary condition work then, if you can't do this?
Because God is a universal immaterial mind. This is what I've been saying all night, man.
So you presuppose God, and then it makes sense.
No, again, I'm going to, in the X is a necessary precondition for Y formula. I'm going to Y first and showing you what we know about Y. Again, the cow and the
God?
steak. I'm showing you what we can observe about the steak, what we know about the steak.
Is God
what
the
is
steak?
true about the steak, to show you that X is a necessary. No, the laws of logic are the steak. God is the cow.
Logic is... Oh my God.
Well,
Logic can't
I had
answer
an
this
analogy,
question,
dude.
like you just said. If it's your logic here was, and this is from the very beginning, an immaterial concept only gets put or forth by an immaterial mind because logic doesn't answer metaphysical claims.
Well, no. What I'm okay. It's not. Like, we use logic to come to these conclusions, but I'm showing you that an immaterial mind has to produce immaterial concepts. That's why I asked you earlier. You said space and time were concepts. They're ideas without a mind. So I asked you to tell me how you know that they are ideas without a mind, and I'd like you to please define what an idea is if it's not in virtue of a mind. And then you just kept
Virtue
saying
of a mind? What do you mean by
control.
virtue there?
That's what the definition of grounding is.
You mean like
It's a
mind
virtue of.
independent, or
Again, yes. So what ideas, I believe, are grounded in minds. Okay, you said not necessarily.
are those
So,
immaterial
show me an
concepts?
All concepts are immaterial.
So you can ground immaterial concepts in minds. You just can't do universal ones?
yeah, correct.
Why not?
Because, like I said, if the laws of logic are universal and they're grounded in me, a particular, they exist in virtue of me. That would imply
Mind
that
independent.
if I died, the laws of logic would go
They're
away.
mind independent.
Human mind independent. I'm making the argument that they're grounded in the mind of God.
So you presuppose
And
God.
I'm demonstrating
No,
it.
you presuppose God, and now this equation is balanced. This is what's happening.
No, again, dude. So this is why you keep saying I presuppose
Here,
God. and
here's
that's why
another
I'm
way to think
doing
about
an
this. If you
internal
don't,
critique and-
if you
no, no,
don't
no, no,
have
this is a
God,
big
if you
problem.
take God out of the equation right now, can you actually do what you're saying?
No, can the atheist
Just
do what I'm
hypothetically,
saying?
if you take
No,
God out of
again,
this
the
equation,
reductio is the impossibility of atheism.
I know the reductio contrary. It's not going to work here. I don't need to do that. Okay, I've watched Jay Dyer. I know how this
That's
works.
why
I know.
well,
I've read.
You don't need to do it.
I've
'cause
read
you
Van
refuse to answer
Til, and I've
questions.
read-
This is why in the very beginning. Now you didn't even know that Kant ultimately grounded these things into mind. So I actually don't. I think you're the same as me. I think you haven't read as much as you say you have.
I mean,
But
I've got my annotations
that's
right here
great. You've
for his
read it.
book, so I don't.
Good job. Good
It's a
job.
good
man.
joke,
I
my
appreciate
friend.
that You're a smart cookie.
I mean, you thought sound
Gold
was like
star
transcendental
on your report
argument. I'm
card,
confused.
Circa. Gold
So
star on
the
your
moment I
report card.
ask you
So,
if you
no,
can
here's-
if you can take God out of the equation, does that mean your equation still works?
No, if you take God out of the equation, universal immaterial concepts become impossible, hence the prompt.
So God is the presupposition necessary to balance this equation.
No, he's the necessary precondition.
Why? That needs to be explained. That needs to be
The
explained.
exact same reason.
No, you
that a
don't get to
cow is
fill in the
necessary
gap with
precondition
what you
for a steak.
want because you
Wait,
need
why
the
is a
equation to
cow-
work.
Wait, hold on. Why is a cow the necessary precondition for a steak?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Literally nothing to do. No, it's not, bro. We're talking about
No.
metaphysical fucking
Yes, it
concepts here. This isn't a fucking material
yeah.
cow in a field.
Saying if I say, guess what? If I say all cows are the necessary precondition for all steaks, that's a metaphysical claim.
Cows
That's
exist
backed up.
in the world.
Right. And logic and the laws of logic exist in the world.
Does God exist in the world?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, he's omnipresent. Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere present and filleth all things.
Lazy. That's a lazy argument. Lazy. It's a weak.
I'm giving you the
It's a
simple
weak
versions
fucking
because
lazy
whenever-
argument. That's literally. It is weak, dude. You're just
Okay.
fucking filling in your vibes and fifis. That's all it is. I don't
Okay,
understand
okay,
this.
I've made the. You're fundamentally not understanding what's happening here.
I know. You talk
Okay.
about a fucking steak and a cow that actually exist.
Okay. So do you believe that the laws of logic actually exist?
Sure.
See, never a straight answer, but sure.
That is a straight
Are they
answer.
Immaterial, universal, and are they immaterial, universal, and conceptual?
Let's just agree.
Okay. So what in your atheist paradigm gives
Why
an
are
account
you-
for the possibility
why are you
of
asking
that
me?
which is immaterial? Because it's doing
Dude, stop doing the reductio contrary, bro. I've already pointed it out. It's stupid.
Stop reducing my argument to absurdity.
You're literally asking me for an argument. You're
position, my
presenting
worldview.
one.
I've gave you one all night and you won't deal with it.
Continue it. You were asking me a question.
Okay,
You're doing
fine.
a syllogism, right?
Yeah. Okay. So
So why the fuck would you
Again,
ask
you
me for
agree
my
that it's
argument in the
immaterial-
third fucking question?
dude, I'm asking you for this is what I've asked all night. How
Uh-huh.
does atheism give an account for the possibility of universal immaterial concepts?
It doesn't have to for this argument.
It doesn't?
No, I need you
So-
to
so
prove
can just
yours. I need you to prove yours, dude. Prove yours.
I did.
Then do it.
Definitionally, concepts come. Yes, once again, I feel sound like a broken record.
Yeah.
Definitionally, concepts come from minds. Okay. Definitionally, the laws of logic are immaterial, universal concepts. Particular minds cannot produce and ground universal concepts.
a
They
God
can only
mind can do
produce
it.
and ground a universal immaterial mind, and that's how I defined God for the sake of this debate.
Again. So you're just assuming that a God mind can do it, right?
No, I just demonstrated it to you, dude.
No, you haven't. You haven't demonstrated
now, if you
shit.
have a contention, then show me how it's not a demonstrate. Show me how I'm wrong. Show me how it's wrong.
I just told you how it's wrong. You can't
How is it
prove
wrong?
that. You're essentially working backwards. That's what you're doing.
Okay, wait. So wait a minute. When did I? So when I say atheism, okay, let me go the other direction then.
Mm-hmm.
What I can prove is that particulars cannot produce and ground universal invariant laws or universal immaterial concepts. The atheist position holds to a world that is strictly material, whether it's hard physicalist or naturalist or materialist. All that exists in the atheist worldview
I don't know why you keep bringing
is
up atheism.
particular.
Like, just talk about
It's only
yours.
in the prompt. What do you mean? Why can't?
You've already lost this prompt, bro. You fucking lost this prompt.
Atheism is impossible.
You lost this prompt
Hold
in
on,
like
I'm
10
getting there.
seconds. So I don't know why you're arguing it. We're arguing something else now.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you wholesale. But in the atheist worldview, everything is a particular. There's no such thing as a. Well, again, they appeal to universal
many questions.
concepts,
Which one are
but
you
in
referring to?
their metaphysic of. You keep interrupting me.
I know,
dude.
but
In
which
the
one are you
metaphysic
referring
of the
to?
universe,
Which one?
It's a strictly material world. A strictly material world cannot ground and produce immaterial universal concepts.
Do you know what panopia or whatever the fuck it is? Do you know what that is called? Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, so that's like a consciousness argument right now that the universe is made of like matter that somehow, forms consciousness when matter comes together too much, right? Now, does that sound like a materialist view? Let's say hypothetically someone's an atheist and believes in that. Doesn't that just make your whole argument fucking stupid and worthless now?
Well, I said generally earlier, if somebody wants to take
So what about the atheist who
approach
does
of
though
like an
believe that
idealist
this
or
is
something-
true? I don't know if it is. I'm just saying what if
No,
it
but
is?
again, here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Yeah,
If
just
any
let
of
him
these-
answer, and we're gonna get into.
Yeah,
closing.
I'll wrap it up with this: is that look, in a debate, it's especially when you're bringing up the transcendental argument, it's a worldview comparison, and it's not just tag that demonstrates the possibility of atheism. The arguments that I gave also did.
Tag doesn't
But
do
what
that.
needs to happen is he's trying to throw every single, and it's fine. I can take on different positions, but then we have to go into a debate about that position. I can give a demonstration for why it doesn't work, where the contradiction lies. But just saying that somebody over here happens to believe a certain way, what do you have to say to that? I would need to ask questions about the belief to demonstrate its impossibility. Okay, I don't have exhaustive knowledge of all atheist positions.
I probably
which is why
don't assume
usually
all
my
atheists
opponent-
then?
Well, no, hold on.
I
I would
just-
need my opponent. I would need my opponent to actually present their argument and their account. I know I'm the affirmative. I have the burden of proof, but that doesn't mean that the opponent doesn't give their own position or any position and at least allow me to contend with it.
Okay, so my opinion on that is that you're wrong. Okay, this burden shifting is dumb. It's not like my last debate where there was a diagnostic or analytical thing going on. This is, you are making a claim that a social fucking and philosophical term idea is impossible because essentially you think God fucking fixes all this. Tag does not actually do what you just said, by the way. I'm sorry, it doesn't. It's a specific dialogue, right?
Let's get into the closing statements. That right there is going to wrap up the open dialogue. Just real quick for everybody in the chat, okay? Remember, the live chat has the Q&A in there. If you want any questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App, these questions and comments do take priority. So if those fill up the full 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free ones. And if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through that. But with that being said, let's get into closing. So we're gonna be starting with Eli, and that'll give
mother of God,
word.
bro.
So Eli, when you are ready for your closing statement, just go ahead, and I will start the timer with your voice.
Sure. Hobo Boy did not bring any poems this time. Yeah, I think that was a good debate. I do appreciate my opponent, and I appreciate Speakeasy. Again, this is what I notice. Not trying to go meta too much, but I think that bringing up, demonstrating the impossibility of atheism through their own, generally the broadest consensus of atheism, worldview, materialist, naturalist, or physicalist, and showing how that cannot produce any type of universal immaterial concept or law, making that demonstration, walking him through it multiple times, and then he says that's wrong, I disagree with it. And I say, okay, present how what I just demonstrated is wrong, or present how an atheist in your worldview, or hell, anybody else's worldview, can in fact give an account for the thing in question, the law of logic, the immaterial universal concept. Demonstrate to me how an atheist gives an account for the possibility of this. Demonstrate how it's possible in the atheist worldview or in your worldview. Instead, it's just structural. You can't ask those questions. This is technically invalid if you read chapter subsection B. All of that is presupposing the thing in question. I think I did a very good job multiple times demonstrating that universal immaterial concepts come from universal immaterial minds. I show how I reasoned that. I showed my good reasons for believing that. It's a necessity based on the definitions colloquially of how we understand these things. If he has any type of other atheist worldview that supposes matter creates consciousness, I can contend with that. I can ask, okay, how does the material produce the immaterial? Did this exist prior? Is it platonic with forms? We can get into it, but you have to actually take up a position. It kind of seemed like he had like a tomato bucket of positions and was hiding behind a fence and just lobbing them over like this. So it sucks we didn't get to actually get into that so I could give the demonstration and the account. But unfortunately, this is pretty typical whenever tag is brought up because I believe it's the kill shot to atheism. Thanks so much to Speakeasy. If anybody hasn't already liked and subscribed, please do so. This is the hub of debate culture. It really is the Speakeasy for debaters. And once upon a time, I was just a random dude who just decided to buy a webcam and do this. And Easy makes it possible for you, yes, even you, to come up here and argue with Circa, argue with me. So get involved. That's what I did. I had a blast. Thanks to both y'all.
And thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're gonna hand the mic over to Circa. Whenever you're ready, Circa, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Well, I don't have any poems this time, so you're safe. Thank you for having me on, by the way, Speakeasy. It's a fun channel. By the end of this, I just want to say that the issue is, in my opinion, very small. I feel like the debate prompt was atheism is impossible. Quickly found that one is not really possible. And we continually made it clearer and clearer that the framing is smaller than what it was. So we were asked whether atheism is real. I was curious if there would be like a sociological, ontological argument here, as in like cultural Christianity, but I kind of expected a lot of Jay Dyer stuff. He's kind of pretty popular right now and makes good arguments. Although ultimately, I feel like, and maybe with a little more reading, my opponent might know that transcendental arguments like this one, which Jay gets from Van Nil, and then, if I'm not mistaken, it's Bran, right? Kind of claim more than what they can actually do. They don't really fully deliver on the promise. They kind of just retreat to an abduction when, as he mentioned, he's making a deduction, right, inside of his transcendental argument. But ultimately, there's a few abduction in there, which makes it not meaningless in a way. Now, I just want to say the answer is yes, obviously, that disbelief is real. And I think he did kind of agree to that earlier when the concept of someone who is a sincere, non-resistant non-believer is evidence of that disbelief is a real thing, therefore not impossible. It is as real as thought, as a conviction, real as a social fact, and as real as the way people move around the world. And I feel like that's enough to beat this prompt. Now, the other side can make it sound vague and clever, but once that claim comes into focus, it weakens. And atheism does not have to stand outside history to be real. It does not have to be pure, untouched, or free from every inherited moral habit or reducto contrary. Nothing human is like that. Not religion, not politics, not morality, not us. I think we all inherit a world before we ever begin to judge it. We speak with words we did not invent. Still, what we affirm and what we reject remains our own. And I think we need to keep this distinction clear. Or else none of us will be able to reject the different presuppositions or forms of Christianity even that we like. Which, if I'm not mistaken, Eli is Eastern Orthodox, right? You get to make that decision. I think we need to keep that distinction clear. It is a real thing. Origin is not identity. Background is not belief. Inheritance is not a conviction. A person is not secretly affirming a creed just because the creed even shaped the setting of the argument, which I felt he would do. It's not really a coherent argument there. Real positions can answer older positions even. Real departures can still carry traces of the road behind them, and that is normal, that is history. And once you strip away the fog around that label, the matter becomes very plain. Once again, atheism is real because people truly, seriously, and intelligibly do not believe in God. I know I'm a little unclear on that one, but I don't think I'm arrogant enough to say that people don't, or that it's impossible for them to do. And that's going to be my closing.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That is going to conclude the closing statements. A great work from both debaters tonight. Everyone in the chat there, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, first off, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Again, we run all kinds of matchups. It's political,
I never thought about
cultural,
that. Thank you,
social, philosophy,
that was like
theology.
bird pains. That's a good
where
comment.
There's a topic where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description.
Oh, my closings?
So you go show them support for stepping in the arena and sharpening their
I try to have my
arguments tonight.
closings be not so adversarial.
And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each debater based on, things I heard, arguments I want clarified, or maybe a point I think was missed or deserves another pass. So once those are answered, we'll get to the official 30-minute Q&A. So I'll start with the affirmative for this one. So for Eli, my first question is for you, because just I want it just to be repeated again. Basically, is what is the definition?
Yeah, it would have been killer.
Of God in the argument you're using.
So just for the
that's a good argument.
Debate. I don't. It's not saying this is all God is.
I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Certainly, there's a lot of theistic traditions that could make this claim. I think that only the Orthodox Christian God can actually satisfy tag. But for the sake of the debate, a universal immaterial mind.
All right. And then, Circa, did you have anything for that?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then, so for my second, let me see how I'm gonna frame this. Um, okay, this is how I'll frame it. So, like, when we're saying atheism is impossible, right? And you said earlier that like it's logically contradictory, and it fails to account for things for like truth and universals. So, like, why does that count as impossible rather than just incomplete?
Because again, taking the general approach of, and this is why I was trying to understand my opponent's worldview, what what form of atheism he holds to, but it could work for any of them. A world that is strictly material or naturalist, even if it gave some type of nod to the immaterial as a part of the natural world, but strictly the natural world with no God, you can't actually the way that we understand what the transcendental categories are, again being immaterial, universal, and conceptual. If you remove any of those elements, then it's no longer the thing in question. It's no longer possible. You can't remove the universality. You can't remove the immateriality. You can't remove the conceptual nature.
I debate everything.
In any form of atheism that you posit, they're metaphysic for what the universe is, what external reality is.
Pages
What it's not just incoherent, but it's actually
on manifolds.
impossible.
I knew he was wrong.
You need to presuppose
About Kant.
the
I
thing
knew he was fucking
first
wrong.
for any natural world to exist.
Kant doesn't argue
So
that
to
the
actually
mind
say,
holds
any-
everything.
Like even if you're the
Especially
strict physicalist,
immaterial
or whatever he was
concepts or
talking about,
ideas,
some type of general,
like God is a perfect
underlying
being, are not
consciousness, it's
innately
wait
in
a
the
minute,
mind. That
if
is
you're picking
false.
out a general underlying consciousness, you need the law of identity to do that. You need these things. And when we break this down and we actually examine each worldview of how it gives an account, what it ultimately boils down to is classical foundationalism, which says, well, we're just going to ad hoc assert this thing exists. We don't actually give an account for how. And my argument, the last thing I'll say, because I will admit one of my flaws is I do jump between epistemic and metaphysical, but I think to make an epistemic claim or a metaphysical claim, you have to have the epistemic portion. When I'm looking at strict materialism, particulars can't ground universals. That's the most broadest way to sum it up. You have to have something universal first. You have to have that be able to ground the universal categories. And any time a worldview that is atheistic in nature proposes something universal, or I'm sorry, their own model, it's always going to be filled with particulars. You have to have an outside universal grounding source in order to do that. Sorry, that was kind of a mashup. I'm getting a little tired here.
Am I able to address any of that or no?
Yeah, you can
Yeah, go
address
for
that.
it.
I was just gonna give like a second part, but you can address that first.
Yeah, I want to bring up something that you mentioned, which I kind of felt was wrong. I just wasn't sure, so I didn't answer
Okay.
it. Kant does not ground a priori immaterial concepts in the mind. That's a mistake. He doesn't. Things like God is a perfect being are not grounded in the mind. So that is just false. Just to be clear.
Okay, so what is he grounded in?
Again, from what I remember in my notes is that Kant treats the mind like a manifold, and it has like these templates for judgment, but it doesn't actually hold the a priori concepts themselves. It's like
Okay, so then
devoid of
What is
content.
he saying does? What is he saying?
They exist
doesn't?
independently of it.
Okay, like in a platonic realm sort of way.
A transcendental way.
Okay, but this is why
I just wanted
getting to the meat
I
of
just want
this
to point
is
out that
important.
like something
Hold
like
on.
an innate idea like God is a perfect being is not inside of the mind in Kant's view.
Okay, then what's it inside of?
Again, it's transcendental. It's
Kant's
outside of it. Your mind has templates to judge it. That's what he says.
I know, but here's the thing: the template. You're saying that the templates are not in the mind in Kant's view.
No, the templates, the
Right.
manifold is in the mind. That's it. But the a priori,
So what is outside of the mind that Kant is grounding this in that's also not God? Because you made the claim that Kant makes his argument grounding in something that's not God. I said, yeah, he ultimately grounds it in the mind. Now you're saying, no, he doesn't ground it in the mind. I'm asking, where are you saying Kant's grounding it in that's not the mind and not God?
I mean, it doesn't have to be in either. You're just saying it needs to be in
What
God.
does Kant say? You're citing Kant. What does Kant say?
Kant doesn't say God because he wants to avoid using that, right? But he is Christian, and he just says outside. That's it. It's transcendental. He doesn't actually ground it within
That's
like
all. Oh, he just says outside.
that. Maybe I mean I could read a little bit more, but I'm just wanting to make that clear that
would.
it's not in the mind, like you said. At least
I think
innate
it's
ideas.
in the mind. I think you're giving a misread, in my opinion.
Well, I did. Okay, so I actually like read Kant recently because of like the little quote thing I was doing for Shiva's stream, and so like what it comes down to is he says the cognitive function of the mind is what it's grounded in.
Not for innate claims, not innate ideas.
Okay, then what does Kant say it's grounded in if it's not God and not the mind?
He just says they're transcendental. I can't remember off the top of my head if it's different than that.
Okay.
But I know it's not in the mind when it comes to a priori innate ideas.
Again, I think you're misreading it, and you're trying to say in this debate, well, I read it and you're wrong.
I have
okay,
the
how am I
fucking
wrong?
book right here,
I don't
dude.
know.
I
I
don't
gotta
know.
read more, but I know you're.
I have the fucking book right here.
Keep reading, buddy. And keep reading.
So I
I
can.
don't know what else to tell you.
You can
I don't
say
think
I'm
that
wrong,
a-
but I'll
a
just
philosopher
find.
as skilled. I don't think that a philosopher as skilled as Kant was would not have an answer to this question that I'm asking. I mean, again, I'm just.
That's why I'm not
lowly HVAC
arrogantly
technician.
saying it. I just
Well,
know
you're
that he
presenting
did
it
not
that
wrong.
say.
was the Kant idea, right? That the mind imposes the
Yes.
structure on the reality.
It has
That's-
templates.
that was
It
the whole
doesn't.
idea.
It doesn't actually fucking create it, like the process or sorry the idea that's a priori is not made or constructed by the mind or grounded in it. The mind is a template for it. That's it. For that idea,
Okay, does he
an
ground
innate
it in
idea.
God?
Huh?
Does he ground it in God?
I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I think he just says transcendental, but I don't know yet. I can read really fast if you like.
Fair enough. Either way, it doesn't matter because if it's grounded in the mind, you can't ground a universal in a particular. So that just undercuts it right
Because I said so, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
there. Well, no, I mean, can
Okay,
you
so
Sorry.
just real quick, because I had a little follow up for you earlier there. I just wanted I think this might help Circa understand your half a little more too. Is so like what is it specifically that makes it your worldview is the only one? Like so like why couldn't a non-theistic framework provide the
Right.
same thing but ground it say say they ground it in logic. This is an argument I've heard before that actually
Okay.
everything is grounded in logic. So
Right.
why couldn't that be the view?
Well, because again, when we're looking at, first of all, the short answer to your question is the Orthodox Christian theological understanding of God, not something created by men, but through divine revelation, God's revelation of himself to mankind, is the only one that does the grounding work in all aspects of the worldview. So we're looking at these, we're picking out different sections of a worldview. What is logic, but there's also ethics, different positions. The Orthodox Christian one is the only one that grounds it holistically. It works within the entire system. But to the question of somebody saying, well,
What?
logic is just grounded in logic, without a demonstration, that would be what they accuse us of doing. Of
Bro,
going,
that's
"Well,
awesome.
you're just saying logic is grounded in God because God." It's viciously circular at that point. And again, it doesn't address the ontological statuses that I brought up about it being conceptual in nature. I think that's super important because if something is conceptual and definitionally what is conceptual is grounded in a mind, you need a mind. And if they're going to say that there's some eternal, I've heard this before, there's some eternal essence of logic and somehow matter spilled forth from this totally naturally, of course, not by any will or decision. I would go, okay, how do you know that? How do you give an account for that? Like how I was asking Circa, okay, space and time are ideas that exist without a mind. How do you know this? You need the epistemic justification to even get in the realm of possibility.
Okay, yeah, that's because like I've heard the argument like truth. People say truth is grounded in logic, right? And then that's what you already answered what I would
Well, yeah.
assume you would answer. So, Circa, did you have anything to what
I
he
do.
said of like why that
I
can't
wonder.
be so?
I wonder how other people in this room feel right now, knowing that their version of Christianity is not capable of doing this. I'm a little confused. Is that
How
what?
many people are in the room with you, Circa? I'm just kidding.
Just one, but I mean, how come Eastern Orthodoxy
He's
is
in front of a live studio audience?
How come Eastern Orthodoxy is the only one that can answer this? I'm confused.
Because that's just the case.
So everyone else who doesn't believe in Eastern Orthodoxy is wrong?
Yes.
Are they impossible?
Any other worldview outside of Orthodox Christianity is impossible, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I didn't mishear it.
All right. And then my questions for you, Circa. My first one is gonna be you argued today that like something can be impossible yet still true. So what does how would I say this? Like what does impossible actually exclude in your framework?
Again, impossibility means that it would have to be, you'd have to have a purely sociological elimination of it. In the same way that, like, I mentioned this earlier, but when I said a non-smoker is a real thing, right? The absence of something is a valid expression of it. So in order for something to be impossible, like let's just say atheism is impossible, you'd have to not just prove falsity, which I think the reason in the beginning I played devil's advocate is to do that, to let him essentially go to the end stage there. You're 100% correct. I'm wrong. That's how everything works. In and of itself, a sincere non-believer who is non-resistant is evidence against what he is already claiming. The fact that that person can exist means that he's wrong. It's not impossible. You have to overcome something like that, which I don't see his argument doing. It doesn't really answer it.
Can I respond real quick?
Just ask a little bit of a follow-up? When I'm saying like what does the word impossible rule out, I'm saying because normally impossible will mean something like an example, like married bachelor. That's impossible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that would mean it can't be true, right? Like you can't be a married bachelor. So like when you say impossible, what are you meaning? Because I think it's a little bit different. It sounds like it anyway.
I mean, I'm using impossible in probably the most basic definition, right? So not wrong. It doesn't mean wrong. So like, I think, I mean, Jay seems like he wants to talk. Or sorry, not Jay. I was about to call you Jay Dyer. Your arguments are similar. Nick seems like he wants to talk. So, I mean, how would you say you're overcoming the impossibility versus falsity or wrong?
Well, that's why I brought up that example of the flying car. Like if I said, cars today fly, that's false. But it's not impossible for cars to fly one day, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's like maybe I don't know if it's a good or bad analogy, but that's where I'm understanding. I agree with you that just because something's false doesn't make it impossible. It's either like a lack of information or it hasn't happened yet. I hear this argument a lot. Well, what if us atheists haven't figured it out yet, but we'll discover it one day? But what I'm getting to with the transcendental argument,
I don't see a metaphysical claim there, though.
What do you mean?
A flying car is not a transcendental one at all, and it has nothing to do with metaphysics.
Well, again, it's not a one-to-one. I'm just demonstrating.
But you need it to be another similar argument, right? It needs to be comparative.
Well, look, yeah, I'm just showing the difference between something being false and impossible.
Okay,
But
analogies
there's
need to be done within some, like a hypothetical this way needs to be, the thought experiment needs to be similar and comparative here. So,
okay, so
a flying car is not,
with
is a physical reality thing. We're talking about like someone's identity or like their metaphysical thoughts, right? You're saying the underlying, logic and the way that they make, ideas and the concepts.
Again, that's the thing about a transcendental argument being so paradigmatic is that it actually is that's why it has to be the impossibility of the contrary, because the thing that is in question, we're talking about what is the precondition for the thing in question. The thing in question has to be used in any given instance of logic or analogies at all. So again, this is going back to when I said if someone were arguing for meaningful language, right? Like justify and prove to me the possibility of meaningful language. If I speak and use meaningful language, then yes, it's going to ultimately reference what's in question. It's impossible to not do that, but we have to, it's kind of getting where we're
No,
at.
I like what you're saying.
My first analogy with the flying car was just to demonstrate the difference between something being false but impossible.
Okay, I like what you're saying. I want to circle to your necessary condition really fast because I think this might be something that we could actually engage on. Okay, so you wanted me to attack why what you're demonstrating is not not actually making your argument or your condition necessary, right? So necessary condition X here, right?
Yeah.
So what I want you to do right now is tell me exactly what the necessary condition X is and why I'm assuming is God, right?
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so the necessary precondition for transcendental categories would be God. For the sake of this argument, that's a universal immaterial mind.
God is the X as well?
God, a universal immaterial mind.
That's your necessary precondition. God?
Look, you can't pull these apart in a vacuum. It has to be the necessary precondition for
you have
what
to
the
prove
transcendental
at
category.
least the necessary, the necessity of that one for it to be like a necessary condition in this argument, right? And you have to use deductive reasoning, like you said.
The necessary precondition for what? I mean, you can't take these things in a vacuum when it's presented in a formal argument.
Okay, so a transcendental argument.
At least
X,
not the way you're trying to do
X must be a necessary condition for Y. So let's say Y is God,
it.
right?
Right.
Or
No. Dude, have you been listening at all?
I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand.
I'm sorry,
it now.
but this is kind of insulting a little bit.
So what is your Y?
The transcendental categories.
Y is a
The
transcendental
categories.
Okay, and those are
Yeah.
immaterial
logic,
concept in
truth,
mind.
Information, meaning.
Logic,
Say
truth,
again?
information, meaning. Okay, logic, truth, information, meaning. Now, this has to be a deductive argument for X, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the form is a transcendental argument, but again, going within making arguments for the quote-unquote premises, yeah, I can make deductive arguments.
So God is a deductive argument?
No, again, dude, I will confess this for God and everybody. I don't know all of the most technical structures of how, like, intense college level argumentation, logical argumentation works. I don't.
It's all right.
Sue me,
I'm not saying you're
just
dumb,
being
bro.
honest.
I'm not saying you're dumb.
But
That's not what I'm doing.
saying, that's fine. Well, I don't know the technicalities of, well, you can, in this sense, you can make it this way or not. What I'm saying is that I know this form. I know X is a necessary precondition for Y, Y therefore X.
Okay,
Before
so
you even plug
the
in
necessary
God, again, the
conditions need to be
Calvinist take,
deductive.
That follows.
The necessary conditions there need to be deductive ones that you can, when you make premises, like you said, they're valid and then
Okay,
sound.
So the deductive portion is when we look at Y and we say, what is the necessary precondition for a transcendental category? And that's why I define the ontological status as universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Now, this is why I always ask my opponent. It was really actually me being good faith. I asked the opponent, do you disagree with any of this? Do you think logic's not universal? Do you think it's not immaterial? Because, again, strict physicalists are going to say, no, it's material. Somebody else might say something different. They might say, no, it's not conceptual. Then I'm going to ask, what is it? We need to define our terms together.
Is this
for
an
me to walk this
abductive
through.
inference or is this a deductive inference now?
Define abductive for me.
Abductive is when you look at a set or you observe a set of things, an incomplete one maybe, and then you go, what's the best explanation?
Oh, right. Okay.
Is that what you're doing?
Start with an observation, incomplete of sets of facts. Think the simplest, most. I could grant that and say yes.
That is not deductive. You are not making a transcendental argument then. It fails. Right there.
Wait a minute. But again, hold on.
You need a deductive
Understand that
argument.
What I'm saying is that hold on, dude. You can't take, whenever you say, tell me how you get this from, the argument itself follows the transcendental form. When I go inside and make an argument for Y, so it's a different argument now. When I'm saying that Y is universal, immaterial, and conceptual, I'm no longer making a transcendental argument when I'm telling you why that is the case.
No,
that
that's
you're
not what
trying
I
to
told you.
apply that
That's
to
not what I
the
told
form
you.
of the transcendental argument.
Transcendental
And
arguments.
by the way, I don't know. This is why I don't like getting into the pedantic stuff, in my opinion.
This isn't
because I
pedantic.
feel
This is
like I have to-
integral.
well, no,
This is
I have
integral.
to now trust that you have a greater understanding of logical forms than I do.
Why do we keep saying that? I
Maybe
don't
you
stop.
do,
Stop
but
saying that.
I'm
It's
not
weird.
sure.
I don't care.
So
I'm
hold
not
on.
saying you're stupid. It's weird. Stop. Okay. What I'm trying to
I
tell
don't
you.
think you're saying I'm stupid, but I don't know if the technicalities that you're saying are even the case. Okay, so that's why I'd rather talk in more layman's terms, which I'm happy to do.
Okay. So in a
There's
transcendental
things we both
argument,
understand about what we're saying.
in a transcendental argument,
Right.
the necessary condition, okay, that X needs to be, is determined through a deductive process, like you said earlier. It's when you have premises that are going to be.
Again, I mean, here's the thing. It's determined. The preconditions for Y are determined by what Y is. And
Okay,
that's
I'm
why
talking
I
about
asked
X
the
only.
questions
We're talking about
from
X.
your position.
We're talking about X only right now. X only. So you have to fulfill necessary conditions for X for it to be Y.
No, okay.
X needs to be necessary for Y.
Wait a minute. Right, but that's not. It is not the case that X now needs to have necessary preconditions. That's your presupposition.
Okay, no. In this claim, okay, X must meet the necessary conditions for it to actually be Y. Okay, for this to go to Y. Okay, you need to overcome that.
Right. Well, so as a precondition, it makes possible Y. Okay. So when we're looking at X, when we're looking at X or Y, that's why I go to Y first, because if we're talking about a thing that has preconditions, we need to have an understanding about what the thing in question is. That's why I bring up its ontological status of being universal, immaterial, and conceptual.
Okay.
Again, you're trying to go to technicalities where you go, is that abductive? It's no longer transcendental, blah, 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 blah.
It wouldn't
Instead
be.
of
That's
having a discussion with me
because-
about, is it universal, immaterial, and conceptual?
because deductive reasoning here is the only way you can get to the transcendental necessity. That's what I'm trying to point out.
How do you figure that?
Because abduction doesn't do it.
Okay, wait. So, one second here. One second,
Mhm.
because I think you've got something completely mixed up.
Maybe.
What is your distinction between abductive and deductive?
Deductive is going to go through that argumentation, right, of premises being valid to sound.
That's deductive.
Yeah, deductive.
deductive,
Didn't
right?
you just ask me deductive?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Abductive
sorry.
is just
Let me
taking
see.
the best guess.
Okay. I see. So again, this is my fault. I didn't have a full understanding of what abductive meant. What I'm saying, it is deductive whenever I'm showing that the ontological status of Y is universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Forgive me, that was a misspeak on my part.
So for it to be deductive, though, right, we would need to have all the premises kind of meet here. So I think you said ontologically universal, immaterial.
No.
What else?
This is the ontological status. It's universal, immaterial, and conceptual.
Conceptual was the last one. That's what it was.
Mhm.
And then
And invariant.
an invariant. Okay. So what are the actual premises for these? How are we actually coming to these
Again,
conclusions?
Again, it's from the impossibility of the contrary. To say logic isn't universal is making a universal claim about logic. It's self-defeating to deny any of it.
That's abductive, though. It's not really making a deductive argument. That's
for
not
the-
making a
no,
deductive
that's
argument.
not abductive. No,
It is. It's taking
not
the
a
best guess.
It's the truth. No, it's not no, okay, in your view, everything is taking the best guess, okay? In the atheist empiricist worldview, quite literally everything is taking the best guess. So I don't know. Again, this is what they do. They're trying to attack the structure without dealing with the substance. It's fine. I play the game because I started it, but it never actually gets to what I'm actually saying, okay?
What type of
again,
argument is tagged?
Impossibility of the contrary.
What type of argument is
Impossibility
tagged?
of the contrary. It's a transcendental argument. That's the form. Then
Tagged?
whenever I make a claim, the transcendental argument is a transcendental argument. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
X is a necessary precondition for Y. Y therefore X. That's the definition of a transcendental argument.
Okay.
That's the form of a transcendental argument.
Yeah.
Then when I make a claim about Y, I use different argumentation to show you my claim about Y. I use a deductive argument for the ontological status of Y from the impossibility of the contrary. If you say that the laws of logic aren't universal, you've made a universal claim about them, so that's self-defeating. If you say that logic is material, Again, you can't. There's in no way, shape, or form can you pick up and hand logic to me, especially with it being universal. You would need it to be a particular in order for it to be material, and then it's conceptual because it's accessed in the mind. We use it in the mind, yet in some type of phenomena, it's also exterior. We discover it. We don't create it. It's not subjective.
Okay.
So it's the impossibility of the contrary for all forms of its ontological status. Now we've assessed those. What could ground that which is universal, immaterial, and conceptual? A universal, immaterial mind. This is my argumentation to you. You have two choices. You can either say, no, that's not what grounds universal immaterial concepts. This is what grounds universal immaterial concepts, and you'd be arguing from the atheist position.
Can't I just reject
or you could say,
logic?
Or you could say, no, yeah, or you could say that, no, it's not conceptual, immaterial, universal. It's this, and then make a demonstration of that. But instead, you're just trying to tell me that I'm arguing wrong and there's something invalid about the question I'm asking you as a way to avoid answering the question I'm asking.
No, because it's logic. This is the thing. Logical inferences, like in
logic's what's in question.
Okay, exactly. That's why I can argue and reject it. Okay, like my debate with Andrew last time when he said, I can say your fascist definition's wrong. With logical inferences, there's nothing logical there. But right now, there's a logical inference going on.
Beg the question. That would be begging the question.
I'm not begging the question. I'm telling you how I can actually just reject what you're putting forth.
No, but you're rejecting it with something you haven't given an account for. That's why
you're the one presenting a transcendental condition.
What is your account for the laws of logic, Circa?
Because you're going to have to... All right, I have this written down. I shouldn't mess it up now, okay? So, like, why is logic and truth, correct? So for the conclusion P to be accepted as true, right, you're going to have to show that we can only experience ontologically universal, immaterial, conceptual, and invariant concepts and in mind, right? Mm-hmm. You have to somehow show that the only way to experience those things is by logic and truth.
Wait, the only way to experience what things exactly?
Experiencing X is only possible if Y is true in this case, right?
No, hold on.
That's how this condition works.
No, it's experiencing Y is only possible if X is the case. It's not the other way around.
So the transcendental condition in an argument is going to be that for P, okay, we're going to have the conclusion P here, okay? And then this is going to have to be true only if you can experience X, okay, through it.
Why are you throwing in experiencing X? That's like a whole other, it has nothing to do with, I think from my theology, I could get into essence energy distinction and how we experience God. But all I'm talking about is that God has to be the case in order for these things to be the case. Experiencing God, that's a vague, ambiguous term. You're not dealing with what needs to be the case for why. And I'm asking the atheist position on what needs to be the case for why, so we can compare the two and actually have a debate over it.
Again, if you're putting forth like a modus ponens right now, okay, of a transcendental condition, why would you need... How am I begging the question?
Because you're again presupposing logic, which I'm asking for.
I haven't presupposed a single thing. I'm only interacting with yours.
You do every time you open your mouth, you're presupposing logic. Every time you say a sentence and
sometimes I wear pants. Thank you.
It's meaningful.
That's fucking awesome. But my point is that if you're putting forth a modus ponens, okay, you have a job here. You need to, prove these things. You can't just look at the contrary.
No, I'm not just looking at the contrary. I demonstrated how immaterial universal concepts come from universal immaterial minds. That's what you're not dealing with.
So premise one here, right? Experience exists. X, right? X is going to be the ontological, universal, immaterial, conceptual, invariant concepts in mind as well exist. Yeah, agree? Premise one?
Wait, are you presenting a contrary transcendental
argument? No, I'm
now?
Presenting yours right now. I'm only presenting yours.
No. Oh, you're trying to are you trying to steel man
Correct.
my argument right now?
Within the structure of a transcendental condition.
So, a transcendental argument.
Yeah, it's part of a transcendental argument.
So what X is the universal immaterial mind.
Okay. So if X is P, right, then the experience, X exists here, right? That means the necessary condition for P must also exist, right?
No, again,
P is Y. I'm sorry. I keep saying P, but just think of it as Y.
Yeah, you don't even, man. I want you to form the argument the way I presented it to you, please.
This is a transcendental argument. This is the skeleton of it.
No, but then why aren't you using X as a necessary precondition for Y?
I did.
Okay, do it again.
It's just in different wording. It's just in different wording.
Okay, so X is God, the universal immaterial mind.
Because there's a conclusion here, right?
I don't even know what you're getting at here.
There's a conclusion here.
The conclusion is Y, therefore X. I've said this a million times.
The conclusion in this is supposed to be that Y is accepted as true, but it's fine.
Y, therefore X.
Yeah. It's supposed to be true for Y. That's fine.
Well, that's why I asked you from the beginning of the debate. I wanted to clarify what you believe is true about the argument I'm presenting.
I'm not the one presenting a transcendental argument.
For a reason.
I'm not presenting a transcendental argument. Why would I do that?
No, dude, I'm asking you, dude, because I'm trying to figure out your contention with the argument so we can have a debate over it. So I ask you.
My contention here is I'm just trying to understand your argument here, and I just don't really see how you're meeting the necessary conditions.
You're trying to find a flaw in it so you don't have to answer the questions the argument's asking you. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like if I don't know if maybe this will help you. I can, like, the simplest way I could help you understand what Eli is saying is if logic, truth, and knowledge exist, they require a foundation that makes them universal and binding. And then the only sufficient foundation for those is a necessary universal
the
mind.
best guess, right?
And that means, therefore, God exists.
So that's the best guess. That's abductive. That's an educated guess now. Because you look at the contrary and go, well this seems like it's the best answer.
I didn't say anything about a guess there, though.
I know, but that's an abductive argument now.
Guess.
No, but that's abductive.
I didn't take it as a guess.
Well, look, and here's the difference too. Is
but
that
we can get in the after
yeah.
panel. We'll get more into
cool.
that into the after panel because we got.
I need some backup up here.
We have to go through. But there was
not because you're good, Circa, but because you need to understand what's being asked of you.
I didn't expect you to compliment me. It's fine. I mean,
there is one more.
It wasn't.
1 second, boys. 1 second. There is one more question I did want to ask you, Circa, just so maybe.
Yeah.
We could get that out, because earlier you did appeal to things like Kant and like sincere non-belief and things like this, right? Could you just in your view, right, without appealing to these things, right, in your view, how does your view ground what he's bringing up, things like truth and knowledge, without relying on things that you can't demonstrate, like the hiddenness? Could you, even if you know the hiddenness argument, just give that or whatever, but can you just
the hiddenness argument is not a
clearly concise explanation of how you ground those things?
How I ground morality? You want my personal idea?
Yeah, how you ground things like truth and knowledge.
Man, you guys are not gonna like my answer. I feel like sometimes I even read the Bible to do that myself.
I don't have to like it. It's okay. Go ahead.
No, it's just going to sound like I'm not giving a real answer because, again, for me personally, I've read the Bible and felt like I've gotten that truth from it before. So, and that I still don't really believe in God. So what would you make of that? I'm not sure. Some people might say that means I'm actually just getting it from God, which in a way they wouldn't be wrong. But what I want to point out, again, I'm sorry, I know you probably just don't like my answer there, but the truth is that there are many ways I think that we could probably think of how we can ground morality. But at the same time, I still feel like I'm kind of a moral realist. I feel like objective truth does exist and it's kind of important. I can think of a transcendental way. Again, the reason I brought up Kant is because he's the only one that I can think of off the top of my head right now because I've read a lot of Kant. But it doesn't have to be a transcendental one. And that's mainly because meeting the necessary conditions is really hard. It's very contested in philosophical literature and academia. for that very reason. And there's something here that, again, the reason I brought up the abductive thing, I know I just switched the question around, but I knew you weren't going to like my answer that much. I don't really have a great answer for that, and I'm sorry. But for a transcendental argument to make sense, looking at the contrary and then saying it doesn't satisfy, and now I understand the necessity there to be like, the best guess now is going to be essentially the transcendental argument from Van Nil and what Nix is presenting right now, but it does not satisfy what a transcendental argument needs to be an actual truth, or like overcome if you make an abductive argument underneath it, because it's not really
Okay, I'm not.
reasoning.
I said I
anymore.
wasn't making. I
Just
clarified and said it was
Just wait,
deductive.
Eli. I think just to like address your answer, like
Yeah.
the like I'm not sure, and it's a contested issue. Like this is all fair, okay? I'm just trying to clarify your position. Then, like, it doesn't seem like you're arguing atheism can ground truth.
I'm not,
Seems
yeah, I'm
more
not.
like you're saying
Not.
it's still an open question.
I don't think atheism
what
is
grounds
possible of doing that. I think, again, atheism at its core is just a lack of belief in God, but it doesn't mean you can't believe in a God. So, like,
But no, what I'm asking you, Circa, is like, because like that at first it seemed like you were
Or
saying,
think it
like,
exists.
I thought that's the position you were taking. So I'm asking you, are you basically just saying like, what grounds truth is still an open question?
absolutely, yeah, 100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair to say. Like
Yeah.
that makes more of like an understanding of your position now.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that atheism can somehow like fucking magically figure these things out. that's not what I'm doing.
Yeah. Well, what would be your best explanation then? Like, this is where I would like try to ask you then. Like, what would be your best explanation if you would like just give it a shot?
I'm gonna give a few. I think in the Christian theoretical framework, this is the best one so far that Jay Dyer has been putting out. I like this one. That's why I read a lot about it and I like it. I just don't think it satisfies what I feel is necessary. And then I do enjoy Kant a lot. I brought him up. I'm going to bring him up again. I like his ideas on like morality and like what a moral action is and the categorical imperative overall. And then some modern philosophers, I guess. There's like Chang, and then they do a lot of moral relativist emotivism stuff, but it's not like really like simple fucking deductive moral relativism. It's a little bit more complex and modern. But I really don't have a good answer to say like I know which one is correct. But at the moment I can tell you which ones I kind of like the most, and it'll probably be those three. I have a special place in my heart for Kant.
All right. And did you have anything you wanted to respond there, Eli?
Just that I did make it one blunder of saying it was abductive when it is deductive, and I think I've done a pretty good job of explaining how it follows. With its deductive, it has to follow, and actually show the conclusion. I think I've done that pretty well.
All right. All righty. So that's going to be my question. Let's get into the official 30-minute Q&A here. I'll start that timer up. And remember, chat, if you want to bump yourself up, send in a super chat before we get to the Q&A in the chat. But if we don't, we'll get to that Q&A. We got Rule Over 2 Debates gifted a membership. Shout out to you. I appreciate that big time.
Thanks, man.
DeRay says, Speakeasy, I don't know how you moderate for hours on end with Circa, his mumbling, condescending attitude, and constant interruptions to mask his low IQ. What do you want to say to him, Circa?
Fuck.
Give him the smoke.
That hurt.
Thank you, DeRay. Wrath of Reason comes in for $20. Popping in to show some love. Off to bed I go. Good night, all. Rip 'em up, Eli. Don't lose to a Jersey Shore wannabe. Cabs here. It's Cabs are here. You messed
Whoa,
it up.
that one's fucked, bro. Jersey Shore. What the heck? What is that shit? That's fighting words, bro.
Shit. I used to watch the shit out of Jersey Shore. It was a stupid guilty pleasure I had, I guess.
Were you a Snooki fan or what, dude?
Get out of that. No, not a Snooki fan.
A Snooki.
I used to think she was the most annoying person in the world.
All right, good.
Circa, get a proper mic. You're breathing loud. Hey, his mic sounded a lot better today, guys. Come on. It sounded a lot better today. If you go back and listen to the other one to today, you'll see. Sempiternal Chaos sends $2, just showing some love. Thank you, Sempiternal. Circa How Long Nate for $5. Circa, if you're not willing to answer the questions, you must not be certain of your position. How can you ignore direct questions?
I disagree.
Good. All right. Good answer. Wrath of Reason for $5 says, I had to get out of bed for this. Imagine thinking you're the smartest person in the room, but turns out you're just a window licker.
A window what? Lib?
Damn.
Oh, liquor.
Licker.
Whose window am I licking? I'm just curious. Is it God's?
Hopefully no windows, right? We don't want to be window lickers. All right. For $5, How Long Nate, how can Circa ask anyone to shut up after 30 straight minutes of interrupting his opponent and the mod?
I'm aggressive, okay? I'm sorry. I'll try and control
it. He's aggressive, Nate. Also, How Long Nate for $5 says, referencing Kant's argument instead of stating the argument doesn't refute anything.
I never said it did. I don't think you were watching, were you? He asked me to give another argument like a transcendental one. I didn't say it was like perfect or good, or that it satisfies my own personal opinion.
You looked like you wanted to say something there. You can. Oh yeah,
I mean, yeah. I think that was happening quite a bit. You know, he said I could just use Kant's transcendental argument to refute this. I say, okay, use it, and then it's just, well, have you read Kant? Then we get into it later on, and he says, you know, Kant actually grounds these things in something that's not God. I said, yeah, it's the mind, and I can refute that, and then I do. Then in this after panel, he says, actually, Kant grounds it in something that is not the mind and not God. I said, okay, what is that? And he
innate
says
ideas.
Outside.
Innate ideas.
No, that's not. No, yeah. What is that grounded in? That's not a grounding source. That's the thing he's saying needs to be grounded.
I know. He says it doesn't get grounded in the mind.
Yeah, but the great philosopher Kant didn't actually give the grounding. I can't say for certain, but I would be very skeptical of somebody that would make that claim.
Okay, I'll go find it for you.
All right. Member for 1 month, How Long Nate with another one says, Circa, are you stuck in Munchausen's trilemma? Why can't you
no idea who that is. I have no idea who that is.
I don't know if I've heard of Munchausen's trilemma either.
Can you fucking give us a real question, you fucking boomer, bro? What the hell?
How Long Nate for $5 says, looks like Circa needs to go back and study the details of the sightings he has memorized. Time to understand your worldview.
Motherfucker, have you ever tried to read this book? You know how hard it is to memorize everything in this fucking book? Give it a shot, dude. That's all I'm gonna say. Not an easy book to read, man.
All right. And then again for $5, How Long Nate coming in hot. Circa, can you actually break down Kant's transcendental argument against God?
Against God? He doesn't make an argument against God. What the fuck? I was about to literally break it down, but now I can't. You got to pay again for me to do that. You know, give me another donation.
I think he meant to say without God. I think he meant to say without God.
I mean,
okay, well, he spelled against. I'm not doing it until he gives you more money, motherfucker.
Wait, can you make Kant's transcendental argument in the form of a transcendental argument?
Yeah. And again, this is my own writing.
Okay.
Because I've annotated it, okay?
Okay. What? Good for you.
Just so you know, I'm not like, trying to read.
I find it pretentious.
You think annotations are pretentious?
I think that.
Why does
showing
that
the
make
chat
you
that
feel
made
insecure? What is
annotations-
going on here?
No, I think showing the chat that you made annotations is pretentious, not doing it.
How?
It's just my opinion, bro.
Why does that make you so insecure?
All right, just go.
I'm
just
confused.
Go, just go.
Bro,
Just
that's a
break it
you
down,
problem,
bro.
not a me
Here's my
problem.
library of all of these
All
assorted
right, all
authors.
right, all right.
That's
let's
definitely a
break
you
it down,
problem, bro, not a me
Break it down,
problem. I don't know what to tell you,
Come
man.
on, DJ this shit. Break it down.
Here's my
Let's go.
piano. I'm also very
Let him
skilled
go,
at music.
Eli. Let him go. Let him go.
That's a you problem, bro. I'm sorry. I like music. Fuck.
Me too, bro. Me too. Let's hear that. We want to hear it broken down. Come on.
Oh, his
Read
argument?
your annotations.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
man.
the
Now I'm like
transcendental
nervous, you know?
argument in the form of a
What if I sound
transcendental
pretentious?
Just do it. Just do it.
All right. So this is Kant's epistle I wrote down, okay? And I put epistle there because I'm pretentious, just so you know. If we accept a fundamental truth, given it's correct, then we can understand what modalities or faculties are in us that let us make it possible. So in transcendental logic, we have an elementary, a general, particular, and specific. So general or pure logic, determinately, my writing sucks, pertains a priori principles, which may be applied if derivative to understanding. And then we have a dialectic, which is a priori as well, and sensing disconnect, providing an illusion. We have applied logic, which can't reach the transcendental, which is going to be pure and there's general, sorry, let's start with general. There's general applied logic, which is pure and devoid of experience or the world. And then there's pure logic, which gives the rule, another fucking term he has, an understanding by representation. By this, pure logic is relative to pure morality, the pure morality gene. And then thinking is born only of understanding, whereas intuition is only sensibility. Impossible to have cognition without a concept and intuition in themselves. And then we have the transcendental is demarcated into two categories. I'm sure people know these ones. The transcendental aesthetic, the transcendental logic. Logic I went over a little bit earlier. Cognition begins as a representation of the world or a kind of transcendental nature that precedes that perception. And again, all of these fucking words are different definitions than what is used in life.
Circa, I did ask you to give it in the form of a transcendental argument.
I'm getting there.
No, it's just X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. What does Kant plug in there?
Is that all you know about it? Like, did you just like plagiarize that fucking equation
well,
and then?
I'm using what I know to ask you what you know, and revealing you don't know what you say you know.
Okay. If I can't map instantly right now
That's what I'm good at.
No, after map.
No,
Once
you
I
said
can I talk?
Transcendental argument.
Can I defend myself?
Okay, give me Kant's transcendental argument in the form of a
Exactly.
transcendental
So
argument.
can you tell
And then
me
you just
how I'm supposed
read
to
a
map
book.
this right
You
off the
tell
top of
us.
my head? Exactly where X and Y and all these. It could take me a little bit if you want. I'm not
No.
actually sure
Well, I
how
mean-
his X and Y condition is made.
I just think that if you're unable to do so, it's probably not good to appeal to it during a debate.
Are you saying he doesn't make a transcendental argument? Or I can't like make
I'm
the
not
equation.
I'm not the one who appealed to Kant all night, dude.
I don't know if I can make the equation of like the nice little X being ontologically universal and material right now within seconds. Is that okay with you?
So you're not even sure if you can or if it's possible to do so, but you're willing to say that Kant's transcendental argument refutes a position I've made.
I never said it refutes a position you made. You can't use a transcendental argument to refute another one. Huh?
I feel like a lot of times.
No,
during
no,
this
you need to,
debate,
like, listen to what I
say
just
you
said. I'm
didn't say
sorry.
Things that you did.
You
say.
asked me, can you make a transcendental argument that doesn't use your framework?
No.
No?
A transcendental argument has
No,
a
he's-
form.
That's what he
He's
asked
asking For
me.
you to put like Kant's argument into like a transcendental, like so, like X is deniable, Y is a
Again,
necessary
I don't.
condition
It's going
for
to take me a
X
second,
to be
guys.
Possible,
but
therefore Y must.
We
be true.
we don't honestly think that Kant didn't make one, right?
I
No,
don't know.
he
I'm
did.
not making
I'm
these.
just-
Well, here's the thing.
His was.
I'm
like,
not even making these claims. You're the
No,
one
I can
making the
give it
claims.
to you. I can give it to you if you guys want.
I mean, yeah. I'm like, I could look it up, or I don't know it off the top of my head
it's-
how he defines it.
Well, I remember it's only because I like I said I read this recently. I was just
Okay.
reading Kant recently.
I don't remember
we
equation in here, but
experience- No. Yeah, we undeniably experience an ordered world.
Mhm.
Order requires structure. Structure comes from the mind. That is why that's the transcendental argument for
Yeah, so
for
when he
awareness.
asked to
That
do the
would be-
equation,
it
though, right?
leads back to the human mind.
No, when he
It
asked to
does.
do the
It-
equation, right? What is the
Eli's right
What is the
about it.
manifold? What is the manifold?
Is it in the mind?
The manifold is a template in the mind. Yes. Now, what does it do?
Okay. Dude, I'm not the one who cited Kant.
That's
on
why I'm
this.
saying it's hard. I'd have to fucking sit here and actually go like search it for a
Well,
second to give you the
I'm
exact
sorry
X and
that
Y.
it's hard. I just here's the thing though. Earlier, I'll have to.
You
run
want
it
an
back,
X and Y
but
equation, right?
No, don't interrupt, man. You said I could just make Kant's transcendental argument. How about that? And we got into it. So I was just asking if you could put Kant's transcendental argument in the form of a transcendental argument. Speakeasy did it far better than you did.
I don't. No, he did not. He did not demarcate the way you needed. No, he
Other
didn't.
people's arguments as a placeholder for your own.
He didn't put it in the X and the Y or the transcendental condition. That's what you want, right?
Okay, okay. So, I think again it could be made possibly. I didn't appeal to Kant all night. I just wanted to see if you could actually make good on the question I asked.
I'm
I got my answer,
so
we can move on.
confused because, dude, you literally asked me, can you
fine.
just make one? Can you just think of a transcendental argument outside of the
All I
one
said
I'm
is,
making?
Can you make?
That's what
Dude,
you asked
all
me.
I said was no, dude. You see, you don't even listen to the questions that are being
I do.
asked. I said, can
I
you
do.
make
Trust me.
No, stop interrupting.
We can clip
please.
it. Someone
I
clip it if
asked.
they want.
Yes, we can clip it. I asked, can you make Kant's argument in the form of a transcendental argument?
No, I'm talking about
Form
earlier.
is X is a necessary.
Earlier.
I'm talking about the question that you're fucking answering right now.
Okay, well, this is all starting because
let's
you
move
asked
on.
me earlier. You asked me, can you make a transcendental argument that's not mine? For an atheist, that's what you asked me.
No.
No, I would
asked you
love
to
if someone went back and
no.
clipped it. That'd be great.
Yeah, I would love it too because I asked you, can you give me a concept
All right.
that's not grounded in a mind?
Someone
That's
go
what I
back and
asked.
clip
This
that
is
for
one.
us, all right?
This is one.
we got Bully Mom coming in for $10. Says for the goal and for proving it's impossible to deal with Circa. See,
I
Bully
agree.
Mom, I do
Amen.
the impossible over here, right? See that, guys? That's why you guys got to send more super chats because I do the impossible.
I do ask a lot of questions. I'm sorry.
For Circa, prove you can actually read. Oh, he just read though. Should have asked this one earlier.
What does that one say? I can't tell.
It says prove you can actually read.
Thank you. I couldn't read it.
Jammy Degree for $10 says, Circa, why are you fake reading during Eli's closing statement? You don't want to learn anything, you little rascal?
I literally went to the page and read directly from 1140b in book 6. I don't know. Are you... Bro, do you have like false memories? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
Thank you for that, Jammy. We got birds aren't even real. Circa, what is your goal with debating? You have a shifting worldview, so maybe it's to learn more?
Correct. Wait, shifting worldview? Wait, something needs to be said here, but debates are not conversations, guys. Debates are structures, a contest. So debates are not about accepting the loss. It's competition. You know, Nick's over here. I don't want him to be like, oh, you're right. Let me just fucking give up. That's not how debates work. If you want a conversation, though,
Yeah.
we do learn, but like, that's not what he wants either. He doesn't want me to just be like, oh, yeah, I'm fucking stupid. Like, that's not how debates work. They're a contest. So a little bit of it's a performance, okay?
All right. We got $2 coming in from Bobby. Says for Circa, we all know you a bleached Jeet. What the fuck is that?
I have no idea.
What the?
Am I right? What is a bleached Jeet? Someone's got to tell me now. I feel like I know actually, maybe, but I don't want to look dumb. So you got to tell me, Bobby. Lost to Avarice for $10 says, Seat Cat. I think your speak to text didn't work. What authority do we use to define morality outside of God? Was this covered working so half here? A little bit, but
Well, Avarice, we could have went into tag. I mean, I would have brought up the Youthful Dialogue. He would have brought up tag. We would have went like in circles and circles where we just talk about grounding. into God, or, you know, there's got to be a stopping point with tag. And ultimately, that's the argument. It's not very fun. I don't think we need to do that.
Well, wait a minute.
But
Every single
he's asking a
worldview.
different question here. He's asking, what authority do we use to define morality outside of God?
Well, that's the thing. In my opinion, I don't know why God has to be just presuppose that, right? But if you ground God as the authority, then now the question makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, precisely what we're saying is we're doing a paradigmatic worldview comparison. All worldviews have a stopping point. All
Paradigm
of them.
means
They
what
have-
again? Paradigm means
Yeah,
pattern.
I would-
So I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, I mean, but do you know what it means to
Have a pattern?
Have a paradigm? To have a paradigm that you view the world through?
Yeah, it's a pattern. I don't really know what that's supposed to mean in that sense.
Yeah, so it's systemic. It's systemic. It's the system, like your epistemic system.
It's like
okay?
constructivism or something.
All
right?
of those.
Yeah,
Well, everybody had. This is not. Nobody has an epistemically neutral position.
correct.
Nobody had. Right. So everything's theory laden. So everything's going to have a grounding point. I feel like you've made these kind of statements that act like, well, if I'm having God as the starting point, that's somehow, you know, wrong or not.
I didn't say it
or
was
like
wrong.
incoherent. But everybody has an ultimate starting point, and
Yeah.
especially when it comes to God within our worldview,
Correct.
He would be the ultimate foundation.
So that's what the
that's
debate comes
what
down to,
we're
though. It's
talking
just
about.
circles around that, right?
Well, no, I know. No, precisely. What we're showing is that there's a necessity based on the things that we know that we have, that we presuppose in order to have any meaningful conversation at all. And what I'm saying is that in the atheist worldview, any attempt to justify or give an account for the possibility of the thing fails and shows it to be impossible. That's why we argue from the impossibility.
I
of
feel
the
like
contrary.
atheism doesn't actually
Just
make
like-
a claim here. Doesn't make a claim, but I do think.
does.
How does atheism
It
make a
does.
claim?
The claim is it claims that it's possible that God doesn't exist.
And you think that's incoherent?
Wait. So do you agree that you were wrong? It does make a claim.
That doesn't make a claim about, like, you know, where we ground morality and stuff.
Well, it makes a claim.
It
that
makes a
it's
claim to
possible that
you,
it's not
but,
God.
like, no, just lack of belief in God doesn't mean you're making a claim about the validity or
It
the
does.
reality of
It
objective truth.
does.
No, it doesn't. You're just collapsing
It's making a truth
you're
claim.
collapsing
It's making a
tons of
truth
different
claim.
worldviews and tons of different ideas into one to suit yourself.
But it's making a truth claim about that it is possible that there is no God. That this can
That's
be
not incoherent,
explained
though.
rationally. What
It's not
it
an
is,
incoherent. How is
because
it's not incoherent, man. It's not.
It is. It's absolutely incoherent. And again, I can demonstrate that when the position is put in front of me.
Again, so, but you use abduction reasoning. I need to point this out again.
No, dude.
Do you have
I know
complete?
I made a blunder.
No,
I looked
I'm
at
not.
the definition
I'm not
of
dogging on you
abduction,
for making
I
the
corrected
blunder.
it.
I'm not dogging you on that. I know you think you're making a deductive reasoning now, but deductive means that you have identified, okay, all of the
Yes.
probabilities in your specific observations. You have all of the information here to do this.
Right.
You don't,
Right,
so you
and
have an
it's- again,
abductive
you
claim,
have
which
it-
is what's the best
no,
likely
you-
hypothesis from incomplete information.
No, it's not. That's not the case.
Do you have full
Because
information
the-
over metaphysical ideas like immaterial concepts in mind? All of the
Now, here's
information.
thing, hold on. I have the information necessary to make the deductive
Incomplete.
argument from the impossibility of the contrary.
Incomplete information.
Well, here's the thing. This is what's so interesting about this word abductive. As finite human beings, each one of us is limited in our scope
Correct.
based
Incomplete.
on the fact that we are finite human beings. So in a sense, there's an element to which everybody's making a type of abduction. But what I'm saying is that from the perspective of a worldview and from the argument that I'm making, this can be made deductively from the impossibility of the contrary. I'm not claiming to have exhaustive knowledge.
So
what I am
you
claiming
need
is
to have that.
justification
You need to have
metaphysically
guaranteed
and
conclusions.
empirically.
You need guaranteed conclusions
Yeah.
from rules.
Right, and I have
Guaranteed.
those.
Guaranteed.
Which is, yes.
How do you guarantee
Because
your
rules
statement?
themselves, the rules and principles of logic themselves are not possible without God as the ground.
How are you
source.
guaranteeing that
Nothing else
conclusion?
can make the impossibility of the contrary. Nothing else can make
That is an
grounding
incomplete statement.
And
It's
I
an incomplete conclusion.
demonstrated
You're
that.
looking at something else to try and form your own conclusion now.
source. Again, no. Concepts. Again,
What does contrary mean?
Possibility of the contrary. Of the contrary of
Yeah, what does contrary mean?
opposing
So you're looking at something else. It's a dialectic now. You're looking at something else to understand your own position. That is not deductive. That is an abductive reasoning. You're incomplete because you can't guarantee it from the evidence itself, from the actual information you know.
The way that you're arguing, you're basically asserting that deductive reasoning is impossible.
For metaphysical claims, that's the big problem why many people don't think that you can make these claims. Like, I can't, like, here, let me give you one. Let me give you one. You'll agree with this. You'll agree with this. God doesn't exist. You would probably look at me and say, you can't really say that, right? I'd be making a mistake because I cannot guarantee that. I can give you I can think of ways that maybe I might be able to make a transcendental argument. You probably have to give me longer than what we have the stream on. And I can sit there and go, well, this makes sense to me. But the truth is like, I don't have all the information to make that claim, and you know it. So I can't do it, and I'll never do that.
Well, so again, this is where divine revelation comes in. I think that divine revelation gives us the totality of what's necessary to make justified claims. And for
that doesn't satisfy me, and you know that.
I agree with everything you're saying within the atheist paradigm. The atheist paradigm ultimately reduces to hard solipsism. God being the necessary precondition for these things.
I just told you I will never say that God can't exist. It's not something I can do.
You just believe that I know, but you believe it's possible that he can't, and that's the argument that I was trying to get from you. In what possible world can an immaterial universal concept not come from an immaterial universal mind? That's been what I've presented to you all night long.
Again, so what I just said there is I could come up with a transcendental argument if you give me some time. Probably hard, where I can think of a way this to work using probably some other transcendental arguments that doesn't include God. And then what would you say to that? That I'm probably incorrect on my hypothesis, right? You'd probably attack my transcendental condition.
This is impossibility of the contrary, dude. If you say that something's universal, it's got to be grounded in something universal.
I know. I could give you my claim, and then you probably would say, I don't think, you would reject it, right? That's what you would do. You'd be like, this doesn't make sense because of this, this, and that.
Yeah, if you would be able to present it, if you admit that you're unable to do so.
No, what if I said, no, I'm just going to presuppose that this makes sense because non-God is a thing. I just hypothetical. Let's just say like matter is God in this case. Now matter can fit neatly into what you gave me here. I'm just going to presuppose that.
It can't, because you would be trying to ground a universal in a particular, and that's not possible.
Matter can maybe not be particular based on the panoplia fucking theory that's out there, but it depends. Consciousness. What about consciousness itself? Isn't that like kind of an interesting phenomenon that emergent that comes out of nowhere?
Yeah, that's grounded in. Yeah, exactly. That's one of the transcendental categories.
Why can't we use that instead of God?
Because you ultimately have to have a grounding source for being itself.
What if I ground it within that?
With just being itself?
Yeah, consciousness.
Okay, so is this eternal?
I don't know, but I presuppose it anyway.
Yeah, okay. So you're just making stuff up on the fly.
I'm presupposing something that I think makes my equation work.
Right, I'm trying to look for the account of the possibility of the thing.
I'm going to ground it within the fact that consciousness is an emergent idea that seems to be formed out of matter. I don't know. Seems like it's immaterial in a way. I don't know. Consciousness is definitely not material, but I'm not going to say mind because that'll trap it within a person. I'm going to say in particular, consciousness can exist outside of the mind maybe.
Did you come to this conclusion?
I don't believe in this. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I know. I'm just showing you how this is. Well, this is better than what was going on during the debate. I was actually looking for counter ideas to actually, use my position to refute, or you can say actually you can ground it like this, and then we can go back and forth.
I want you to know I can't look at your transcendental argument to make mine work, though.
No, I'm just asking for any type of refutation of what I've said, because what I said follows.
No, what I just said there about the panoplia stuff and everything has nothing to do with yours. It does not make a claim about yours. It is a separate claim.
Okay, do you agree? If I demonstrate the impossibility of the contrary, the way that I have, by showing that what is universal can't be grounded in particular, I went through that.
Didn't I just give you one that kind of sounds cool and could make sense?
No, well, it's the thing. It was just a claim, so I need you to back it up.
Well, I mean,
and if I can demonstrate,
my backup is that consciousness is not a material thing, and it exists outside of the mind materially. There you go.
Wait. So that's a contradiction.
How?
All right. So
why does consciousness have to exist in the mind?
Get to these next
It's not material, but it exists materially. Good job.
I didn't. No, I said that's not what I said.
Sifu Kung Fu Joe. says, Eli, this is a wrap. Go ahead and tell this guy to find his nearest ortho church.
Who, me?
Go to liturgy, Circa.
Eli did tell him that earlier. Rule over to debates. Gifted 1 Speakeasy membership. Shout out to you. Thank you for the membership. I appreciate that big time.
They don't like the NRSV, do they?
Bobby Ballbag says, Circa, have you ever worked at a call center?
No.
See, I thought I knew what bleach cheat meant. This asshole. And Circa from Seafood Kung Fu Joe for $5. Circa, how do you know if your a priori senses are interpreting reality accurately?
I think I want to answer this in Kant's language, probably, right? This would probably come down to sensation, and then the
That's
cognus.
the question.
What? I mean, I can answer it in my own words, or I can answer it in Kant's. But the a priori senses stuff, I honestly don't know. Maybe through experience of repetition in that way, but I don't think that's a satisfying answer for anything a priori. Yeah. Like the way Colin argues it is that it is an embedded understanding without ever experiencing it, right? It's kind of a paradox, but that's kind of why it transcends reason, and that's what the critique is. That this is a paradox that's bigger than what we use logic and reason for.
Does it transcend reason universally?
No, because there's transcendental reason, transcendental logic. So, but it's transcending a material reason, yeah.
Universally?
Yeah, I think space and time in Kant's view are a priori and universally different than, yeah. But it is contested, right? It's not like we just accept this at what he says. I like it. I don't know if it satisfies me enough to be like, Kant says that like space and time are God.
Well, I mean, again, this is why it's kind of fallacious argumentation to just go, this guy says something. I don't even really agree with it, but he says it. I mean, we're just looking for arguments here.
What?
Anyway.
All right. All right. And that's it for super chats. We got a minute left. Let me look at what we got in the questions over here. Rowdy Gowdy says, "Ought snitches get stitches?" Good question, Rowdy. Good question. We got another question from Seahawk Daddy. Says, Circa, what is preventing you from testing faith in God? Thanks for your time tonight.
I actually don't reject the idea of a God existing. I guess you can call me a little bit more of an agnostic, but the Bible in particular, I find it to be a little too humanistic. I don't know. It just doesn't satisfy my own thoughts on what I feel like a divine being would be. To me, it reads like the history of humanity and a lot of human ways. But the things in the Bible are an attempt, I believe, by humanity to try and understand things like the transcendental and the metaphysical. So.
All right. Did you have anything you wanted to say to that, Eli?
No, we can move on.
All right. So that right there is going to wrap up the Q&A. All right. Thank you to everyone in the live chat for all the questions, the engagement, and especially the support. Seriously helps me keep bringing these debates, the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to our debaters for coming into the arena tonight and sharpening their ideas in front of us all. Before we move on, let me check real quick. Are either of you planning to hang out for the open panel tonight?
Yeah, I'll hang out.
All right, perfect, perfect. So here's what's happening next. We're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It'll run for about 4 minutes. Perfect time for everyone. Hit the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do before the chaos and chill open panel begins. During that outro, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation. Anyone is welcome to hop in. Just come ready to think, question, debate, etc. If you're going to come to try to come like troll, spurg over everyone, bring personal dramas on here, you're just gonna get muted and most likely booted real quick. So while you're ahead with that idea, just quit. Um, so before we before we run the outro, one last reminder: make sure you subscribe to both debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any upcoming Swords of Reason battles. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right, let's roll the outro, and we'll see you all in a few minutes for the chaos and chill.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel precision. No faith, no fear, just raw collision. We clash our swords of reason. Facts burn brighter than a prophet's flame. Egos crumble, but the truth remains. Every scar, a mark of thought's crusade. In the battlefield of minds we've made. Speak your truth, but bear the cost. Every claim can still get lost in the war of voice and vision. Feel the friction. We clash our swords of reason. No silence left for indecision. Ideas break with loud precision. We clash our swords of reason. Strike me with logic, I'll plead my proof. We cut through chaos to carve out truth. Let the sparks fly, let the echo scream. This is no debate, it's a metal dream. We clash our swords of reason. In the storm of thought's collision. Forged in fire, pure precision. We clash our swords of reason. Reason bleeds but never dies.
Woo! I know he makes this. I'm pretty sure sure. It's pretty dank. I wonder if he plays that though.
No surrender, no retreat.
Because that was a sick solo.
Woods, we
Like,
find a beat. Swords of reason.
And we're back.
was
Welcome
lit.
in, everybody.
did you do that solo?
I wish.
Bro, I was like, what the fuck? That was awesome.
I wish. That's
was
actually
playing
one
along.
of the things I kind of regret. Like, one of my pastors started giving me guitar lessons, but this was right around the time I kind of started, like, being a rebellious asshole. So I started like not going to the church as much and stuff. So like,
No, speak easy. Did you say pastor? Come on.
yeah, he was a pastor. That's what he was. That's the church I went to, bro. That's where I grew up.
I mean, yeah, but any of us could just open a building in a strip mall, and then I can be Pastor Steelborn.
Right. I understand that now. I was a kid, bro. And like, that pastor did so much for me, bro, and like taught me so much about God that I wouldn't have known without him. So like,
I just like to give people credit.
I know. I get it. That's why I started questioning things though, right? Because like there were certain things that I was learning that was like contradictory to him and the church. So like that's
It's hard to
why.
reconcile those when they're like those are it's like those are your first like lessons and stuff like that. It's hard to actually
Right.
that.
That's why I went through this. I think anyway, that's my it was my free will, obviously, but like I think that was a part of what like influenced me to be like, yeah, fuck this, like they're lying to me.
By the way, you guys
Lying to
all
me.
got Kant's argument wrong. Like both of you two kind of got what like the point that Kant was trying to get across. So Kant was in.
Oh, I
critiquing
did it
reason.
wrong too.
Yes, your argument was that wasn't Kant's argument. So
Wait,
Kant's
I
Kant
thought it was we experience an ordered world. Order itself requires structure. Therefore, that structure comes from the mind. So therefore, it's grounded in the mind.
I never
so-
finished giving his argument, so I don't know.
Not exactly. So Kant was critiquing both the rationalists like Descartes and the empiricists.
He was an
like
idealist, yeah.
Because
He was an
basically
idealism.
Hume's position makes knowledge impossible, but Descartes and the rationalists, their position was they were just way too overconfident in their ability to reason. But basically, what his argument was like experience is only possible because the mind already imposes structure. So he was trying to ground. So for example, like Hume, basically the conclusion that Hume came to was like we actually can't give a justification for things like the laws of logic, knowledge, any of these categories. We can't actually give a justification for them or any kind of like objective moral claim whatsoever.
Kant?
No, Hume.
Okay, I was like, what?
That was Hume's position.
Okay.
And so Kant was
Yeah.
responding to Hume,
Yeah.
and basically he was trying to do the transcendental argument of basically saying, well,
Truths exist.
because
Yeah.
basically, Hume's position was basically like we only gain knowledge through our sense data, basically through our experience, because he was an empiricist.
Mhm.
And Kant was saying, well, no, you can't have that position because like in order to have like a priori knowledge of that you even having an experience, there has to be a structure before that to already be the case. That has to be the case in order.
Yeah,
for
the
experience
mind
to
is
be
a
valid.
manifold. It's a template to do that, yeah.
Yeah.
To be
And
imposed
he
of
tried to
something
ground
on.
it in the mind. He tried to ground that in the mind, but the problem was that you can't ground a universal in a particular.
Yeah, but Kant also, again, if I'm not mistaken, he does not argue that like innate ideas, structures, right? I think it's either innate ideas or innate structures are not grounded in the mind. He just thinks that the manifold, which is the mind, which you imposes structures on it, like you said.
Yeah, the mind imposes structures like before.
It's a multiplicity of sensory appearances which obfuscate or our awareness of its.
Weird, but
It is weird. It's difficult. That's why I'm like, it's a very long, hard book.
Kant is a really fucking hard guy to read. Okay, like if you like so for
I had to buy a second book
so
to do
I
it.
read Hume. Like I've read Hume. I've read some of Hume. and I've read some of Descartes, and I see their starting position.
Did you
and I
really
can
just
see-
come up and tell me I was wrong and then conclude you don't know, motherfucker?
I think insufficient.
no.
I thought insufficient would be the correct thing. I think
Listen,
insufficient is
I'm
kind of what it
right.
was.
No, I am right. I promise you. We undeniably have coherent, structured experience.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yes,
if
but
the mind.
I just think it's
wait,
insufficient.
only possible if the mind supplies the organizing structure. Like
yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So then
space,
then I think you worded it. I think
logic.
you worded
Wait.
it right.
That's
No,
correct. That's correct.
Space, time, logic, causality, all of these things, the mind has to supply those organizing structures. Therefore, those structures must exist and are grounded in the human mind.
Wait, no. The
That's
structure in the
argument,
mind
yeah.
interprets it. It doesn't
That
actually mean it's
is his
grounded in it.
argument.
It could be outside of it.
Yeah,
No, yes, okay.
let-
So
let
I,
me
guess
simplify
maybe
it.
I just didn't agree with the way you worded it the first time speaking.
Well,
but,
and
like
I'm
that is
still-
Well, I
yes,
did a
that was
short
Kant's argument.
version of it. That's
Yeah,
probably
that was
maybe-
much more.
I'm still backing up Speakeasy here against what Circa's saying. I think that ultimately the conclusion of Kant from the summaries that I have read is that it is grounded in the mind ultimately. When you say he's grounding something outside of the mind that's not in God, we need to know what that grounding source is.
Yeah,
Yes, so like just to simplify it down, because fuck Kant, right? Like, basically, when they're saying God, they're saying an independent mind, right? An independent mind.
I
Right.
get
But
that part.
Zerga
Yeah.
is saying that independent concepts exist, but an independent mind to hold said independent concepts doesn't exist, which is literally incoherent. It does not make any
No,
sense.
because Kantian judgments are neither psychological objects or process.
I said
and no,
fuck Kant.
Yeah, that's-
okay,
you
I guess
can't-
it's
One
easy if
second,
you just say
sir.
fuck Kant.
Let me reiterate it to you. Let me reiterate.
My
to you.
bad. I didn't know you
were
hated Kant
saying-
so much,
you
Leprechaun man.
agreed-
Jesus Christ.
You agreed that independent
aggressive.
concepts
Dude.
exist, but you're also saying as an atheist that an independent mind to hold said independent concepts.
You mean
does not
mind
exist.
independent? You mean mind independent? What? Or you mean independent mind to hold
We
such
don't
concepts?
take at least I've never took the position that concepts are mind independent. Okay, and I also want to point this out. This is really important. The tag proponents, really quick, the tag proponents, at least the way I'm doing it, we're not Kantian. Just because
I know.
Kant
I know
made a
you're
form of a
not.
transcendental argument,
I know.
we're not. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's the grounding it in
The
mind is
argumentation is the
problem. That
same. The
becomes an
argumentation is the
autonomous,
same. That's the thing.
epistemology.
The argumentation is the same. You're doing a transcendental
Well,
condition
It's
and then
similar,
trying
but
to
I actually
satisfy
think
it.
that I honestly think the transcendental argument goes farther back. I don't think it was formalized really till Kant, but you can actually go back and read Aristotle, and he was basically making transcendental arguments
That's
for
what I
the law of
said.
non-contradiction.
What, in physics or?
Yep.
No, Aristotle. When the
I know,
sophists
what
came to
book?
him and they're like, "How do you know?"
What book?
I don't remember which book it was,
Oh,
dude.
I know physics is
It's like-
one would probably have that.
metaphysics. Either
I think it was. I think it was.
metaphysics.
I think it's I think it was like metaphysics 4.
Yeah, 4 or 7.
And but basically the sophists were coming to Aristotle and like, how do you know the law of non-contradiction is true? And he's like, because any argument you try to make against it has to presuppose the thing in question.
Correct.
He talks about the unmoved mover.
That too, yeah.
Yeah,
But I'm
that's-
saying that was essentially like an kind of a informal transcendental argument.
Any
same
anytime you
idea.
use retorsion, you're using so if you try
Yeah,
to
he called it
deny
retorsion.
logic and then you say, well, you can't deny logic because you just used it to deny logic. That's a form of retorsion. Tag is basically doing that. We're just demonstrating it further that the thing in question has a precondition that you cannot deny. When you use the thing, you're implying the precondition.
The unmoved mover is a really good one that I like. That helped me a lot with like getting the whole tag argument, like because like it brings
Doesn't
up
work for
the
Mormons,
idea like infinite is just like it's a concept made up that you can't actually do mathematically, right? Like infinite minus infinite, what is that? There's no such thing as infinite mathematically, really.
But did
right?
you know that some infinities are bigger than others?
No, that's not. Get the fuck out. But like that was the whole idea, right? You can't go. There's no infinity to go back. So if there's like
But
this
what about infinity
chain,
plus 1?
there has to be something that started the chain, right? And that's
fuck is this,
I
man?
think it's Aquinas that used Aristotle's argument to get to God, the transcendental argument for God. right?
No,
He
no.
uses-
Van Til was the one who came up with the transcendental argument for God. He was the one who
No,
first
no, I'm
formalized
saying, but
I don't know.
Aquinas adapted Aristotle's idea into arguments for God, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. Van Til was the one who came up with the transcendental argument for God. Like he was the one who actually like first formalized that argument. Aquinas
no, in
made
terms of,
I'm
like-
remembering
Aquinas. I think
something wrong.
Aquinas' thing was like the cosmological argument. That was his thing. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think his was the transcendental argument.
Yeah, no, it's not the transcendental argument. No. It's using Aristotle's unmoved. No, that's not. What
Oh,
I'm
the
saying.
unmoved
It's
mover.
Yeah, the unmoved
Oh, that one,
mover,
yeah.
and
That one
and
Aquinas
saying
used,
that
yeah.
to God. Yes.
Or you could use Heraclitus' logo,
Yeah.
which again,
But-
like, is where Aristotle got his idea from, with like this whole idea of change, and that motion is empirical. And how do you explain the power source of all motion across the universe in the universe? Because we know for a fact, even the scientists will agree that everything is in motion,
By the way, guys, just so
even
you
a
know,
rock is
Munchausen's
vibrating.
Munchausen's trilemma is Agrippa's trilemma. It's the same thing.
Ah, okay. I was like, I feel like I've heard of this, but I don't know if I've heard of
The
this.
second he said Munchausen's trilemma, I went, no, we're not doing Agrippa's trilemma. It's self-refuting.
But yeah, I just was hoping that at least there would be some type of, engagement with, if you agree that there's immaterial universal concepts, what the account for them would be outside of an immaterial universal mind.
What the count?
The account for the possibility of, yeah.
I mean, technically, I gave you that panoplia one, right? I'm not really familiar deeply with that panoplia idea, but consciousness, I'm sure some fucking weirdo can probably yap all day about that. I mean, there's so many
Well-
podcasts with dudes who do that. So.
Nice answer, bro.
But wait, this gets back to if you're agreeing that it's
Here, hold on.
they're
Can I just ask him a quick question, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, Circa, is truth universal and universal, absolute, and objective?
I like to think it is.
Okay, that's good. So, would you agree that the three classical laws of logic are true?
Can you repeat them for me again? 3 classical laws?
The law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle.
Sure. Yep.
Okay, so would you agree that these are immaterial, invariant, absolute, and universal as well? The 3 laws.
Immaterial and absolute and universal.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And invariant, unchanging.
unchanging. I think within our own world, right? What reality we perceive. Are you asking? I think that kind of exists. Are you saying it can go to metaphysical?
Can you even think of a world where the 3 laws wouldn't apply?
Maybe. We don't know any other world.
Can you?
I mean, I
No,
can't.
I'm asking, can you even envision one?
I can imagine one actually. Yeah. But
Okay, how does this world work where the 3 laws don't apply?
I mean, laws themselves don't really answer a lot of the transcendental stuff, right? No, I mean, what's the whole point of the transcendental argument anyway? Then
The transcendental argument for God's existence is the basic.
I just meant in
structure of the
general,
argument is that you
not
need-
for God's existence.
the transcendental
Okay,
argument.
well, let me
Because
let
what
me
you
explain
said
something,
are
right?
essentially like
You-
logical rules here. We have A equals A.
Yeah.
We have A.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so Circa, right? You agreed there that truth is a concept that exists independent of your mind.
I like to think
Your
it does.
mind,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, I like to think it does.
Yeah. But all concepts have to exist in a mind, correct?
A concept itself, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that independent concept must exist in an independent mind, correct?
I see where you're going with this.
And if truth is universal and
God-
absolute, then wouldn't it be
One sec.
universal and
Oh, one sec. All Christians mean, in terms of what Eli means when he said he's evoking the word God,
Mhm.
is independent mind.
Yeah, but
That
we're
there's a
kind
higher-
of assuming
as
this
there-
though,
there's a
right?
higher objective principle at play here.
We are kind of
There's
assuming
a higher
this.
power at play.
We are assuming this.
We're not
Well,
assuming this.
You
agree
you,
to this. Objective
you
truth.
can't objectively say that is what's happening though.
Well,
So,
because if you
no,
okay,
but
so
it is a
so-
breakdown. No, wait, before you get away from that, I just
Yeah.
want you to see that. So, like, circa.
I see. I know what
that's
he's saying.
fine to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
that you don't have to come to that conclusion. But what Eli was asking you is, what's the other answer to that?
That makes it an abductive one, though. That's the problem. That's an abductive reasoning. It's not.
No.
It's an abductive
No, it
argument.
doesn't make it abductive. So the
It absolutely does.
transcendental
Yes, it
argument is
does.
deductive reasoning.
If you have
No,
incomplete
he's asking you.
if you have incomplete information, it becomes abductive here.
Okay, really? You think that's you think that the transcendental argument becomes abductive?
At least the necessary condition part, not the whole argument, man. But it's supposed
Okay,
to
so
be
let's
built
do, like,
on a
let's test this real quick.
deductive argument, right? At least the necessary condition.
Well, yeah, it's deductive reasoning. So let's test this real quick. So
Do you have all the
Okay.
information for doing this?
Socrates
Do
is
you
a
know
man. Hold on,
objectively
Socrates is a
that
man.
God is actually the mind-independent thing that's being, embodied by this?
yes, because if you
You
try to-
know
if you try to deny it,
objectively?
you end up yes, I do know. I do know that, and I can actually give an argument for that. The reason that I know this is because my epistemology is theonomous, whereas yours is autonomous. You're going to get stuck in circular argument and circular reasoning the second you try to move to a second order knowledge claim and justify that. All you're going to be able to do
Slow
is move
down,
to another
slow
second
down,
order knowledge
slow
claim.
down, slow down. Give me your argument. You don't need to be all weird. Give me your argument.
I'm not being weird.
You're being weird. Give me your argument.
That's fine. You can say that, but
You're just being weird. Give me your argument.
yeah,
He's
because if
saying,
you deny that.
he's saying, slow it down for him.
I know, you just started fucking
but if you
spazzing,
deny-
bro.
if
Like
you-
talking 55,000 miles a second. Just relax, quit being
Nah,
nervous.
Steelboy's
Just tell me your
getting
argument.
this shit, that's all. Go ahead, Steelboy,
If you
go,
can't
go
give an
ahead.
accounting for the three laws, if you can't give an accounting for the laws of logic,
Mhm.
right, and you can't give an accounting for truth, or
What do you mean by
knowledge,
accounting,
how
though?
it exists, in what way? Huh?
What do you mean by counting?
Giving a reason to believe that these things exist, or a good reason to believe these things.
I mean, they are universal and necessary for rational discourse, right? The three laws. But can you honestly, objectively say that they exist everywhere, even outside of our own universe? We know that. You can demonstrate
Are
that.
there other universes?
We don't know.
Yeah, no matter what language you're speaking, truth will still be truth.
You
Water
don't
will
know
still be
that though.
water.
We only know our universe.
Oh,
No, in
okay,
order
so
to
are there
prove
other-
anything-
hold on,
Spanish
there's-
people. One sec. So Spanish people exist, but they don't drink water.
What?
No,
Hold on, hold on,
I have a
hold
way
on
to
a second.
refute this
Exactly.
really quick.
Real quick,
I'll
hold on,
Tom,
Sirkar,
pass it back
hold on,
to you. But
Hold on, Sirkar. There are other universes.
I didn't say there are. I said there might be. We don't know.
Well, can you think of any universe where the three laws of logic wouldn't apply?
Yes.
Can you
literally.
think of any other universe
Maybe.
where the rock is not itself,
Where a rock is not
or
itself?
whatever the thing in question is?
A
Whatever the
rock?
thing in question is. within
Yeah,
another
maybe.
well, no.
That's the law of identity.
No.
The rock is itself. Right? It can't
Yeah,
be the rock and the beer and a cup of beer at the same time. It has to
Correct.
be
And
one or
this
the
is
other.
a rational foundation of thought, right? Formal reasoning, right?
Yeah, this is one. Yeah, these are the laws.
So
of
does
logic.
reason explain everything that's, metaphysical or at least supernatural?
Reasoning, like
Yeah.
just reason.
What is it? What is in the center of a black hole? How does the law of, a non-contradiction here apply to that when it's a singularity and we have no idea how the physics works? So
Just because we don't.
it exists
because we
as
don't know.
technically nothing at the same time, right? It's a singularity, it's undefined, divided by zero. So what would you say the law of contradiction even means something when it comes to a black hole? What is a black hole?
Can a black hole be a black hole and not a black hole?
Theory.
A black hole exists as something that kind of seems like math says
Hold
it
on,
shouldn't
can it be
exist.
Itself and not itself.
Again, the math says it should
this
not
is-
exist. A law of non-contradiction
Hold on,
says it
hold on.
cannot exist but also exist at the same time, right?
Yeah, it either exists or does not exist.
So a
Does it
black hole
exist?
mathematically says it does not exist, but it looks like it does. What would you say to that?
I'm not asking. I'm asking. Does the thing exist?
I
The math
asked
could
you
be
a very
wrong.
specific question about a black hole with the law of
Yeah,
non-contradiction.
and I said the math could be. Yeah, just because the math is wrong. or
So
you
one of the
the math
laws
doesn't
we
make
have
sense, or we're
broken
doing the math
already.
wrong.
Haven't we?
No.
No?
No,
This is
that
so
doesn't break the
foolish.
laws. Hold on.
I mean,
hold on, hold on.
mathematically, black
If you
holes
say
seem
the-
to not exist, but they do.
Hold on. If you say but there could be a variable that they're not accounting.
Exactly. Thank you. So we don't know.
with the black hole scenario. But can the black hole be itself and not itself at the same time?
Well, right now it looks like it doesn't exist, but exists in the same context. Because physics breaks down.
Dude,
So
it does just
it
because
doesn't?
it's
You think it
the
doesn't break down at a
mathematics-
singularity?
hold on.
Guys,
Awesome.
this is just, like, come on, Circa. Is there anything else you can like? Because like a black hole, this is like an observed thing, but we don't even know like what it does or what it is a theory.
That's my point,
Yeah,
though.
it's a theory, not so again, it's not something that
So-
you have.
It's
the same
based
kind of
on like
knowledge
logic,
of.
though, right? It's got a lot of math
Hold on,
involved.
so because people disagree about what the black hole is itself.
Wait, math disagrees with you, buddy. That's the whole. You know what a singularity is, right?
Yeah, I get the math doesn't. I get.
So
I
what do you
get
mean
that, like, so
people
it's like-
disagree,
like
dude?
the
It's
opposite of, like-
math.
No, I'm saying so. Okay, is there a variable that we don't know about?
Maybe,
Is it
but
possible- is it
couldn't
logically
that
possible to
change this law? I don't know. Maybe it actually does exist and not exist at the same time. Who knows?
No,
That-
so
you can't have something that exists and not exist at the same time. That's
Ah,
a
well, black
formative
holes
contradiction.
say otherwise mathematically, man.
No, they don't.
no, again, this is the problem when people bring up quantum logic as a critique of
Quantum
classical
logic, bro.
Yes, no, seriously, you can laugh,
he's-
but this is the actual problem: is that the math that we have is an incomplete model
Mm-hmm.
for what other things are showing. It's not saying that it exists in a contradiction.
Do you
It's
think
just showing that
reason?
the
Do you think reason
mathematics
is
present an
complete?
Incomplete model.
Do you think reason is complete?
Huh?
Do you think reason is a complete
Well,
thing?
dude, this is why. No, hold on, really quick, guys. This is why, as Easy said, it's a theory.
Mm-hmm.
It's not something that they say is an objective fact, like the tree in front of me is a tree. That's why there's different levels of knowledge. There's like
Okay.
normative, and then there's epistemic knowledge. With black holes being a theory, the incomplete math doesn't show that it's somehow fundamentally breaking the classical laws of logic. Because guess what? In order to even do the science it takes to theorize about a black hole, the laws of logic have to be the case first for you to even have the possibility of doing that. And what we're talking about
you
with
saying they're
possible
complete?
worlds here. No, hold on. The mathematics showed an incomplete model.
You know, the
okay?
laws of logic
This is-
are math, right? It's a math like a logical math proof. It's a proof.
Can I break
Right.
in?
No, yeah, math is derivative. Yes, one second. But math is derivative of logic, but that does not mean that it's fundamentally violating or the laws. You would have to have like a more complete model to say that it's violating the laws of logic.
Okay. I mean,
finally, you guys have
interesting.
moved into my wheelhouse a little bit. Give me. I wasn't even gonna come in tonight at all, and then I like black holes. Okay, you're gonna have to follow me for a minute here. Black holes are a thing. And the conclusion, I think I'm the only one to come to these conclusions. All right. And you guys are going to think this is ridiculous, but this is what I think it is. A black hole is matter. They know quarks and the things that rotate so fast. I'm brain locking. Anyway, back to black holes. Black holes are formed when the rate of the speed of the atoms that make up the bulk of the body of the black hole, when the rate of the speed of the atoms equalizes out with the rate of the speed of the spin of the body itself, okay? Try to follow me. So you have atoms moving at a certain speed, and then you've got the giant ball moving. It finally reaches the same speed as the atoms themselves. At that point, the entire thing, I mean, it's still spinning, but to itself, it halts. It doesn't actually halt, but it halts and it collapses in on itself,
That's a black hole.
which, yeah, and it creating the black hole. And what happens is it smashes the atoms together to where there is no atomic motion inside of the black hole at all. And they
Yeah, but
have-
premonition. I do apologize to interrupt you. Like, and like I said, you're well versed in this and stuff. But you see what the problem is? Like, the problem is we're now trying to define what the fuck a black hole is and all this kind of shit. When the argument's supposed to be about atheism and God and all this shit, this is what this is why he's bad faith and he's disingenuous.
Who, me?
I would like to ask Circa a real, because again, my.
Are you asking me?
I'm a retard. Can you please? No. Because can you please define what the word means?
Word?
Yeah.
I
What
don't
does
know.
that mean?
I don't know. Word? I'm gonna hit you with the tautology right now.
Yeah. So you don't know what word means, but you're using them.
I don't think I'll be able to satisfy the one you want right now, considering the line of questioning that's happening.
Well, you could Google if you want.
I don't know.
I'll
Just
you,
tell
like,
me, bro.
Word,
What
word means
purple? You want me to just answer
word means-
purple, bro? Fucking
yeah,
tell me the answer.
word- yeah. You don't know what a word is. I'll tell you what a word is.
Okay,
a
got it.
word is a unit of meaning.
Unit of meaning.
It's a
Got it.
descriptor.
Yes, and another word. That's why in the beginning was. The
What if you say a word
in the
that
beginning
is
was
made up
meaning. God
and doesn't
is
have any
meaning.
meaning? Or
So-
what if the meaning's
so
ironic?
To tie it back into
Teriak,
one
that's
sec.
false.
Well,
That's not the way the theology
Well,
works.
real quick. I'm not saying that, right? But what I'm saying is, in terms of meaning, if you're to deny God, you're to deny meaning, which means in terms of atheism, if you deny God, there is no meaning. It's meaningless.
no,
you're
you're
trying to
appealing
make a
to
statement
scripture.
that
You're
has
appealing to
meaning while
scripture,
saying
dude.
there's no meaning.
I
Trying
don't
to appeal
think
to
that
scripture
makes
to the
sense.
guy who rejects scripture, like that's a bad argument. But I have a question real quick.
Yeah, that's
for-
pretty bad
I'm
argument.
not.
I have a question for Surkar. So basically, your example here with the black hole is
Mhm.
basically saying, based on my math, this engine shouldn't run. But then I turn the key and the engine fucking starts. So therefore,
Can
it's
you
a
observe?
contradiction.
You can observe an engine, though, right?
Can you observe a black hole?
No.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I didn't ask. No, I asked, is it
She
logically
can.
is it logically possible for you to observe one?
Not that we know of yet.
That doesn't answer my question.
We don't
Is there
know.
some contradiction in observing?
Don't we
it?
have to actually do the thing to prove that?
No. For logical possibility, it just means that there.
Because
there's
it
no
is
contradiction.
a
Superman's
singularity,
logically
right? It
possible.
is divided by zero in its math. It is functionally
Superman
breaking
is
down.
logically possible. You know that, right?
Okay, well, does Superman exist in some math?
Eli, you're on mute. I see you trying to talk there.
I didn't know Superman had his own
Yeah, that's
fucking
why,
math,
That's
bro.
why the black appreciate that you came in clutch.
I didn't
But
know.
that's
I didn't
why
know
when
Superman
we're
had
talking
math,
about-
dude. Awesome.
No. You admitting that we can't observe the black hole
Yep.
just goes back to what we were saying about a theory. When we're talking about the transcendental argument, we're talking about facts and what we know to be true.
Do you think
and the
black holes are
possibility of
theories?
knowledge and truth itself.
Do you think black holes are
Yes,
theories?
I think it's a theory.
So you're,
Well, you just admitted
Yeah, we're
that
talking
we
about
can't
meaning.
observe it.
we
So,
can do the math though, which kind of, in a way,
you
is
just
more
said
important.
The math says it doesn't exist. So
It breaks down. That's how we know it exists.
He doesn't
Right.
even know what words are, bro.
the math shows it doesn't exist. That's how we know it exists. That's
Because our math, the things that we
Yeah,
do,
meaning
you know,
is meaningless.
do you
That's
know
what?
what?
He's saying,
Do
Eli.
you know
Meaning
what?
is
From what
meaningless.
Guys,
I know
one sec,
about
one sec.
black
Do you
holes
know
is
what
we can
logic
observe
is
them
built
and
on,
we have
bro?
a
What
theory
is
about how
logic
they
built
work.
on? What is logic built on?
Meaning.
logic.
Proofs of math.
Meaning.
If math breaks down,
No,
that's kind of
backwards. You have
weird.
that backwards.
Yeah, no, math is derivative of logic.
I just said that.
I
That's
can
what logic
say
is
a lot
built
about
on,
black holes
math.
To make a troll here.
Logic is built on
But
math.
Let me just really quickly get in, good out.
Or are you trying to say that, like,
Nix,
somehow
Steele
the idea of
42
logic
need
is
to
more
reply
important
to
than the
me.
math?
Premonition, call me before you go to bed. Premonition on Discord.
Did you
Before
message
you go
me
to
on
bed,
Discord?
you call me. Yeah, I've messaged both of you. You guys are worse than Speakeasy. Have a good night, everybody. Get the donos in.
Wait,
Great,
wait,
great
Avarice.
debate.
Avarice,
What?
Avarice. Don't lie. You just came in here to heaven, Max, bro.
No, I did. I actually,
Dude,
I
That was the
didn't want to
biggest
derail.
compliment. See, I'm not that bad at messaging back. See that?
Come on, Avarice. You came
Yeah.
in here. You gotta start heaven maxing now, bro.
Listen, I don't want to take away from the argument that's going on. You guys got good stuff going on. I just wanted to make sure because I've been trying to get a hold of Premonition literally all day. So, no, it's okay. We know your Alzheimer's kicked in. It's okay. You get passes. So just call me
I'll go-
before you go to bed.
I'll be there only in moments. I just wanted to finish explaining to these guys what I
Take all
guys the black
take
hole.
take
We'll
all the
remind her
time you
before
need.
she gets off.
Yeah, just give her a quick reminder, a little nudge with the cane. You know.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
get it.
All right.
We'll make sure you mind.
Well,
Heck
Not
yeah.
everybody.
I do want to point out though,
exactly.
like an
Okay,
an argument
I
here.
just want to be
Hold on.
real quick.
An
just
argument for
so
the
I can
necessary
have an
condition.
understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. One sec, Circa. I just
Yeah.
want to. Maybe I'm wrong here, but I thought with black holes we observe them and we have a theory about what they do, but that's it.
That's not about their existence though. Their existence is mathematically. We proved it mathematically before we ever saw or even thought of one. That's what happened.
Yeah, I have answers. And I just had the last thing to say about black holes. The theory that black holes produce light, but the gravitational pull of a black hole is so strong that it sucks the light back in.
The event
That
horizon,
is
yeah.
incorrect.
It's the event
That is
horizon.
incorrect. That's wrong.
Well, if you're inside the event
Yes,
horizon, it's
it
not.
has an event horizon. Let me explain. The reason what's happening with the black hole, because the matter has crunched into such a degree, there's no atomic movement, there's no light being produced
Where does the heat come
at
from
all.
then?
What
Black holes give off more heat than suns.
Gonna have to ponder that more.
That means they're
figured
vibrating.
him out.
That means they're vibrating.
So from what I'm reading, by the way, just Carl Schwarzschild solved the mathematical problem that Albert Einstein had with black
He
holes.
solved the singularity? Are you serious? Solved it?
That's what it says.
He solved the singularity?
He introduced the concept of the Schwarzschild radius, a cornerstone in the theory of
That
black
didn't
holes.
solve the math behind why we don't know what happens at the center of a black hole beyond the event horizon. What the
Wait,
fuck?
your
The
question is- wait,
Schwarzschild
I thought the
radius
question
is
was whether or
about
not they
the
exist. Hold on, hold on
escapable
a second.
point, man. It's the point at which...
No, hold on a second, hold on a second, hold on a second.
Isn't that how you
I
like
thought your
measure the
question
size of a
entire
black
time
hole?
about whether or
Wait,
not they exist.
isn't that how you measure the size of a black hole? The Schwarzschild radius?
Is your question? Hold on. Is your question?
All right, so
hold on.
I just want to say, are we debating black holes now?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I was
yeah,
gonna
I wanted
understand
to.
But this is why I keep pointing out, Easy. They keep falling for his bait of talking about black holes rather than drilling back down on this ridiculous claim.
I was
that
gonna
you
bring
can
it
have
back.
independent
Actually, I
concepts,
was gonna
but
bring
you
it back.
can't have independent
Hold on,
minds.
hold
I was gonna bring it back to
Hold
your
on, I wanted
proof.
To steer this, I wanted to steer
Yeah,
this
because
back
I
to
just
what
think you're
Steelborn originally
demonstrating,
asked him.
Circa, that the theory or black holes is a concept that comes from a human mind.
they're a
What was
reality.
asked of you was a how can a concept not come from a human mind?
Wait,
No,
math
the question that was
is
the question that
gonna
was asked
exist
was
there
not
whether we like it or
exist
not,
and
right?
non-exist at the same time.
Yeah, no. This, and I can bring this all back because I have a question that ties it back to what Steelborn was asking. He was asking him, can you imagine a world where the laws of logic don't exist? And Circa was bringing up how black holes appear to violate
Mathematical
the
laws.
law of to appear to violate certain laws. But here's the problem with that, with saying that there could be a possible world with no law of logic, is existence itself predicates the law of identity.
Couldn't
To
it
say
be
that something
different?
exists means that it's itself. That means that the law of identity is in effect. And in my opinion, the other classical laws come out of the law of identity because you have to have the object, you have to have the subject
It's axiomatic.
in
I know, I know.
uniform
I
to
get it.
make true and false claims about the rest.
Yeah.
So this is back to what Steelborn originally asked you in his line of questioning is, can you think of a possible world without these universal invariant laws?
I already answered. I said maybe. We don't know any of the worlds.
No,
we
no,
don't know
no.
any
I
of the
don't want
universes.
about maybe. I'm asking, can you do it? Yes or no?
That's a yes then? If I say maybe, technically?
Premonition, go call Avarice.
That's technically a yes, isn't it?
Don't forget to call Avarice.
I'm gonna call him right now. Yeah, I know. I'm completely senile. Okay, guys.
That's technically a yes, but I don't really like making the claim that I know, so that's why I say maybe. Are you okay with that?
No.
You're not okay with being like, I don't know? It's
Wait, he's asking you just to use your
That's not
imagination.
atheist.
I'm
Please,
confused.
I can say something for a second. You're claiming to be atheist. What you're describing is agnostic.
I know
Sure,
that
correct.
they're pretty similar. I honestly nowadays I feel like I colloquially use them, but
Absolutely.
one is lacking knowledge and the other one is lacking a belief in God. I feel like they're pretty similar. Unless you know Greek differently. I don't know. What do you think? What does Gnostic
Again,
mean?
It doesn't matter.
What does Gnostic
We're-
mean,
all
dude?
Like I said,
It means lacking knowledge.
Well,
It means
this
I
is
lack the
easy,
knowledge
guys.
to believe in a
This is
God.
easy.
Why the fuck do you
Circa.
care? It's such a stupid fucking thing to bring up. No one fucking cares about
Circa,
whether it's
can
agnostic
you imagine
atheist.
a cat with boots on?
Sure.
See? You can answer that one. So the fact that you say maybe to the other one, is that maybe because you can't imagine that?
A cat with boots on?
No,
No, you
to
can't imagine
a
a world
world
without
without
the
the
laws
laws of logic.
I mean,
You can't
again, one
imagine
is
it
like
because-
universally, in reality. The other one, I don't really know how you can make claims about other realities that we don't know if they exist.
Okay, how about this? Can
I
you,
don't know
can
how
you
you can make
imagine
claims
being
that's
able?
an
Wait,
unknown.
can you imagine being able to fly?
Yep.
No, there's no contradiction there. That's insane.
No,
I
again,
can imagine it. I
demonstrated
mean,
the
yeah.
Can you
impossibility.
imagine having the powers of Superman?
I can, yeah.
Now, can you imagine a world without the laws of logic?
Agnostic. You're not atheist, bro.
That's great, man. I'm glad you know better than me.
No,
I'll look to you for my
just
my
answer the
opinions on
next one
myself
now,
then for the
sir.
future.
Can you imagine a world where a tree can also be a cup of juice?
Sure.
At the same time. At the same time.
I can
Yeah, at the
imagine
same
one
time.
if you're asking me.
Really?
At the same
What does that
time?
look like?
Are you? I didn't say it was true. You asked me if I can imagine one.
No,
I
no,
obviously
no,
can
I'm not
imagine
asking
it.
if it's true. No, I'm not asking if it's true, Circa. I'm not trying to do some trap here. I'm asking, like, for a genuine curiosity. Can you imagine a world where there's something that can be a tree and a cup of juice at the same time?
I can imagine it.
Picture that.
I can imagine it.
What are you imagining then?
Could you draw it for us?
I mean, it's kind of a combination of the both interchangeably, so I guess it's not really a good one, but
Right.
So it's either or. It can't be both at the same time.
So
I mean, yeah, you got me, bro. Law of identity.
agnostic?
Holy fuck. I mean,
Well, and
could have
here's
just
the-
said A
here's the
equals A, but
defeater
like,
to the whole thing.
No,
No,
one
no,
sec.
no,
Let me
no.
explain that, Circa. The mere
Wait,
fact
guys,
that you
don't
can't
all
even
dogpile, though,
imagine that.
Just, like,
Yeah.
because
But
now
just to
I brought 'em
clarify.
there,
I'll be
I brought 'em
fine.
there for you
Yeah.
guys. Just do
Right.
it, you know?
Yeah, because like to point out that the mere fact that you cannot like even conceive of that.
what do you mean
That's
concede?
what the main thing here is.
What do you mean concede with that?
You cannot even conceive of that. That's what they were saying. You
Conceive,
can't even conceive of a worldview.
What is my world? Why are you saying my
Yeah.
worldview?
You can't even you cannot even imagine that thing that you just said.
Okay.
Something that's both the juice box and a not a juice box at the
Got
same
it.
time.
Now again,
You cannot even
Anyway,
conceive of that.
really
Wait,
fast.
When Teriax says worldview, he's talking about your metaphysics, your ethics, and your epistemology.
So he's doing the Jay
That's the
Dyer
point.
fucking totality, fucking slamming together collapse thing. It's just not how you do this, but it's fine. Makes it really stupid for a
what else goes
conversation,
into a
but
worldview aside from your metaphysics?
no, it's
your
just a
ethics?
catchphrase he came up with to make everything kind of rest on three branches of philosophy, so he can fucking interconnect them and then try and say other people can't build coherent fucking theories of knowledge without them. It's a
let me-
fucking stupid ass tactic that I think it's just kind of worthless. It makes
Well,
everything
it's
in
not.
isolation
It
suck.
follows.
It works.
It
That
follows.
makes
No,
sense.
I'm being 100% like literally like what you're saying is like imagine a world where it's meaningless.
I didn't say
and it's, like-
anything yet, actually.
Like, one sec, and like to try and convey that worldview, you're literally saying I'm going to convey something that's meaningless. That's literally impossible.
I never said that, or even conveyed that.
That's what atheism is.
Okay.
No, it's
well,
not,
I
you
wanna
idiot.
break this down to make. Hold on. I want to cut this down really quick. Whenever you ask somebody, can you imagine a world without these laws of logic?
Mhm.
It's instantly self-refuting because the second that you've imagined a world that exists, okay, existence presupposes the law of identity. So immediately, the first time you think of anything in the world, you have the law of identity. It is self-defeating to even attempt to imagine a world without the laws of logic. It's literally not possible.
To have
so
that
we-
clear what you're
just
saying,
just to
like,
go
you're
even
basically
further in
saying
this meta
because The
conversation.
world itself would have to also be not the world.
Let's just
Well,
go
yeah,
further in this meta
existence-
conversation.
Yes, exactly.
Do
How does
humans
it exist
perfectly
as
again? Do
itself?
humans perfectly capture
Yeah.
information?
What does perfect have to do with it?
Do we capture all the information perfectly, as in its completeness?
Finite minds.
Okay, so can we honestly say that we can think of everything in the ways that we can't think?
No, but
When you say
I'm
imagine,
demonstrating the
I can't really imagine
impossibility of the
everything because
contrary.
I'm not able
Hold
to
on,
do
real
that
quick.
perfectly. I don't know.
Sirkar, can you imagine a square circle for me?
That's not engaging with what I said, bro. Are you trying to be clever?
No, but hold on. But can you think of a square circle?
I can think of like a circle in a square. Why don't
No,
you engage
I
with
asked-
what I said instead of asking another
Square
question? Why?
Because what you're saying doesn't make any
Are
sense.
humans
We're asking-
perfectly able to fucking imagine everything? Do we have all the information when we
No,
think of things?
We can actually demonstrate.
Can
what
we
we're
think of
thinking.
other
It's
realities and universes?
contradicting. There are other universes?
I said, can we think of them?
Sure, I can think of them. I can
Okay.
yeah. That's
Can
what
you
a
just
hypothetical is.
assume that they're the same as ours? Mathematically, physically, logically?
I actually think they would have to be the same as ours.
Okay. I'm just,
Absent the
I don't know
mind.
how you could do that because we haven't lived in them. We haven't experienced
Look,
them.
let's
Because
get
if you-
back to the
because you
problem.
And
have
then
to
we're
presuppose
imperfect
the
at
laws of
capturing
logic.
information, which means we could have imperfectly captured these laws of logic, right? They are just math.
No.
They're
no, no,
proofed
no,
on
no.
math. They're made from math.
No,
Oh,
you have
no.
it backwards. Math is derivative of.
And then
logic.
we
Can
do stuff with
7 be
math to
7 be
prove
not
them,
7?
right? We do stuff with math.
Can 7 be not
So the
7?
proof is made from math, right?
No, can 7 be not 7?
No.
Can you have f1 over x equals 0?
Yes, but that presupposes that f maintains its identity over time, which means that the laws of
No,
logic
it's
must exist
undefined. You can't
prior
divide.
to
You
the
can't
math.
divide anything by 0 in math. I'm sorry.
I didn't know. I thought you were talking about the equation, whatever the.
I was talking about just math in general because that's the proofs that we use laws of logic. That's how we
but
prove them.
Yeah, but one sec.
No,
Circle,
you've got
do
it
you not realize?
backwards.
One sec. Let me point out. Do you not see like what you're doing, Circle? Like this, is like a self-defense.
No, it's not. I'm just using math to beat
because-
math, and it's kind of
because-
stupid that you guys don't
because
realize it.
They're realizing they've held a false belief. Well, please.
I don't know what that the fuck's supposed to mean.
The way Steelborn genuinely asked you that question, then you just return back with some random math thing.
He didn't
and then
genuinely ask me
he
anything.
Basic, even granted your argument in good faith, and then you said, no, actually,
Oh my God,
you
Lucky
can't do
Charms
that 'cause
guy.
it's impossible in math and all this
Oh
kind
my
of
god,
stuff.
bro. Are you done
When
fucking
you're
virtue
basically
signaling?
acting in bad faith because
you done?
understand what Steelborn
Jesus
is trying to get to,
100%.
but you're just refusing to engage
You
in
have
that
it
feeling
backwards,
behind
man.
it.
Are you
I
done
wanna
fucking virtue
point out-
signaling for your friend here? Like, Jesus Christ. It's fine.
But I also want to
No,
point
I'm
out that
genuinely being
Steelborn
sincere.
had.
You're not being genuine, you
Steelborn had a
fucking
line
Lucky
of
Charms
questioning
weirdo.
To you. Steelborn had a line of questioning for you that was related to the prompt, and when it got to, could you imagine this type of world, we got hung up because you said maybe. I demonstrated the impossibility.
No,
of
my
imagining
question
a world
was,
without the laws of
do we
logic.
perfectly capture information, and can we perfectly do that?
It-
And then he said a
okay,
question.
even
When I
saying
asked
something-
one, I asked one first.
Okay, but even in saying perfectly as some kind of metric or
loaded.
standard,
Objective.
well, it also
It implies
that there's
objectively
true or
100%.
falsity.
It implies 100%.
Well, that
Can we-
implies
no,
that the
can we
laws
have
of
perfect
logic
knowledge of
exist.
it? Can we have
So
perfect
when he
knowledge of
says like
everything?
the laws of logic must 100% be objectively true everywhere, even if we can think of other universes, I
Because
just
you
find
deny
that
that it's self-defeating.
unsatisfying and kind of self-defeating, like you're saying.
Because
deny it, it's
impossibilities to
self-defeating.
the contrary.
Yes, denying the universality is self-defeating. That's what we're pointing out to you.
Yeah, but we can't perfectly capture whether it is actually universal.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. I can
Oh,
get
Right?
realize this.
I mean, how can we do that?
One sec.
Is
One
that
sec.
a universal claim?
Yeah, I was
No,
gonna
no,
say,
one
so
sec.
you're
We can do this.
okay.
I guess it
really
would be.
easy. We can do this really easy.
Circa,
On
no,
the
no,
beach.
no. Is that a universal claim that we can't perfectly capture?
I think the word we're looking for here is unfalsifiable, but it's fine.
No,
is
no,
that
no,
a-
no, 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 no. You gotta really- no, he's got a
self-refuting.
point. What he's asking.
Own
you,
it,
Circa-
bro.
It's very
Circa, what he's
easy.
asking is,
Is
hold
that
An
a
unfalsifiable
universal
claim is
claim?
not fucking
You're
self-defeating, bro.
saying, Circa, that we can't have perfect
no, let easy
knowledge
go,
of
let
anything.
easy
Is
go.
that a universal claim?
One
I
sec,
can't. I
Steelborn,
couldn't
let
hear
easy go.
Steelborn because your fucking Lucky Charms mascot was
Well,
talking.
Steelborn's just repeating my question. You said that we can't perfectly know anything. Is that a universal claim?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you perfectly know it?
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
I didn't say it was objective.
Self-refuting, contradicting machine.
Yeah. I mean, do you perfectly
I mean,
know
the
that
logic
we
there,
can't
if you want
perfectly know
to have
anything?
fun, works
Yeah,
against you
let-
equally there, right?
Let me give it to you this
No,
way.
If you're gonna
One
accept
sec,
that my
one sec,
universal
one sec,
claim
one
is
sec.
universal
If
and
we
it
have a
we can't
beach-
perfectly
if we-
capture
if we
everything, then
have
that
a
means you're
beach-
still
If
wrong.
it's self-refuting, then I don't.
That means you're still fucking wrong.
We have a beach. If we have a beach, right?
Yeah.
There is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach. Correct?
Yeah, you can fractal count it forever, though, right? You know what a limit is?
Would we ever be able to check that there's a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, or be able to empirically prove the total amount of grains of sand on that beach?
Because the way you define what a grain of sand is going to make that impossible. It's going to be ad infinitum. You're going to go to a
Okay,
limit. You're
yeah,
going to go
but
to a
we can
limit.
still make the claim, but you still make the claim that there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, correct?
No.
No, this is just the
Alright,
problem
he's
of
literally just
deduction.
lying now.
I'm not lying. Your fucking
Jelly-
analogy is stupid. You don't even know what a limit is, I'm pretty sure, you fucking moron.
Sir, there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach.
Like,
Yes,
what, do I have to
Teriyaki, there
fucking
is.
do the fractal
After
math for you right now
no,
so you
there's
understand
not
what the
a
fuck is
finite amount of
happening?
grains of sand on the beach. What,
I
so
can
there's
do
an
it for you, you
infinite amount
fucking
of
leprechaun. What the
grains
fuck
of
do you
sand on that
want?
beach? Get the fuck out of here.
Like, I never
Get
even
the
said
fuck
this.
out of here.
I-
Who the fuck is this guy? Where did they pull you from?
I don't know. I didn't even say that. You're literally interlocutors arguing with someone who's not me, bro. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Unbelievable.
You literally are making straw men out of straw man.
hold on,
Okay.
Strong man, yeah.
Circa.
Oh fuck.
Is there an infinite number? We'll just like whatever your definition of a grain of sand is. I'll just grant it. Is there an infinite number?
I don't think
of
you
those
understand what that means, then,
at
do
a
you?
beach?
That's the whole problem with fractals.
Like grains of sand.
It's called the fractal effect. You know what a fractal is, right?
Yes, but is there an
Do you?
infinite-
I'm not really sure. I only brought that up about the grains of sand because it is specific to this, because the word is defining what we're going to be measuring. And words kind of change about what kind of grains of sand you have, what kind of sediment you're going to
That's why I
include.
said whatever you want, however you want to define.
I know. It feels like this question is pointless because you're trying to lead me to something that you don't even understand yourself. So just get on with it.
No,
Hurry
I
up.
do.
No, again,
No,
you're
no,
just
one sec. I'll
dissecting
tell you how it relates.
hypotheticals to
One sec.
not-
I'll explain. how
Leprechaun
it
man,
relates,
go find
Sirkar.
your fucking Lucky
Because
Charms
you're
at the end of the
saying-
rainbow.
you're
Let him talk.
saying- One sec. One sec.
Oh my
You're
God.
saying that like, oh, you can't account for everything. You can't account for perfect truth.
No,
ergo
you can
truth
just
doesn't
keep the
exist.
you can
But
keep
we're
making
showing
the
you
fraction bigger.
impossibility.
Oh my God,
We're
do I have to
yeah,
show
we've
you this
shown
on
the
math, you
impossibility
fucking
to the
retard?
contrary. That's how you prove it.
No,
fucking
and
stupid.
this
Because
is-
in
this
the
is
one
the
sec,
move.
I'll write the equation out
John.
for you.
Because
How about that?
in the beach example, we know that there's a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach because it'd be impossible to say there's an infinite amount of grains of sand on that fucking beach.
Oh, you're just stupid as fuck. Let me show you why.
Yeah, it's called an analogy,
No.
motherfucker.
No, it's not.
Well,
You
yeah,
just
and
don't
I wanna
understand
point
math,
out that
bro.
this is what he's
Literally,
done the
you don't
entire
even understand the
debate. Come on,
basics
this
of
is-
calculus.
show
It
us.
seems like you need to know what a
Said you're gonna
fucking
show
limit is, dude. You know what a limit is?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what a limit will do when it approaches something? Do you know what that's called? You know what it's called? Leprechaun man. Then shut the fuck up,
What?
you fucking moron. You can approach something to infinity. You can literally approach something to infinity. It's called a convergence. You fucking moron.
Literally suck my left testicle.
Like, let me give you an example here. You fucking elementary school retard. Okay,
yeah,
Look,
yeah,
we do
yeah,
one
yeah,
half.
Go ahead.
We have
Yeah,
one
yeah,
half
draw
right
on
here.
your little
Okay.
piece of paper there. Yeah, go ahead.
I can't.
Yeah, can't see shit. Yeah, turn that light off. Yeah, there you go. So I don't have to look at that ugly fucking face.
I'm gonna show you a little number line. Okay, you got this? Are you paying attention, or are you
Okay, yeah.
chasing that fucking Lucky Charms, bro?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah, would you agree that it would be infinite?
One half. We're gonna put 0 here. Okay. If I go from 1/2 to
Yeah.
1/4, I've technically
Yeah.
gotten smaller, haven't I?
Yep.
Yes, you can infinitely.
Can't you
reduce
just
the
keep
number. I get what you're
making
saying.
that number halved, bro? I can do that literally infinity. You know that, right?
Yeah, bro.
So there's
totally, bro.
infinite grains of sand on the beach.
There's
is
an
what you're
infinite
saying.
amount of times you can go to 0. Yes, you can literally keep doing it.
There's an infinite amount of grains of sand on that beach.
Yes, if you cut the fucking grains up as much as you want.
Okay, yeah, there you
Guys,
go.
I just want to point something out. This is what.
Why do I have to
happens
teach basic
when you
calculus to
don't-
this fucking dude?
No, it's
He's trying to
not
do a
fucking
logical
basic
argument. Doesn't even
calculus.
fucking understand
There's an
what an
infinite amount of
integral
grains of
is.
sand on the
No,
beach.
no,
He doesn't even
no,
understand what an
Yeah,
integral
man,
is.
Motherfucker.
Here's the problem with this. Here's the problem with what you're saying, Sirkar. You're saying that
The
because
problem here is you
whatever
don't
we
understand
measure-
basic math. That's the fucking problem.
No, no.
You
the
guys are
problem is that
using
you're
math
saying that because
proofs,
we can change
not
the
understanding
variable,
math.
Never go full retard.
Not
Sirkar, shut the
fucking
fuck up for a sec.
basic
You're saying that
math.
because we can change whatever our unit is for what a grain of sand is, we can change that definition.
No, you can
change what
approach
we
it.
define
It
as a
looks
grain of
like you can function it. You can put it on a graph, you stupid fuck as well. You can literally put it on a
Yes, you can
sand.
graph.
You can change what
And
how
look,
the fuck you're defining.
No,
a grain
you
of
can do
sand.
this.
That's what
Watch.
it means.
You can literally have something that approaches the fucking line infinity, even though it technically looks like it's not. Are you aware of that?
I
Does
guess
it ever
where,
reduce
yes.
to zero?
I took
Yeah,
a-
you do realize that's not reality.
Yes, it is. That's
Ever
literally how we
reduce to
define
zero.
reality. That's how
How do
math
you have-
functions.
when is it
A,
zero?
a fucking curve on my fucking board here is reality, bro.
Yes,
We're
this
talking
is
about a
this is
beach.
how we
We're
do
We're talking
math.
about a fucking beach.
Well, hold on, it's like Teriak. Did you
Like,
know that because you can
The proofs inside of your logical proofs are literally math. They're fucking
hold on,
systems.
Terry,
They're
Terry,
equations.
Inside of your logical proofs.
Teriak, because
I'm losing my
parabolas
mind, bro.
exist, we can't determine if there's an infinite number of grains of sand on a beach.
Look, I'll even write out
That's
because
real
I bet you don't
fucking
even know
argument,
any of these logical fucking laws and their proofs. Okay, I'll write out for you different
Yeah,
ones.
please
Why don't we
teach
do
us
some
how there's an
premises right now?
infinite amount of grains of sand
We
on
can
the
literally
beach.
do a proof like this. Okay.
Fair, I like Tool as well.
I mean,
This is
maybe I should charge you for these fucking courses. What do you think? Do you think I should do that? If you want to prove that, like this
It's
one,
paying
right?
to shut up, actually.
Do you know what that is?
Circa.
Law of contradiction. Part of it, right? That's part of it. How do you prove this?
Okay, squiggly line. Okay, what does squiggly line mean?
That you okay? You
No, I know
you
what
said you knew
symbol
what
you drew.
laws of
I know
logic
what
are,
symbol
right?
you drew was.
Okay, thank you. But Leprechaun Man doesn't because he's never gotten past algebra.
Bro,
I think.
You're literally you just have a whiteboard with a squiggly line. And you're like, bro, this clearly proves there's an infinite amount of fucking grains of sand on the beach.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this is what logic proofs look like. I'm writing it. Are you cool with that, or do you think you just can just talk about them without any fucking understanding of what's underlying them?
Wants to tell us a story.
Make it make sense.
I gotta
Make
charge
the
him for this, don't I?
motherfucking
Jesus
plan,
Christ.
for fuck's sake.
No, dude, what you're doing is being intentionally pedantic to avoid.
No, I'm
answering
using
the
math.
question of
That's
the
not
hypothetical.
pedantic.
No, this is what it is. This is like if somebody said, like, well, for example, when you touch something and you go, well, technically at the subatomic level, there's always a space between my fingers and the object. So I mean, are we really talking about touching here? It's just avoiding.
You telling me
what
you
the
can't think
hypothetical is
deeper than
asking.
just what you want to think, or what?
No, it's no, but for the
Does
sake
it
of
does
the
it hurt you
hypothetical,
internally or
you
something to
know
be like,
what's-
I don't
you know
know?
what's being talked about. You know what's being asked about.
And then I
infinite or
asked you,
finite
what happens
numbers
at a
of
black
brains
hole in a
on-
singularity? What happens there with the laws of logic?
Now we go back to
Again, if something exists,
Do
then
you
it
have an explanation for
presupposes
it?
If anything
math says
exists,
it
it's
shouldn't
presupposing
exist.
The law of identity.
The math says it shouldn't exist. Law of
Okay,
contradictions that we're talking about.
Does it exist?
We don't
does it
know.
exist?
It looks like it shouldn't. We can't photograph
Okay,
it.
Exactly. So we're talking about knowledge in this conversation. So you brought up a non sequitur, good, or a red herring. Good job.
No, I didn't. This is literally math breaking down, which is math is how we use
again, that
to make
doesn't-
proofs for laws of logic.
Hold on a sec. Look, guys, look, real quick.
It's
Look.
math truth.
Hold on, guys. Ready? Look.
You're saying laws of logic are
therefore-
truths, and those are made from proofs
hold
with
on,
math.
look.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Hold on a sec. Circa, look, hold on.
Math
Modus
be proven
ponens,
wrong.
therefore, infinite grains of sand.
Modus
It's
ponens.
like, what the fuck are
If you know
talking
P, P is then Q. You may write down Q, right? Whatever. Fine. I'm just saying that the math there is how you can prove modus ponens, like you just said. And there's plenty of times we can think of where math breaks down in our universe. How do you know math is 100% objectively true across everything then? You just don't. You're just acting like you do, and you don't even know the math. That's fucking hilarious to
No,
me.
it's called
you're-
science.
That's
You're
fucking
confused.
hilarious.
You're
Confused. You think no, but you think
This
that
guy doesn't even
logic
know you
comes
can
from
count
math,
to
not the
infinity
other
with
way.
limits, bro.
No,
I'm
but
like
you-
losing my
You
mind.
think that logic? Hold on. No, but
Hold
you
on,
think
one at
that
a time,
logic
man,
comes
one
from
at a
math and not the other
We
way
use
around.
math to describe
You
the
understand
logic.
that-
Thereby, it doesn't matter where it comes from. The math
No,
itself can be
no.
broken down where we could look at it in certain places.
Circa.
Doesn't that open the door
No.
to
Hold on,
some
Circa,
doubt?
Circa.
Yeah?
Circa, real quick.
Don't you
real quick,
think?
Hold on, we're gonna assume the law.
No, you're not
real
gonna
quick,
say
Circa, we're
anything?
gonna
That's what I
assume the
thought.
law- Circa, we're gonna assume the law of identity here for a sec, right? We're just gonna assume that just for the sake of this question,
Sure.
right? So the value of 2, when I say 2, I mean 2 things, like 1 unit and 2 units, right? Can
Yeah.
2 plus 2 ever equal 5?
Are you, no. I mean, not really. No.
No, because it would be a contradiction, because then the value of 2 would have
Is
to be
that
itself
axiomatic, or is there
itself.
something underneath there that's making it, evidently self-evident true? Do you know? Is the statement
don't-
2
I
plus
don't-
is 2 plus 2 equals 4 an actual axiomatic statement, or is there something else at play there? Do you know?
No, it's not axiomatic. It's not axiomatic. It's
Okay.
It would be universal. It'd be it's an entailment of the laws of logic. It can't contradict itself. It has to be itself, and it can't.
No,
be
that's
itself
not.
and
There's another underlying thing there that's actually doing the axiomatic work. It's not just laws of
Oh, so
whatever
wait,
the
so
fuck
math
you
is an
just said.
axiom?
No, math itself is not an axiom. There's underlying proofs involved with it, right? So I just don't really understand why 2 plus 2 equals 5 is supposed to prove what you just said.
No, it would prove that math exists. Or that the concept behind the numbers, right?
It
That
proves,
that means that the concept is
except
universal.
when you look in a black hole, I want you to tell me with a straight face that you know exactly what's happening inside of it. What is happening in it?
What the
Yeah,
fuck
but
would that have to do with
have you-
anything? Hold on, real quick. Can you do me a
That
favor? Can you? Just
I'm
look up
asking you
the
to
word-
use your
Can you
brain
trying
to
to-
think
trying to bait you into the
outside
black
of
hole
what
again.
we
Let's stop
see
watching
in
that.
physics.
Circa,
Tell
Circa,
me.
Can you look up what a non sequitur is?
That's not a non sequitur, bro.
It's a total non sequitur.
Point A to point B is not hard here. Do you need me to fucking help you along, dog walk you into this, you fucking retard? I can do
Oh,
that.
you want to talk about a fucking retard? I'm asking you.
Inside of a black hole, math breaks down.
You're like, but have you ever looked at a black hole?
You literally asked me, can you imagine a place where the laws of logic may not be there? I just told you math breaks down, which is underlying proof of what logic is, in a black
You're
hole.
imagining
How is that a
math
non
breaks
sequitur?
down.
You just don't understand this fucking concept because your brain can't think.
Wait,
No,
what do
you
you
don't
mean math
understand
breaks
that
down?
You think that fucking math comes from, or that logic
so-
comes from math.
That's how you prove the logic
You
with
assume-
math. Bro.
But again, math is derivative of
Not
logic.
always.
If the math
But-
is
and
can be
also-
suspect, if the math can be suspect, doesn't that make the whole thing suspect?
That's what a whole hypothesis is. What the
No,
fuck
that's
are
a
you?
No, if the
Logic-
math can be
logic
suspect, the
comes from math.
proofs are no longer there. How do you prove logic then?
No,
Wait.
you have it backwards. We're saying our
By
view is that
testing
logic.
it.
or that math is derivative of logic.
Fine, if
itself,
it's derivative
not
of
the other way
logic
around.
itself and it's susceptible to corruption in this way,
Circuit,
it can
yeah,
break down
yeah,
in a black hole.
yeah, circuit.
How do you just go on saying it's the same everywhere?
Yeah,
Circa,
your,
circa.
your, one sec, your whole
You know?
claim, your whole claim that math breaks down. What does that mean? That means that it no longer makes sense, as in like it starts contradicting itself. You can no
Yes.
longer identify shit. Correct.
You cannot divide by
Yeah, so
zero.
it still adheres to logic.
No, because it still exists.
The black hole, the referent, is still going by logic.
Is
It's
it?
the
Because it
mathematics
exists but
that's
doesn't
wrong.
exist.
Yes, we are
Wait.
catching up on the mathematics side of it. Just because we can't explain the mathematics side of it doesn't mean that it doesn't.
If you
Yeah,
can't explain the math and the math
exactly.
can break down in certain areas, then the proofs for the
Things
logic.
still exist, but
Shut
our
the fuck up,
description
you
is faulty.
leprechaun
That's basically
weirdo.
what you're saying.
If the math breaks
Yeah,
down,
it's an incomplete model.
because you're wrong, Circa. You're getting schooled by
so
a
you're saying
fucking,
math
leprechaun.
math is always correct everywhere. It's always right.
Yeah. Wait, I mean, you can come to
No.
an incorrect
Okay, so if
conclusion,
math
but
is
assuming
susceptible
that
to
it's-
some variance of like, let's say the scientific reasoning inside of it, right? The way we do this doesn't actually make sense in some places. Then the underlying math that's derivative in the proofs can be susceptible to this. Obviously.
Wait, let me ask you this: how do you?
No,
prove a
answer the
tree
question.
exists
Engage with what
math?
I said. I'm tired of getting fucking like 20 Q from
How do
all of
you-
you when you don't answer anything.
How do you prove a tree exists with math?
Wait, engage with what Circa asked.
Yeah,
and
repeat the
then-
question.
If
Circa.
the proof is, like you said it's derivative of math, or math is derivative of the proof. It doesn't matter. It has the same
No, it's
effect.
derivative of logic.
Anyways,
This
Math
is like-
presupposes logic exists, dude.
that's fine. Math, though, is the way you can make the proof for it. That's my point.
Yes, you can give a mathematical demonstration of logic. I
No,
agree
that's
with
how
that,
you
Circa.
prove it. It's called a proof. That's what a
Yes.
proof is.
No.
Is it the only way to prove it?
That's how we prove logic. That's proof. It's a proof, bro. Do you not know what that is?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. One
no-
sec. Sirkar. One sec. Can
No, I don't
math
need a
prove
fucking
math?
monologue from you. I just need him to understand this one concept so I can continue. Is that cool?
It's not a monologue. It's a question.
It's a
Can
fucking
math prove
something I
math?
don't want to hear. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that
Yeah,
proofs
because you're closed-minded.
are how. No, I'm not. Is how we fucking
Yeah,
determine
you literally just said I
the
don't wanna
law of
hear you.
logic, right? We use mathematical
Wait,
proofs.
guys, hold up. Let's see if this will help. Like, cause let me explain it in this way, Circa. Because like, the reason math presupposes the law of logic, because one can't be two, and we're gonna add one and two. That's presupposing the laws of logic already.
How do you use
Presupposing
imaginary
logic-
numbers in this?
Logic.
How do you
comes
use
first.
imaginary numbers in this?
How do you
Well,
what?
would still
They
have
still
to
have an
show it's not
identity.
Can I?
something we're referencing to.
I really don't want to be talking
Alright.
this hard about math right now. but-
From truth.
Okay, I just want to step in here really quick because I think
know,
I see
don't
the
wanna talk
problem.
this hard
I s-
about
a
math
problem
either,
here is I have a
that's
lot
why
of
I'm
guys
trying
who are
to-
talking
But
very
no, he's-
confidently
he's-
about
he's
math,
using
and they've never
math
even
to
taken
actually
past an
know
algebra course. I
logic.
think I don't understand how this is possible.
Listen,
Wait,
listen.
Just maybe I'm. Are you disagreeing with what I'm saying, Circa?
No, not
That
really.
you
No,
need
what you said.
logic
What you
for
said is
math?
fine.
That math presupposes logic, as in, when like, for instance, the law of identity.
hmm
One has to be one. It can't be one and two, because then we
Yeah.
couldn't do.
But you
math.
also can't divide by
right?
zero, correct? That's undefined. It's not something you can do in math, correct? Correct?
I
Yes,
don't
yes, you
understand
can't
what
divide by
literally
zero.
changes
Okay,
is.
so what I'm saying here is that there's
Wait, but
if
wait,
you're
you
you're
agree with what I
using
said,
math
though?
to then say your proof is correct. And the point I'm trying to make is math is not axiomatic like that. It's not self-evidently and objectively true. So the proof can be corrupted by the fact that math can break down in the way we understand it. That means when we think of other universes, that could corrupt the entire law of logic.
No.
No?
How could you do that?
I want to step in here really
I
quick
don't
because
know
I
why
see what's
we're
happening.
going all over the place. Why are you jumping
yeah.
away from this, Circa?
I'm not.
Do you
I'm not.
agree with me
What do
that
you
math
use to make a
presupposes
law of logic? Well, how do you prove a law of logic?
The laws of logic, because it's the impossibility of the contrary to deny a law, any of the three laws.
I
of
will
logic.
answer
Do you
your
think that?
question
Do you
with
think they just
problem.
came up with that? They didn't do any
I will
proofs.
answer this. Can you just answer me first?
I did.
To
I
deny the
did.
laws of logic
This guy
itself
just thinks that it was shit
No.
out of a fucking book or something. Like, no,
Yes,
someone had to do the
no,
fucking
just-
proofs.
Does math presuppose logic? That's all. It's
Yeah, the math
easy.
describes it, I guess, is what you're trying to say, which is fine. But the math can be incorrect.
So the
Exactly.
description can be incorrect.
And that means
no, this is
what
what I
now?
wanted
If your
to point
description
out.
of the proof
Hey,
to
your
make the
description's
law of
wrong.
logic actually work,
No.
No.
The reason that the laws of logic are true is because if you tried to deny them, it's self-refuting.
At least with what we know in our reality, right? Yeah, that makes sense.
In what other reality could you say that?
I don't know, center of a black hole?
At the same time. How the fuck?
Can you really say it happens the same in the center of a black hole?
I don't know why we're getting away from what I asked. You're using logic to ask me how logic works.
No, I'm using
That's
math.
so dumb.
I'm telling you that math is not
That's
fucking
how you
axiomatic.
you don't prove logic. You observe the necessary preconditions for them.
Proofs are how you
If
determine the
reasoning
true
is
statements of logic.
possible,
Proofs,
the laws of logic must be valid.
they are mathematical
Reasoning
proofs.
is occurring right now between me and you.
They are
We're debating.
mathematical proofs, Speakeasy.
Therefore, laws of logic are valid.
They are mathematical proofs. That's what logic is.
No.
Okay.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
So you're saying math came before logic?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is how you determine the logic itself.
Oh my god. So
I want to try to.
Could you do a
I wanna
logic
try
law
to get
without
into
math?
steel
Could you do it
man
without proof?
No.
Can you
this
do
is-
math without logic?
Without
Yes,
math?
don't prove
Can you do
logic.
logic without math?
Don't prove the laws of logic. You show how they're necessary preconditions for proof itself.
And look, I want to point
Or
out here
proof,
as
you need logic. Proof is a part of reasoning.
Oh, he's getting the whiteboard again.
Oh, he's getting the whiteboard.
Oh, shit,
Okay.
boys.
He's getting the slow boy whiteboard.
Do you know what Gödel's incompleteness theorems are? Any of you?
I have
I've heard of them.
heard of it. Yeah.
Okay. So, you know there are limits on what can be proven within a mathematical system then, right?
Yep.
And if the way we determine logic laws is using mathematical proofs to show that they're true,
No.
you don't think
That's
so?
not what we
We
do.
don't.
You
I would
keep
I would
assuming that.
love
No.
for you to tell me how you can do this without a mathematical proof.
Easy, just told you.
Are you going to use mathematics for it?
We observe the preconditions.
What does the
Proof
law of
doesn't
identity
exist.
mean, bro? What is it? A equals A?
That's a representation of the law. It's a description of the law. Yes.
And there's a proof to this, right?
No, that is just a description.
You don't think
the
there's
proof is that
any
if you deny
proof-
it, it's self-refuting.
You don't think there's
Proof
any
is if you
proof
deny
with
it,
the
it's
law?
self-refuting.
You don't think there's any modus
If you
ponus
deny it,
proof?
it's self-refuting.
Real
That's the
quick,
proof.
real quick, Steelborn. I'll use his language. Can you prove an axiom, Durkar?
Prove an axiom? It's self-evident. Self-evidently true.
What is
Oh!
self-evident?
So you can't prove an axiom.
Is the law of logic going to be an
How can you do
axiom?
that?
I don't think
No, the laws of logic are they're self-evidently true. We observe them as preconditions
Yeah.
for proof to even exist.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're foundational axioms, but again,
I don't.
Let me
go
ask
that
the
far.
point I'm
PhD in
trying
mathematics.
the point I'm trying to tell you is that he asked me, "Can you think of another universe?"
What's going on here? Hold up, Circa. For a math proof,
hmm
does it depend on a non-contradiction?
A mathematical proof can use. You can do a
Yep,
proof by
does it
contradiction.
depend on a
You can do a proof
non-contradiction?
by contradiction. Yeah,
No. Can you answer my question? I'm asking you.
that's what I meant.
Mathematical proofs, do they depend on non-contradictions?
No, they're gonna depend on the logical methods like you're talking about.
So you can give a mathematical proof that has a contradiction in it?
No, you proof by contradiction. You can't prove it by having. You're correct. No, you're correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Does the mathematical proof depend on an identity?
An identity?
Yeah.
The law of identity.
I guess it could. Yeah.
Just identity. We just say identity because we're
All
going
of
to
the laws of
law
logic
whatever.
are going to have a downstream, like you said, derivative. They're going to have mathematical fucking
How about
arguments that are
these two in the
proofs.
middle?
No, because you just said you need the mathematical proofs to prove logic. If the mathematical proof depends on logic, how would that
Exactly.
work?
So
I-
when you
just said
give
that
the logic,
mathematical proof depends on a non-contradiction.
Yeah, you're putting your
proof is
mathematical
something-
cart before your
a
logical horse.
mathematical proof
Exactly.
shows something is true within a system.
a system of
right?
what?
A logic itself is what allows a system.
That's fine.
to
Logic. There you go.
function.
Is logic
That's the
guaranteed
difference
to be
between what
objectively the
you're-
same in another universe?
What?
Is logic guaranteed to
Has
be
to
objectively the
because
same
if
in
you
another
tried
universe?
to deny it, it would be
Have to be.
self-refuting.
What is
That's
the
why.
other
If you
uni-
And I
deny
wanna
the law,
get-
any
hold on.
laws that are self-refuting, do you not get
I want to
this?
get back to the black hole problem because
Hold on a second,
what?
hold on a second. Like, this is important. Do you not understand that if you deny any of the laws of logic, it's self-refuting?
Are you familiar with like a Penrose diagram?
No, I don't. I
Can
don't
you
know
answer
the
his
term.
question?
I might know, but can you answer my question?
you-
instead
Do you
with a
think-
without- Can you answer my question?
Do you
instead of
think
answering my
that
question with a
you
question?
could stretch time
Can you
so
answer-
far?
Don't ask me a fucking question.
If you
Answer my
go
question.
so fast, you could stretch time so far that you could actually reach, if you were able to go around the entire flat universe, that you could reach the end of your spaceship if you went fast enough. So, like, let's say you're
That's
a
great. So
spaceship.
how about you answer my question? How about you answer my question instead?
I'm
of
answering your
asking me
question. You're just too dumb to realize
you're
it.
not. I
Yes,
asked
you
you a
are. You are
question.
literally
I
fucking
asked
too
you a
dumb to
question.
realize it. It's kind of annoying.
I asked you a question, and you go, "Do you know what a Penrose diagram is?"
Yeah, I mean, a Penrose diagram.
That's a fucking question, retard. Answer the fucking question I
No,
asked.
I'm not going to answer it. You're fucking stupid.
Oh, I'm not gonna answer. Oh, I don't
Yeah,
have a fucking
that's
answer.
not
to
an
the basic
argument.
question.
I mean, you can't really make the claim. I'm sorry,
Fail.
guys. You can't make
Fail.
the claim that logic is just going to be the same everywhere outside of our universe.
has
It is in our universe because we can see
Hold on,
that.
hold on.
But
Demonstrate how any of the laws of logic can be changed.
Yeah, no, Steelborn. Your question was, you do realize that if you're to claim like, if you're to go against any of the laws of logic, it is self-refuting. Do you realize that, Circa?
yeah, so the creation of the universe, right? Does there need to be a first cause, like a
To
creation for
refute
it?
logic
Does it
is
need to be a
illogical.
creator?
Correct, Circa?
I'm not going to answer your question.
This
Hold
bitch
on, wait,
don't
wait.
You're
know
dodging,
nothing.
dude.
Does something
It's a very
created need
simple question.
creator? Is that the question?
No, I'm answering your question by thinking of ways in which we could probably try and pontificate on whether logic can break down.
So
No,
logic
dude,
can be
because-
illogical.
So, like, how about...
Can logic be illogical?
No, why are you asking me this stupid statement?
Alhamdulillah.
In order,
Congratulations,
Circa,
dude.
In order,
I don't...
Circa, in order for you to imagine this other universe, do you have to distinguish things, this versus that?
Sure.
Law of identity.
You've now.
So you already you
No,
already
all of them.
using the law of identity.
Okay, so
No,
how
he's
about
actually
how
using all of
about
them
how
at once.
about let's
Yeah,
just do
all
something
of
a
them
little...
at once.
All of
Let's
them
do
using
something more
fundamental
specific here, okay? So
non-contradictory
God,
identity.
God is supposedly, at least in Trinitarianism, is in the Trinity, correct? Technically,
Yes.
he's all three at the same time, but the outer branches are not technically the inside, and they're not each other, the other ones, right? So how does that work? Is there not a lot of contradiction there? Does it-
Again, so this is
The church teaches that God is in everything all at
so-
once. Is that not a lot of contradiction?
No.
No, he's
because
Why not?
again- Well, and also the laws of logic refer to laws in the temporal world.
Wait, so
God
you can
being
think
the
of a
grounding
universe
source of
that's
those
not the
he wouldn't
temporal
be-
world. Is that what you're saying?
And
No,
real,
The
no, Eli,
universe
no,
is
no.
real
created.
quick, sorry guys, to the chat.
Oh, that was a mistake.
We have 6
No, it
minutes.
wasn't.
Yes, it
No, it
Sorry,
wasn't at
guys,
all.
One sec, boys.
I gotta
We
get
have
into this.
6 minutes in the chat there. We're only
Ooh.
at 4 out of 20 super
That was a
chats. So if we
mistake.
don't hit the 20 super chats, we're wrapping up in
Oh,
6 minutes. So
No,
if you wanna get that another hour in, get those super chats.
What does temporal world
no,
mean?
no, hold on. Let me
Hold on.
to
Logic is an
clarify.
energy of
What does
God,
temporal
God's
world
nature.
mean?
God's nature can't contradict himself. God's nature
Right.
cannot contradict himself. So God can't create a God more powerful than him.
Okay,
God
but
can't
he's
make a rock that
existing,
he
you know, in multiple places at once, kind of, right? What's going on there?
Why couldn't a God do that?
I don't know. Can
Is
you
he not all powerful?
can you not distinguish between them? I'm confused.
Yes, you can distinguish between the three.
How do you
persons of the
distinguish
Trinity
between them then? If he's one, he's technically all of them.
by their roles?
Their roles. Oh, okay, got it. Interesting. That sounds kind of
Exactly, and
vibes and
what-
fifisy. No, what does temporal
No, it's
world
not
mean?
vibes and PVs.
Yeah, it's the created universe. So
Is it outside of our
creation
created
itself-
universe, it might be different, or what?
God's the
No,
only thing
again,
outside.
there's
Father's
only
the only
two.
thing
There's only two: the created and the uncreated. All
Hmm.
that the uncreated is God. It's not another universe.
Does God have
There's
to
only
exist
one
by these
universe, the
logic laws,
created
or
one. No, he's the grounding source of logic itself, so he's
Ah.
not bound by laws external to himself.
so he can be a
The way we are.
contradiction?
Well, not yes. Well, no. Not
Oh,
exactly.
you,
So-
you just fucked up.
that
You're
was
trying to
crazy.
save
No,
him,
hold
bro.
on, I can deal with this. No, he's not a save. It's not a saving thing, dude.
No, it's
God-
it was a bad way of
Hey.
phrasing it. No, so the thing is, so hold on a sec. So what he's saying is that the laws of logic are part of the nature of God. God's nature can't contradict himself. God's nature can't contradict God's nature.
Yes,
Very
he's bound by his nature. He's not bound by laws.
Didn't you
That's
just
what I'm
think of
saying.
something that technically doesn't have to abide by those laws then?
He has to abide by his nature. It's
The-
not
the
a
laws of
law.
logic
But
are
the
part
laws
the
of
nature.
logic are from that
Yeah.
nature, so he can change them.
No,
No? Why not?
He can't be illogical.
Because it would contradict his nature.
What if he changed them?
It would contradict his nature. That's like asking me what if fire wasn't hot.
I got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, again, you're fundamentally not understanding what's
Fucking
being
atheists
asked.
here
I mean, yeah,
arguing
it
for
seems to me that
months for years.
temporal world creation, God.
Yeah. No. Whenever you're talking about is God bound by laws, that would be something outside of God. In the worldview that we're positing to you, there's only the created realm and the uncreated, and all that's there's not an uncreated realm. All that's uncreated is God himself. He's informed by his nature. His limitations come from his nature, not external laws. So when we're
God
talking
has
about the law
limitations?
of identity, that's an external
God has
law,
limitations?
yes, by his nature. Of his nature, absolutely. He can't be evil. He can't be illogical, as you just asked. Absolutely, he's limited by his nature.
So what is he?
He's God.
The unmoved mover, the Alpha and the Omega.
Truth.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound like much.
The unmoved mover.
Truth doesn't sound like much.
I like
What do you
Thomas
think made
Aquinas'
these debates?
version of this much better. It's a little bit more poetic. Poems. I like poems. Can you give me something a little less fucking stupid and bitchy?
I'm being the bitchy
crashing
one.
out
Okay.
'cause
All the passive aggressive.
I'm crashing out so hard while eating candy.
Unless you give me your answer in the artistic form of slam poetry, I will not accept your answer, sir. Where'd you get that one from? Fucking Oxford?
No, I'm just pointing out some contradictions.
It's not a
There's no
contradiction.
you've
What? Give us a contradiction in PL.
I mean, God can't have limits. I
Name
thought.
one.
I thought God was like
We have the
Name one.
contradictions.
No,
Again,
God
logic
can't
can
have
break down.
God can't have external limits.
a logic law is not an external one. Does that mean it presupposes
It's
God?
part of the nature of God.
Why does God need
Be
these?
internal. It's just part of the nature of
Does
God.
he subscribe to the laws of logic?
They're part of his nature.
Dude.
Why?
Do you subscribe to being a person? What the fuck does that even mean?
Why? It sounds like he just has to live by the laws of logic to you.
No, the laws of logic are part of the nature of God.
Are you bound by your
exactly.
human nature, Circa?
I like how you collapse in this because you don't have a way out. Right.
No, it's not
It's
a
not.
collapse.
You're saying
on, real
God
quick, real
lives
quick,
by
hold on.
logic, but God is logic.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like he's also like
Yeah,
my favorite sunny day.
Are you doing the Mean Girls thing? Is that what you're doing?
You know, on like a summer night when the sun is looking really good, and the clouds are like really
we
fucking pretty.
go.
he
There
can't.
you
You
go.
can't give the contradiction. You just assert
can't
shit.
give
and
us some
can't
Robert
back it up.
Frost there, will you?
How am I supposed to
No one
do anything
Shakespeare.
with what you told me? You're just like literally saying it's like true, and then I'm just supposed to accept
you
it.
claimed it was a contradiction. Give the contradiction.
Yeah, demonstrate the contradiction.
God has limits.
How is that a contradiction?
I thought God did not have limits.
God does not
Again,
have
so this is
external limits.
again. So
I gave
your
you the Trinity, and
definition
he
of what
said
all-powerful
they're
means-
distinguished by their roles. That's not really an argument.
Yes.
but
That's
because they
true.
do
It's called
different things.
personhood. Yeah.
Shout
real quick,
out to
Circa,
the
hold on, how do we
chat
distinguish
pulling
between you-
through in the
Wait, the money,
last
money.
fucking 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes, chat pulled
Oh,
through
fun.
to hit that goal. Shout out.
Yeah.
to you
So
guys.
let me
Chat.
wake up a little bit here. So Circa's getting
And
kind of cocky.
woman, bring me my stew.
Stu. Circa, you said there was a contradiction. You said God having limits by his own nature is a contradiction. Can you actually explain how that's a contradiction?
I don't know. Depending on what Christian church you're thinking of, I mean, it should be a little bit
you
deterministic.
made
right?
the claim. How are you deriving the contradiction? All
because-
you do is appeal to other people's arguments. What's your argument for the contradiction, Circa?
You didn't even let me finish, you fucking weirdo.
What's your
Bro, you're
argument
eating and
for
you're-
the contradiction?
Again, some churches think that God
You're
is
getting too
omniscient.
cocky and you need to
You
be
literally
mindful.
just interrupted me again, you fucking weirdo. Why?
Because I
What's
can
the
already tell the
contradiction?
problem with your argument. I can tell the problem with what the problem with your argument is going to be.
What, that it's
before you-
omniscient, omnipotent? You know?
No, because some churches say this and some churches say that, and they can't agree. That's a disagreement fallacy.
That's not what I was actually going to say, but
They're
thank
not
you
truth
for
in the
showing
matter.
us
Not
that you
only
have no
that-
idea what I was going to say.
Not only that, not only that.
You literally have no idea what I was going to say. Why are you still
There's no
talking?
contradiction in saying that God has
Why are you
limits
still
by his own
talking? You
nature.
literally got it wrong. Can't you just shut up?
I wasn't finished.
I know, but you got it wrong. You could stop when you got it wrong. That's probably the good thing to do, right?
Circa, just answer. Just answer. You're good.
Is God not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent?
Correct.
What does omnipotent mean?
Be
Omnipotent,
all-powerful.
all-knowing.
Source of all power.
All powerful? So why does he need to be set
Source
by
of all
limits?
power. No, he's the source of all power.
That doesn't really
Yeah.
answer my question.
No, it's okay.
That does-
Just all powerful according to his nature.
So he could change Everything, because he's all powerful, right?
According to his nature.
Okay.
Just like
Source of all power,
He
yeah.
lived-
No,
That's
God
not a
can't contradict
contradiction.
himself.
Could he make a tit that was so big?
it's
he
like
can
saying,
drive
could
it?
God be not God? God can't be anything other than what he is.
Yeah.
So
Okay, like,
your
you're just acting like
question
that would be
is
a
contradiction.
Yeah, your question's a contradiction, not what we're saying. And you have not demonstrated a contradiction yet. So will you at least admit that you say shit you can't back up?
Wait,
Circa,
do
can
you
you
have a
be not
PhD
you?
in mathematics, Circa?
No, I don't.
Then why are you talking about all the mathematics and all this kind of shit?
Because it's kind of important to understand these things.
Hold on, Terry, that's
Okay.
just a red herring. Let's just, yeah. Can you?
It's not a
demonstrate
red
the
herring. It's a
contradiction?
valid question, bro. I don't know why the fuck you just said that.
It's a red herring to what we're talking about.
No, it's not. How is it irrelevant?
Because we're talking. You're making the claim that our
No,
position
you just
has a
said his
contradiction
question was
based
a
on
red
nature.
herring, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you? This is so
No,
stupid.
the reason why I asked it, the Steelborn is because it seems like he basically holds mathematics as like the one true thing in his worldview.
No,
like he
I
thinks
don't.
that everything like
I-
maths.
Did
proves
you not just hear me argue that
unless there's
math can break
mathematical
down?
proof.
Or were you
Yeah, but
like
that-
listening
what
to
you're
something
still
else?
putting math
What
above
does that
logic.
mean for math to break down? Can you explain that in detail, please?
I mean, I
I'm
just
wondering if
described
you're-
at the quantum
wait.
level, math breaks down quite a bit. It doesn't have to be a singularity, but yeah.
At first,
So-
I thought you wait. At first, I thought you pronounced it wrong, Circa. But are you saying omnipotent or do you mean omnipotent?
Omnipotent, yeah. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because omnipotent
Yeah.
is a whole different
That's not-
thing.
Like a
That
strong,
sounds
a strong,
like
it's
dispensary.
a strong
That-
fucking drink.
That's what people refer to when they say
Yeah.
that
That's what I meant to say.
powerful even beyond logic, unlimited even
Yeah.
beyond
That
logic.
is what I meant to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted
Right.
to make sure because
It's
you
definitely
said
not like a strong
omnipotent,
drink.
so I think-
Right. And again, this is the problem with what people who aren't familiar with the actual theology, they assume that all powerful means God could be like not God, but he can't be anything other than what he is.
Are you just
He's
like
informed
making
by
up
his
someone's
nature,
argument?
So he's all powerful according to his nature. No, I'm telling you Trinitarian theology.
Okay, so
You're
I've
also,
I've,
like,
I've
you're
read
also
St.
looking
Thomas
for
Aquinas,
like,
and he has a lot of
A
ideas on
equals
this.
A,
Okay, he's a
God
little bit
equals
different
God.
than yours.
God cannot equal not God.
Blake, if
Exactly.
he wants to add in, did you know that fraction?
I don't know why you keep saying
did know the
assume my
fractions are
argument,
reduced,
Mel.
but that means
I
there's
really am
different
not
number of
giving that
things.
many. I hope you know that. Like, you don't even know my worldview. I don't know why you keep assuming that. It's just weird. Okay, when people go like you're a leftist or a fucking righty, I've never even called any of you guys
Well-
Republican or conservative yet. It's just
We
stop
don't
doing
know
that.
your
To
worldview
be
because you
fair,
never
I
have
think
one.
I think many questions have been asked on how you view something, and you do like turn to these other people. So I think
I'm being a contrarian,
safe
yeah.
assumption would be that you have a similar worldview to these people you're referring to.
No, I'm thinking of
So what
ways
is your
to poke
worldview?
holes in the ideas that we're talking about. He asked me, "Do you think
But you haven't.
that
No,
we
hold on,
can
hold on.
make
If you give a
claims?"
position,
Oh
there's
my god, I'm still
entailment to a
talking. Shut
position
up,
that I
bro.
can assume.
Fucking Christ. He asked me if I can make
Oh my God,
claims
cry harder, bro.
about fucking whinge more. Fucking other universes and the claims in them, okay?
What is your world?
So I don't know. I don't know if we can make claims outside of our universe. That's all I'm saying.
All right then.
Well, again, I don't think there is any universe outside of this universe, and you're just agreeing with that.
I'm not agreeing with it. I said I don't know. Why do you keep acting like that's the opposite of what you think? That's a you problem,
That's
not a me
agnostic,
problem.
not
Again.
atheist.
That's
Well,
literally
again,
a you
but
problem.
To say that
This
you
is
don't-
why
okay,
me
this is
literally
what you
doing
keep
something made
missing
you
with the
insecure earlier.
No,
Stop
this
that
is what
shit.
you
It's
keep
weird.
Missing with the atheism definition is you think that just by saying I don't know and saying that leaves the realm of possibility. So
It does.
It is a positive claim that it's possible, and I want to know how you know that it's possible.
How I know what? God's possible?
Any of the things that you're claiming are possible, like other universes, a universe without a God, you're saying that it's possible. I
I've
want
kind
to
of been
know how
using
you know
logic
that.
to do that, but you've never seen another universe.
No. What? Hold on. Wait.
You've never
you're
seen another
using
universe,
logic-
right? Or unless maybe you might be the first person in the world. I don't know.
No. Again, I'm not the one making.
So how do you
claims about the
observe-
possibility of other universes.
How do you observe another universe?
I've observed the multiverse. It's in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
I thought you were going to talk about a DMT trip.
But wait a minute.
That abides by the laws of logic still.
No, they used
But
the
here's the
Mobius
thing.
strip incorrectly in
I'm
that
saying
movie,
other
so no.
universes- I'm
No,
saying other
no,
universes
wait,
aren't
Circa,
possible.
That's a perfect example. Why you skip right past that?
Skip right
You
past
just,
what?
like people imagine other universes all the time. The difference here is they asked you to imagine a universe that doesn't have the laws of logic in it.
I know.
But you admitted earlier that you have to distinguish a this from that, which would mean the laws of logic are presupposed there. I don't know why we're going back to this.
We're
You already
using
admitted that you
laws
can't
that
do
we
this.
use in our own world, our own universe. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, again, this is the problem. No, hold on.
As
Possible
opposed to what?
worlds are like a hypothetical used in argumentation to.
I mean,
just
it
try
is
to
a
prove the truth.
hypothetical. Yeah, I know.
But
just
what I was talking about was like ontologically actual other universes existing, not possible
Yeah,
worlds
no,
used to illustrate a hypothetical.
I'm
Eli,
glad
he
you
just
used the word
agreed with Easy, but
ontological.
then tried
I
to
don't think
disagree
that
in a
really
sassy
matters,
way.
but you know.
Because he literally said, yes, when we imagine other universes, we still have to use our laws of our universe, which means it's not
Right.
other universes.
Right, exactly.
Because you still have to use logic. You
right.
still have to identify different things.
Okay, maybe.
So it's
Maybe what? That
impossible
group-
not to have logic.
Sure.
Exactly. And
We'll
it's
just,
that
I'm
makes it
actually kind
universal.
of. I want to continue this now, so just for fun, I'm gonna say yes.
Can you
Just for
admit
funsies.
you're
Because
agnostic?
I do think this is supposed to lead back to the transcendental argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so now that he guys, so he's agreeing now that the laws of logic universal. Go from there.
Okay. They're universal, immaterial, right?
Hmm.
Conceptual.
Sure.
Okay. How is that grounded in anything other than a universal immaterial mind?
I think you can ground it in multiple things, right? It doesn't have to be that.
Such as
Consciousness, like I mentioned earlier, matter. I don't
Is
know.
that a particular or
Wait, no, hold on, wait. Consciousness is that a mind?
Consciousness doesn't have to be a mind.
Okay.
what would consciousness be other than a mind?
I don't know. Consciousness. There's kind of
We're
some.
in the
wait.
open panel section now.
There's
No,
kind
no,
of some
no,
theories
no,
right
no,
now
he's
that say
saying-
consciousness doesn't
wait,
have to
he's saying
be
he
in a
can-
mind. Same matter can kind
Okay,
of
but
elicit
wait,
it. So.
wait. You agreed it's a universal immaterial concept. This goes back to the question we had in the debate. You're saying that a concept can be grounded in something other than a mind. How is that possible, and how do you know it?
Well, I don't know it, so I can't do that. How's it
Okay, how-
possible?
how
I
would
just
it be
told you that
yes.
maybe because we don't know how these things actually work. Like, there's no objective way for you to tell me God is literally how it gets grounded. So I can point to different things, consciousness maybe, matter. I don't know, just for fun.
Well, no, I know, but concepts definitionally are
No,
ideas.
immaterial means it can't
right?
be matter.
No, but the concept is the linchpin. It's an
Mhm.
idea.
Yeah.
Ideas definitionally are thoughts. Thoughts definitionally come from minds.
Sure.
But you're saying there's a possibility that you have ideas and thoughts that don't come from minds, and I want you to give your best stab at demonstrating.
What is the
that's
wait? What are the ideas
remotely
and thoughts that
possible.
don't come from minds? What are those? What do you mean?
That's what you're saying.
No,
dude.
I'm asking you to continue. What do you mean by ideas and thoughts? Do you mean like objective claims, truth claims?
Answer the
The
question.
definition of concepts.
What's that?
Okay.
Yeah, so demonstrate to me the possibility of an idea, thought, or concept.
That's
not
like
grounded in
mind
the
independent, not in a mind. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay. So the idea of an objective truth from more realist, right? Let's say murder is wrong. You think that has to be inside of a mind to be grounded?
I think that all concepts and ideas are grounded in minds because definitionally thoughts come from minds.
Okay. So why
The question
are
would
we
be,
saying that's
does
true?
a thought come from anything other than a mind?
Are you saying the objective truth is only relative to when a mind actually brings it, like kind of like the way physics
No,
works when
I'm
we
saying
actually
it's-
like observe shit,
Dude,
like Schrodinger's word?
you're the one who said I can ground a concept in something not a mind. I'm asking how that would be possible. Where in any form of the definition of concept is there not an implicated mind?
Again, I'm questioning that it needs to be in a mind for you. That's what I'm questioning.
So okay, so how do you?
What
have
is
a-
the reason
a-
it must be in a mind? Why can't we just have the truth be self-evident?
Definitionally, it's what it means for a thought.
So it must be
idea, a
observed by the mind then,
Quick,
right?
Eli, can I ask
Wait,
you a question real quick? Can I ask you a
Eli
question real
said
quick?
this like 3 times. He said the definition of a thought is it comes from a mind. If you're saying a thought can come from something other than a mind, what is that? Just
I didn't say
that's easy.
thought. I said
That's
the objective claim, the truth claim, right? The
no,
statement.
you said a
He's
concept.
asking you about thoughts. Can thoughts
Concepts.
come
Or
from
concept.
anything other than a mind?
Concepts are ideas.
Kind of,
which
no,
are
probably not.
thoughts.
Not thoughts. Yeah, not thoughts. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it can't be grounded in just a consciousness.
So
You need a
objective
mind.
truths are
Thank
not
you.
mind independent.
No, they are. They are. So objective truths are human mind independent, grounded in the mind of God, informed by His nature, which is invariant.
So God's mind is where they're grounded, and that means they're not mind independent, right?
Correct.
No, independent.
no.
Philosophical objectivity means independent of human mind.
Right.
Meaning that if there were no humans left, this would still be true.
I don't think you can just exclude God there, right? You're just allowing it to still exist in God's mind. But mind independent
Look up
means
the-
mind independent means the thing is true whether we think about
Again-
it or have an opinion on it or not.
One sec,
We,
one sec,
as
Circle.
in people.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yes,
That's
we're
what I
talking
just
about
said.
human
You're
minds.
literally
Human
like
minds-
God's got a
one
special
sec.
place though. He's got a different
One
mind.
One sec.
You're just presupposing
One sec,
that.
Like when let's say my favorite color is yellow, but when I die, like
Oh my
that's
God.
like meaningless. It's irrelevant, all this kind of shit.
Why is this
But
guy
there are
fucking
some
talking?
Thoughts or some object things that exist even whether or not I live like or die.
I
they
literally
still
just
continue
explained
to
what
be
mind
true.
independent
And
is. I don't know
mere
why the
fact that
fuck
these
you are just continuing.
The fact that these are discovered and not created proves that there is some sort of objective intelligence or
No, it
mind
doesn't.
out
No, it does
there.
not. You cannot just make that claim. That's what a non sequitur looks like.
No, we've proved that
No, but
claim.
we-
You've
I've
proved it? I'm
demonstrated
sorry,
to you
how?
All night long.
How? How have you
All night
proved this
long, baby.
objectively?
Again,
Well, this was the point of asking you.
No, no.
if
What
a
what
thought
fucking
came
leprechaun man
from
just said?
anywhere
How is he
else.
able to prove what he
Yeah,
just
okay,
said?
one sec. I'll give the simple proof again. Independent concept exists. Ergo, independent minds, the whole said independent concepts exist.
Sure.
Swap
Yeah.
out the word independent for universal there.
I was
Okay,
gonna say,
universal
bro.
concept exists. Ergo, a universal mind, the whole said universal concept exists. Agree or disagree, Circuit?
For the concept, I guess in the way you're using it, yes, that would probably be needed. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
would you call
Welcome
that
to the club, baby.
universal-
You're no longer an atheist.
But that means that
we
like
call
all of
that
a sudden
universal
objective
mind.
truths are just mind dependent, not mind independent.
No, no.
they're
okay,
dependent
hold
on the
on.
mind
No.
of God.
All
Dependent on the mind of God. Thank you.
One sec.
Dependent on the mind of God. Thank you.
One sec, Circa. The existence of objective truths prove that an objective mind exists or an objective
So
intelligence exists.
objective truths are
aka
dependent
God.
on the mind of God, aka mind dependent now.
Yes, but God's mind is. Not
It's
the same
different.
mind
I get it.
as
I know what you're gonna
finite.
say. It's different. That's fine.
But
It's
It's not
independent.
actually an
I
answer though.
never
It's just
once-
vibes and fifis.
But
God's mind
it's
is
an actual
independent
category
to
No,
our
that's
mind.
literally vibes and
Are
fifis,
you
bro.
just-
You're just gonna be
are
like,
you
it's
just
different.
It's an
doing
actual
an
logical category difference. Are you trying to
BGS?
conflate?
You guys are making
Jesus.
objective truths just mind dependent. What with God's?
No, the mere fact that
and
you.
it is an
He said
invariant
correct
nature.
and no.
What? No, hold on.
What I'm saying
I wanna,
is, no, because you're misconstruing what we're saying. What we're saying.
No,
is
I'm
the
not.
mere
He
exist- the
understood
fact
it.
that
Apparently you didn't, bro.
The mere fact that you concede that objective truths exist prove an objective mind or an objective intelligence exists. But you're now trying to deny that because that's what you realize.
So they're
that's
mind
what they mean
dependent.
by
They're
God.
mind dependent.
right. So if they're mind dependent, whose mind are they dependent on?
So objective truths are mind dependent. I got it.
Whose mind are they dependent on?
God's mind. It's still mind dependent.
Yes, so you're no longer an
Okay, but
atheist.
now
Congratulations.
atheism's
Invariant
impossible.
material?
I don't really think that conclusion is satisfying to me. It doesn't actually have anything to make that claim.
not-
But I
it's
do
not
understand
satisfying
what
to
you're
me.
trying to say.
Yeah.
I do understand
Okay,
what
so
you're trying to
hold
say.
on, hold on. So wait,
That's
wait,
not
wait,
a
wait,
counter,
hold on a
bro.
second. Circar. So what you're saying is that I have no way to refute this. Ultimately, I'm just going to appeal to my incredulity of I'm just incredulous.
I'm
of the way
sorry.
we conclude.
When you have
Thank you, Matt.
no
I'm a
way to
retard.
prove this
Alright,
evidentially
this is
besides your
satisfying.
vibes and fifis, you're gonna have to do more than
Just
that, bro.
admit
That's
you're
pathetic.
It's the
wrong.
impossibility of the contrary, dude.
Which is not
That's the
an
proof.
a deductive argument, bro. I've already told you this. Now you're doing an abductive argument. Congratulations.
No, impossibility
No.
to the contrary would be.
You're literally with incomplete information going, what is most likely? This is most likely abductive
not.
We're
now.
not going what's most likely. We're going.
Yes,
what
you
is the
are.
Do you
necessary
understand?
precondition for the
If you are using the other side, opposition, dialectic, you are not making the argument from yourself. You are doing an
We're
abductive
saying that
argument.
The denial, circa.
denial
We're
is
saying
self-refuting.
the denial is self-refuting. That's deductive and not based on limited information. It is if it's self-defeating, then it's self-defeating, dude.
Yeah, you don't,
Do
that's
we
not what it
also
means.
Not, like, are we
just
glassing
kinda made that
over
up.
Yes, it is.
Because I already gave you a
No, I
situation
didn't make it.
several
where
times?
someone's
make
made a
it into
transcendental
something.
argument without God, right? I've already given you a different one where we can maybe ground reality and like consciousness. But you can keep repeating that. You just can't prove
and
it.
you
But I
already
do know.
conceded that
I
if
do
it's
know that you
conceptual,
think
it has to be
objective truth is
mind-dependent, so the
mind
consciousness argument doesn't
dependent.
work.
It's mind dependent just in God's, which is interesting. I mean, okay.
Right.
But it's not just true.
That's what I've been arguing to you all
It's
night.
not true because you just feel that way, dude.
No, it's true because to deny it would
No,
be
you were
self-defeating.
presupposing
That's why
God,
it's
and
true.
then you like the vibes and fifis, and now it's true.
No. Do you understand what it means to say that something's true because to deny it would be self-defeating? Does that even compute to you?
Except you're just presupposing it's true.
Wait,
like
didn't you, Circa?
I don't
didn't
think
you
he
agree
understands
it would
that.
have to be in the
I mean, I just don't think it's satisfying. That's why. I'm sorry, man. I know it is to you. That's
Why
great.
does it
I'm
have to
just
be
in
Wait,
Angela.
Circa, didn't you agree that
Now
it would
you're
have to
bringing
be
it
in
back.
the
You guys are
universe?
acting like no
One
one's
second.
ever actually
One
talked about
second,
transcendental
one second.
arguments, by the way.
I just wanna
As if like
clarify
like
something
the academic world and scholarly people have never even written about this in literature. It's like you guys think you came up with this?
I just want to
Appealing to
clarify
other
something
people.
real quick.
It doesn't satisfy most people who talk about this. I hope you know that. It's just an online phase at
Who
the
gives a
moment.
shit? That has no bearing on whether it's
It
true.
kinda
or not.
does.
Hold on, real quick, real quick.
It's not a novel idea, is what I'm trying to say.
And the appeal to the populace.
What's going on here?
No, it's not a
You guys
novel
argue
idea,
like
but you guys are like the French in the fucking 70s, like Foucault and them, who just like think they found like gold. And bro, you're
ain't
like
no
years
French
late, dude.
Cowboy.
The fucking postmodernist motherfuckers.
You guys are
Seagull,
French.
Seagull,
What?
I'm incredulous to your incredulity. I mean, now we're
That's
in that
fucking great, bro. I don't care.
Yeah,
I just want you to know.
Call us
See,
French
I'm-
again.
I like the argument. I think it's fun, but it's weird to be like so arrogant about an idea that's not novel.
Cigar, that's not an argument. Just say it doesn't satisfy.
Okay,
Six, yeah,
okay,
one sec.
okay, okay.
No, my argument was you're acting like it's
Answer
novel
my
and it's like
question,
it's
sir.
new
Do
and
not
like no
just
one's ever thought
agree
about
with-
this.
Circa,
not the
do
position.
not just agree with Terriac that it would have to be in the universal mind.
I did for the sake of argument, right? I don't think there is an objective way to say it
It's
must
bad
be.
faithism.
We're
Bad
talking
faith.
about words like thoughts, bro.
Like, but this
Okay.
is what I don't. This is what's like. Are you like taking any position or like?
No, I haven't put forth one that I think is. I'm not confident
These
enough or
positions
arrogant enough to
fluid.
claim what these guys are saying. That's I'm definitely
How
not.
can you argue?
I don't. I can use logical reasoning here to say that you're making an abductive argument. That's why.
But wait, but
Give an
but
account
wait,
for
you
reasoning, sir,
agreed
Cars.
that
I'm
it
done. I'm
has to
challenging
lead
your
to a,
philosophy.
you agreed that it has to lead to a universal mind. So why are you?
I did for the sake of
denying
argument,
it?
but there is no reason, no objective reason that that's actually true. It's not.
All right.
We pointed out to you the self-defeating.
Eli, let me tackle this for a second.
So if it's not objective, tell us what else it is. That's what I.
It's not objective because
Why
you
do you
can't
keep
make
just
objective
making
claims
assertions,
about
Mama? You
metaphysical.
can't- That's not how you like do internal critique.
Hold on,
That's
hold on,
not how
hold
you
on,
do
hold on.
I'm not. I'm not doing an internal
any-
critique. I'm not doing an internal critique.
For negative position.
I'm not doing an internal
That's not how you
critique.
do it.
Easy. You just everybody just missed what he just said, but I just fucking caught it. You can't make objective claims about metaphysics.
I already
About
You
metaphysical
know
stuff,
that's an
yeah.
objective claim about fucking metaphysics.
Exactly.
We already
That's a
did
metaphysical
this. We
claim.
already did this. I alley-ooped you guys.
Is
with
that
this
clever?
one, and
I-
You guys went on a whole different spot.
And I brought
That's
it
a
up in the
fucking
debate
that's a
too.
fucking-
How are you going to
Just
objectively make
everyone
claims
mute your
about
mics. Everyone mute
supernatural?
your mics and let Easy cook.
How are you going to make objective claims about supernatural?
I just what I'm asking you is if you're not taking a position on this, what are you refuting with at all? You keep you make an assertion of, oh well, you can't just say that's a universal mind. Then what is it other than the thing that you just agreed it led to?
Okay,
What is
the
that?
absence of an answer here
Where's
does not
that
mean
wrong?
automatically that you get to just put one in and presuppose it. I'm sorry. You realize that, right? Like you can't just like, oh, well, no one else thinks they have an answer, so I'm just going to put mine in.
Okay,
What?
That's
let me
not
explain. it. So for
what
example,
I'm
if
saying.
Easy, if Easy
You
says,
agree
if I
that
say something
a
easy,
concept has to be of the mind. The laws of logic are a concept and they're universal.
Mhm.
So a universal concept would have to be of a universal mind.
The laws of logic apparently seem like they are
all
of
of
God's
them.
nature and God isn't limited by them. So are they even mind dependent then? I thought they are external of God, it seems.
His mind would be dependent on his nature.
They're human.
So
mind
is
would
that
be
separate or
informed by
what?
faith.
I'm
They're human mind dependent.
okay. So now we've made it even
Right.
more narrow, right? So this is what I'm talking about. It's really hard to make objective
No, well-
claims about these things, right?
No.
No?
You're not.
It's not objective claims that you're not agreeing to. That's what I'm not understanding. You said the laws of you agreed the laws of logic are universal. You agreed that the laws of logic are a concept.
Okay, that doesn't mean
agree
that
that a
all of a sudden
concept has to come
invariant,
from a mind.
ontological, what else did you say earlier, Linux? Ontological,
You
invariant.
keep saying ontological. I
No, that
never
was-
called it ontological.
You said
It's the
ontological. I wrote it
ontological
down, bro.
No, I know. There's the ontological status, and the ontological status follows universal, immaterial, conceptual. Ontological isn't part of the ontological status.
That's great. You said the other stuff though. I was like invariant,
Invariant,
Invariant.
immaterial, universal, and absolute.
universal. I didn't hear absolute earlier, but absolute is a new one. Okay, so absolute. So how do
mean,
you
the
actually
absolute and
prove
invariant
those
are-
things without just presupposing, the
Because
missing
if you
variable
try
you
to
want?
deny
Of
any
the
part of it,
contrary.
it's self-refuting.
That's what impossibility of the contrary means.
Ex-
Except you're just
self-refuting or at least
presupposing
incoherent
that these
contradiction.
ideas are objective, as in like the absolute idea of a thought must be in a mind.
If you
How?
okay, if you deny any of the laws of logic, it's a self-refuting proposition.
What is self-refuting
for
about
example,
just
here's an example. Hold on,
not
wait, wait.
grounding
Here's
an
a
idea,
thought.
like a thought in
Define
a mind?
Thought, Circa.
Hold on, I'll give
What
you an
is
example, Circa.
self-defeating about
Hold on, real quick,
not
hold on,
grounding
hold
a
on. I'll
thought
give you an
in the
example.
mind?
I'm gonna explain what I mean. When I say it's self-refuting, I mean like here's an example of a self-refuting statement. Nobody has any knowledge.
Yeah, probably.
That's a self-refuting statement,
Probably, yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Probably, or is it?
I'm saying yes.
Okay. Can A ever equal not A?
Actually, yeah, but I'll say no for this.
Yes. You just said wait. Yes, it can as well.
I'm thinking of variables and stuff, but it doesn't matter. Just no. Not in this sense. Not the way you say it.
Steelborn. Okay, one sec. Let me ask you, Sticker. Can something both be and not be at the same time?
Not in this case. No, it cannot. No.
Can this Sharpie be itself?
No.
and anything else at the same time?
One sec. Not in this case. In all cases.
Yeah. No, it can't.
Yeah. So that's a universal concept.
Okay, so a thought
Universal,
though is a
immaterial, and
thought
absolute.
is a
We just-
thought
Shut the-
governed by the laws
That's a
of
universal
logic.
concept.
Is a thought governed by the laws of logic?
That's a universal concept.
Yeah.
In
Answer
all
the question.
cases,
is a
something
thought
cannot
governed by the
both
laws
be
of
and
logic?
not be at the same time.
Yes.
Can a thought be more than one thing at the same time?
No, you can't. Think
Are you
of it.
sure?
You
Yeah,
can't have a thought and not have the thought at the same time.
A thought can mean two different things to two different people.
That's great. That's just
Whatever thought they're having,
What the fuck does that
Okay.
mean?
you can both
anything?
not
No,
have
I-
that
that's
thought
important. That's
and not
important.
that thought at the same time.
I can
awesome.
explain that because particular minds have particular thoughts. So that's why it would mean this is something that people bring up. They go, well, wait a minute. What about J.K. Rowling writing Harry Potter? Everybody who understands Harry Potter, that's a universal concept that came from J.K. Rowling, right? I say no. She had a particular concept for a particular idea. And with art and anything creative, everybody's going to view Harry Potter differently than the next person.
So
You're
can
gonna
you
see
can you
yourself
say
in
that
them, you're
minds
gonna see your loved
objectively
ones.
all think logically about thoughts or what they mean?
We all have we produce
no,
our
no.
particular minds produce particular thoughts. We engage with universal concepts which were originally thoughts in the
Are
mind
thoughts
of God,
material
the
things?
creation of the world.
Are thoughts
No,
material
exactly.
things?
Hold on. What, Sir, I think I can ask the question you're asking. Sir, are you asking, are all thoughts that people have logical?
Yeah, kind
Is
of.
that the question that you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay. No, not everybody's thoughts are logical, but everybody's thoughts
Okay,
are
so-
bound by the laws of logic. As in, you can't have a thought and not have a thought at the exact same time. You can't have a thought and have that thought be not itself.
Hmm.
So all.
What if
so
it's,
your thoughts are
what if it's
subject
like
to
a
the laws of
false
logic.
memory?
Right. Falseness implies the law of non-contradiction.
No,
Okay.
one second.
But it's fake.
Let me
You never
just
had
work
it.
through this, guys. Just give me two minutes to work through this. You cannot both. You have a false memory and not have a false memory at the same time, correct?
I actually think people can switch in and out, but probably not at the same time.
Yeah. So you both cannot be and not be at the same time. That is a universal principle, correct?
Can the memory be
Maybe.
true and false at the same time?
Steelborn, for fuck's sake, is that a universal concept?
I feel like to me it sounds like it is.
Yeah, and concepts exist in the mind, correct?
Maybe.
Again,
Maybe.
Here we go.
What if they
Can
exist?
you define?
What if they exist?
Can
You see,
you
one sec,
define
you
the
see
thought?
What if
why
they
that's bad
exist
faith?
in consciousness?
All right, guys, I gotta stop for the night. You guys have a great night. Eli, good job. Circa, you're a fucking equivocating non sequitur fallacy. piece
No,
of
I
shit.
just brought up like a different theory,
appreciate you, Steelborn.
panoptium, but good Goodbye, you loser.
Thanks for coming up, Steelborn.
You guys have a good
Appreciate you,
one.
man.
They is stillborn.
Can you define a thought for me, Circa?
No, I don't really want to. In Panoplia, okay.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I know. Go fuck yourself.
Wait, why are you ignoring my question?
Because you're
Don't you
fucking
not
lame,
like
bro.
when
That's
people
why I don't
answer
fucking
your
care about
question?
you. Goodbye. So
Right,
in
that's all,
Panoplia,
because
okay.
they refer-
There's
No,
a
I
there's a
need you to
theory of that
define
like
the thought
matter
first.
can prove consciousness or what is it, panspermia, or what the fuck it is.
I need you to define.
I
thought,
don't,
please.
dude. I'm not gonna answer you. I don't care who you are. Sorry.
He couldn't even define
It-
word,
that's
bro.
So-
because you know it refutes your position.
No, I'm
that's
literally
why.
not even listening
This
to
is
you,
so
but you're
obvious.
still
Why are
yapping,
you
bro.
scared to
Just
answer
quit
that
fucking
question?
whinging,
Why are
bro.
you scared to answer that question?
Because I don't care. I'm just tired of it.
Because it refutes your position.
No, I don't fucking care who you are, bro. I'm serious.
You're making claims about thoughts, and then you refuse to define the word thought. You think that that's good for your position?
That's not what I'm doing. No, I'm looking up
That's
new
literally
theory,
what you're
the new
doing.
theory about like matter and fucking consciousness, where the fuck it is.
You know, Eli, what exactly what he's doing is he's basically saying like, yeah, like I have nothing to actually dispute what you're saying, Eli, and I've nothing to actually counter it with.
No, I didn't listen
but
to
you
him
could
actually,
be
you fucking
wrong.
weirdo. Why don't you go chase that fucking pot at the end of the rainbow, dude?
You fucking weirdo. You're such a weirdo. Man.
I know.
You
it's-
realize that
you
thoughts
are, bro. I'm
can
sorry.
come from anything other
I'm
than
a
mind.
weirdo.
If you claim that thoughts can come from something other than a mind, it's totally fair to ask you how you define what a thought is.
Sure. I just don't really care to talk to you right now. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember the goddamn theory of like it's newer about how matter can form consciousness. I guess, which it's I don't really. I'm not really saying it's like fucking obviously true. I'm just trying to bring up something that is a theory that would answer this question differently than this.
Well, no, but
Unless you're not interested in that because you just want to be
know.
stuck here asking the same thing over and over again, ask me to fucking define the word thought like a weirdo.
I've not asked you once tonight what a thought
That
is until
theory
now.
you're gonna go into would go to
matter.
consciousness, which would lead. Where does consciousness come from?
It's
You would
outside of
say
the mind, though. It's outside of the mind. At least that's what it proposes.
No, but again, you claimed that these are universal immaterial, or you agreed rather that these are universal immaterial concepts.
I did for the
and I
sake of the
wanted to
argument.
know-
Maybe you weren't listening, but
Okay, well, you refused to give.
okay.
your
Well,
actual
okay. You said
position,
okay, so we can stop talking. That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, no. The whole thing of like granting, just let me
This-
explain to the audience as well. Like the whole thing of like granting position is that like, you'll grant them so they can get the argument out, but then you'll
Holy
point to
fuck,
the
that took forever.
contradiction or point to the
Panpsychism. It's called panpsychism.
But
Why
our
the fuck did it take
boy-
me so long?
Yeah, but our little darling here, Circa.
Are you still
unfortunately
talking? Why are
does
you
not
still
have a
talking?
reputation, which means he cannot actually counter Eli. So now he's just kind of saying, yeah, but you could be wrong. That's all Circa's saying. He's like, oh,
No,
you
he's
could be
just-
wrong.
he's
but
just
you-
literally
you
avoiding
can't
me like the
explain
plague.
how he's wrong.
That's great. Can you guys get a
Meaning Eli
room?
won the debate,
You guys can get a
and
room, I
Circa
think, right?
basically
You don't go
admitting
fuck each
now
other or
that
something. I don't
he-
fucking care.
yeah,
Like,
No, we're
Congratulations,
in a
Eli.
room
It was
with
a good
you,
performance.
pinning you down on the shit you're saying, and you're refusing.
bro,
to
you got
engage with it.
insecure from me literally grabbing a fucking book. What is wrong with you?
I didn't get insecure.
Yes, you
I
did.
just
It
think that
literally
people
made
like
you
like
insecure,
to
bro.
feign-
That was weird.
It didn't make me insecure. I just think it's cringe when people feign intelligence.
When I put annotations in my book, that's a you problem, bro.
Oh my
Why does that
God.
make?
No,
Why
but
does that
whenever
hurt
have to
you?
open up the book so the whole audience can see your.
No, why does that hurt you,
excessive
bro? I'm
annotations.
so confused. How did that hurt you?
It doesn't hurt.
It hurt
me.
you, bro. That's weird.
I guess it's uncomfortable because
He's
I
just
cringe
caught-
and I
he's just
go.
calling out your
I
So
go, "Man,
uncomfortable
this
means
guy really
insecure.
cares that we think
That
he's
means
smart and it's
insecure.
cringe." I was like that in high school.
You also the
and then I
entire
grew
time
out
of the
it.
debate said like
You haven't.
you
and it
you
makes
pretty
me
much said
cringe.
that I'm not a genius and all these weird fucking things like that. It's insecurity. Stop doing
My
that.
mom took Tom.
Stop.
No, it's not an
It
insecurity.
is insecurity,
thing.
bro.
It's that pretentiousness is cringe.
No, that's you
Pretentiousness is
feeling
cringe.
that way when all I did was literally grab a book, open to my
No,
annotations.
yes, I feel that witnessing someone.
That's
being
called an
pretentious is
insecurity,
cringe.
bro. You need to get over that. Grow
I
up.
think you're the one that's
Grow up, bro.
insecure because I called you out on something and now you're
Eli,
projecting it on.
He's trying to do the emotional thing.
You
He's
mean
doing
projecting the
Negro
fact that
thing.
I'm uncomfortable
He's
that opening a
literally doing
book makes you
Negro
fucking
thing.
freak?
Yeah,
Oh, you're insecure. He's like talking
That's
about
wild,
Me
bro.
calling out
Now,
your
Joe.
pretentiousness made you insecure.
Except
so
you were the
now
one
you're doing
uncomfortable,
it
right?
like
Why were you
Charles
uncomfortable?
Union projection.
No, like why were you
Yeah,
uncomfortable
keep
though?
swinging.
Why were you
Keep pushing.
uncomfortable?
I'm not a. Well,
You
I'm
said
a
you
little
were.
uncomfortable when I cringe. Well, when I
Yeah.
see someone being
Calling
cringe,
out
it
your
makes me
pretentiousness
uncomfortable.
Because you're insecure.
Exactly.
I know.
That's called
stating a fact.
cringing. It's going, ooh, he's acting like a
Yeah.
high school.
Grabbing a book makes you cringe.
Stating a fact, Circa.
No,
He's not-
showing
there's
the
no
audience
emotional state
your
about it. This is
in-depth
facts, not
notes.
feelings.
The
It's like,
annotations.
it's just a cringe. Yeah,
It made you feel uncomfortable, you know. Like, oh my god, is that why all those comments of you, those comments of you going like, oh, I'm not some genius like you, you know, something like that. That's weird, bro. That's insecurity.
No, I'm not a genius, bro. My mom took.
That's
Tylenol,
exactly what that
extra
is,
strength
dude.
and all.
Like, grow
You know
up.
what I'm saying? Like, I'm a complete retard, but like even
Grow up.
me being a retard, like I know when I see another retard, and trust me, bro, you went full retard.
That's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, that just grow up, man. That's all I got to say to that.
Can you
Stop doing
you
that.
need to grow out
Stop
of the
doing
high
that.
You're
school-
doing the whole Mean Girls routine, and you're telling me to.
I'm
grow
not
up?
doing a Mean Girls routine, bro. He literally
God,
during the debate said this like
Listen,
5
bro,
times.
here.
That's the only reason why.
Look,
What
I'm
is
well
your
within my
worldview?
rights to think that you're being pretentious
all
and express
wondering.
that opinion. You're the one
I
that's
think
butthurt
you
about it.
just felt that way because you're just insecure. You need to get over
Yeah,
it.
no,
And I think
no,
that's a
again,
projection.
It's not. I'm
no,
not
no,
insecure
no,
that way.
Technically, it's deflection.
Sorry.
Like the reason why he's bringing.
I don't
up the
care.
emotional
I know. Well,
argument and all this kind of
you
shit.
really
If
feel
you
the
grab
need
the
to let
book,
us know
if
how
you
not
grab the
insecure
book,
you are,
dude,
which
if you
is a
grab the
sign of
book,
insecurity.
The reason
you went,
the reason
wow,
why
let me
he's
grab a
talking about
book.
the
I
whole
wouldn't
insecure
have
thing
been
is to
like,
get
why
us
does
off
that
the whole
affect me?
universal concept,
Oh my God.
being a
No,
universal
you
mind,
opened
it's like
up
a
the book
necessity.
and you were like,
That doesn't affect me. It doesn't make me uncomfortable if you just grab the book. Why does that make you
you
uncomfortable?
seem very uncomfortable that I called this out, though. That's the ironic part.
Because
is you
that's
seem extremely
cringe.
uncomfortable
That is
I
what's
called that
cringe
out.
to be so fucking
Okay,
insecure
here's the- no,
that you
the
have to
cringe
say
part
that.
is actually just, I was just fucking with you. Like, it was just rhetoric. in
Oh,
the
the
debate,
uncomfortability
but
was
making
fucking
it
with
so
me. Got it. I
seriously.
mean, you don't have to lie, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm being serious. It was rhetoric for the sake of debate.
You were
but
seriously
you're
being
very
uncomfortable?
much stuck on it.
That's what you're
so
doing?
I'm realizing, oh, this is something he's sensitive with. and
Oh,
now
you
I
were
can take
seriously
blame.
uncomfortable. That's what you were.
Yeah.
No,
But
I
what
was
he's really upset
seriously
about-
uncomfortable. I was cringing because you
That's
were
awesome.
acting like a pretentious fool.
But you were uncomfortable
What-
before
yeah, what
that.
he's really-
Seriously.
What he's really upset or like upset about was the fact that it's like he literally doesn't have an answer. Like he's literally called out in simple terms like what he's doing to avoid actually engaging
Yeah, I
with
just
the
think
whole
it's funny that
universal
I'm
concept,
wanting. Right.
possessing
I'm
the
wanting.
universal mind, you know?
Well, and I'm wanting to engage with this further and get his definition of a thought. And he goes, "Oh, I don't care.
Is
I'm
that
not
what
gonna
you
talk
did?
to you." So, I, mean,
I don't think you did that.
concession right there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sorry that's what you think, but
No, I just listened to you. And it's gonna be fun when I clip this later
I don't
because
think
I don't
you
want I won't have to say anything. It'll just be in the actual evidence, like the video. So it'll be fun.
great.
I'm thinking of a good title right now, actually.
So wait, are you just I'm like basically translation. I'm
Picking
totally
up
gonna
books
have a
make
cope
people
shoot about this
insecure.
later,
Very
bro.
weird.
Again, showing your copy. You can show that you have a book. I can go, look, I've got it in the book right here. I'm going to look it up. That's fine. But going, look, here's the book. And if you notice, I annotated every page because I sure love to read a lot. Again, I was fucking with you. I wasn't even that serious, but you've made it serious. So look at him, Darth there.
I'm sorry, back. Were you talking? More insecurities or what?
I
Again,
totally didn't even
I'm
hear you,
perfectly
like,
fine.
You know,
stormed
I
off
did
the
grab a
for
book
dramatic
that was
pause,
relevant
and
to
they're like,
the debate,
completely
right?
didn't hear you.
Dude, why are you so hung up on this? Like, why is this bothering you so bad? I was just fucking
Maybe I'm
with you.
insecure.
And
Seriously.
I'm fucking with you now.
Can I
I'm
ask
fucking
an
with
honest
you now,
question?
and you're
Bring him
taking it
off the camera
serious.
again. Off the camera, and
Hold
like
on,
when he's
hold
off the camera, he's there punching at go. He's like, "Fuck this Eli cunt."
For the 9th time, can I ask an honest question?
Sure.
Go ahead, Darth.
Sikar,
What?
what is your worldview? Because I cannot figure it out based on anything you've said. You've contradicted yourself this entire time.
Yeah. How?
What is your
How?
worldview? And I won't say shit.
How? You just said I contradicted myself. I'm not going to answer it until you say how. Do you know? You got anything or what? What the fuck's going on? Are you broken?
You've
I mean-
necessitated universal
What?
concepts.
You've got
and denied
fucking
the
nothing?
universal
Are you
mind.
serious? Why the fuck would you say that if you don't have anything?
Just move on from that. Like why? Like why are we gonna like why
I
are you
just
getting
wanna know
hung
what
up
your
on
worldview
these?
is.
Circa, you literally walked through the argument of yes, universal claim has to or universal concept has to come from a universal mind, and then said, but I was just granting, but that's not true because actually maybe there's something like you've contradicted.
No,
me.
I
just
played
wanna
devil's
know-
advocate a bunch of
just
times,
want to
Speakeasy.
know what your worldview is.
Literally,
Who cares
I told you I was going to do devil's advocate. I just don't presuppose that he's presenting is just objectively true, because I don't think he can do it.
What is
You know,
your
devil's
worldview?
advocate isn't
It's
agreeing
not
with me,
devil's
right?
advocate. If
Yes,
someone's asking
I
you
took a position
what
I don't
do
agree
you
with.
believe.
Yes.
So you do,
What do you
wait, you
believe?
That's what devil's advocate
don't
means.
agree-
You don't agree with the position, but you play the position anyway. Are you what? That's what devil's advocate means.
Wait, position... clear, Circa. You don't agree that the laws of logic are universal.
No, that one I think is more compelling, like we were talking about, obviously. The one I don't agree with is ultimately when we tie the immaterial concepts and immaterial thoughts, if I'm not mistaken, or ideas, sorry, is what you said. And then objectively just tying that to God's dependent mind. There's a big jump there that's not provable.
Wait, what it was tied to was a universal mind.
Which becomes God's mind, yeah.
You can go to why it's the Christian God after this, but like do you agree it comes to a universal mind?
No, I don't think we can just tie these words to that. No, I'm sorry. I don't think you can objectively claim that.
That's why I asked for your definition of the word.
And that's why he was saying if it doesn't tie to a universal mind, what else could you link a universal concept to? Like what could be the foundation of
Again, so like when I brought up Kant, and it's your favorite guys now. Why are you shaking your head? This is an argument. Like that just signals right away. How is that good faith?
There's so much.
Come on, Circa. He's a grown man in his own house shaking his head. He can do whatever he wants.
I know. He's got very expressive. I open up a book and he fucking starts freaking out, dude. It's weird.
He won't stop talking about this, and I'm the insecure one. This is hilarious.
I mean,
And he thinks he's
I don't
gonna
really
live
think you're
on
going to
it.
engage in an argument well at all if you're immediately shaking your head when I bring up Kant.
Because I don't think you understand
Yeah,
Kant.
Eli,
I
don't
know
one
I
sec,
don't
one sec,
understand
one sec.
Kant.
We're
I know
going
you
to
don't
give
understand
Seercard a
Kant.
stage. And Eli, don't you fucking even think about moving that head. Okay?
won't
How
think
dare you?
So what you're saying
sorry,
is
you have the stage, sir.
you really don't understand Kant. I know that, but like you won't even hear the argument first.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to think about it. My
How
bad.
dare you, Eli? How
Like
dare
what is the
you?
why am I going to give an argument?
That's
He's already
against
shaking
YouTube
his head, bro.
TOS. You're not allowed to shake your head on
Kant
screen.
brings up the
Why are we doing
pneumonia,
talking about
the pneumonia
talking
or something like
thing?
that.
Let's
It's
just-
PNO or whatever.
I'm not even saying anything, and I'm pissing this guy off.
Just listen.
I'm fine,
Let's
bro.
go back to where we were. Universal.
I wish I had a
mind
bookshelf behind me. That'd be
have
great.
to be what we tie a universal concept to. So, what could we tie a universal concept to other than a universal mind?
Again, so with Kant, he ties this to the pneumonia and the one sec. I can't remember the fucking terms for it. There's like
Pneumonia.
two categories of where objects can exist. So it's like PON.
What is the pneumonia?
I'm definitely not saying it right, obviously. I mean, if you want a serious answer, I can give you serious answers, but that's not really happening right now, isn't it? There's like
I've been
Numenon.
waiting for it.
There's a Numenon. No, you aren't. What the fuck? There's like the Numenon or whatever. It's a Noume in Greek. Am I
We probably
mistaken?
don't know that word, so just explain what it is.
I know. I can't fucking say this word. There's two of them. So he categorizes objects in the noumena and then the phenomena. There we go. So there's like observable manifestations of objects of inquiry, and then there's the other one. I'm just gonna go read what it says next to it because I can't remember. Describe concept one. When one employs a concept to describe or categorize a pneumonia, objects of inquiry, investigation, analysis of workings of the world, and also employing a way of describing categorizing phenomena. So observable manifestations of those objects in inquiry, and then this kind of posits in the manifold when the templates are there, right? So you can make a judgment on it, I guess, but ultimately they don't exist in the mind itself, right? The innate ideas don't. So I guess that would be an argument, like you're saying, right? Or no?
Okay, so where do they exist?
Again, like space and time exist literally independently of your mind, for Kant. So it's just, I guess, something that is there to exist for us to interpret, but they do exist outside the mind.
And you
So
don't
they're found
think
prior
that's,
to the experience in the mind, I guess you could say, is what he says.
Okay, but
I
you're
don't think
just
you actually
all you.
put
So
any-
we asked you a
even-
question, and your answer was Kant doesn't think it's grounded in a mind.
Oh my
That
God.
doesn't
I'm
answer
asking
our
you-
question.
It did. This is his
What
argument
do
for it. He
you
thinks you can put
No, I
things not
asked
in
you
the
where-
mind. He says this is mind independent.
Okay, so your answer
Circa,
to
but like what we're asking you is what you think you could, what else you could do it. Like if it's not a universal,
like this
mind
is-
that it's grounded in. What else could it be grounded in? Just
this is circular. We're asking him.
No, what's
what can
circular is
ground
you
it in
literally
that's
won't
not a
accept
mind, and he's
anything.
going, something Kant, not a mind.
No, what
So
you
you're
you
saying
literally won't accept
you
anything but
ground
your own
things not-
vibes, bro. That's what you're doing. You literally will not accept
No, you're
anything but
making
your
a
own
circular
opinion.
argument. No, dude, this is what's happening. We're asking you, if it's not a mind, then what is it? And your answer
You
is
need it to
not
be
a
a mind because
Kant
that's your
system.
worldview, bro.
No, we're saying it's the entailment due to the
No, it's
impossibility of the
not only-
contrary.
why
It's just
do you
like-
have a It's not
worldview,
only
motherfucker,
our
Jesus.
worldview. It's your. You agreed. You agreed.
I
that
did
a
not
concept
agree.
of- Why do we?
I did devil's advocate, bro. I literally said, fine, I'll
Oh,
agree to this.
we
That.
walked past- We just did this all over again.
He's
You
just saying he
agreed.
doesn't know. He's
Yeah.
saying he doesn't know.
Logic
He just
I'm
knows it's
fine
not
with
a
saying I
mind.
don't know, by the way. Again, I'm fine doing that. I'm not insecure.
Yeah, I'm totally not insecure, guys.
But look, the problem is
It doesn't bother
like,
me.
you don't.
So wait, now you're saying you don't know if the laws of logic are a universal concept.
No, sorry. The laws of logic are not the same as when you guys are positing, okay, a thought, the concepts of ideas.
Stop.
They're not.
I'm asking you a yes or no question, Circa.
I said
Are
yes.
The laws
I said
of
yes to it.
logic a universal concept.
For this, I'm going to say yes.
Not for this. Your view. What do you
so afraid.
believe?
That
about
is
the
my
laws of
view.
logic?
That is my view. Yes.
Okay, so the laws of logic are universal concepts.
Mhm.
Does a concept have to come from a mind?
Is there a law on that one? How can you objectively say this?
It's in the definition of the word concept. If it's not,
Is there a
coming from
law of
mind, it's
logic
no
for
longer
this
a
specifically?
concept.
Is there a specific law for this?
Impossibility of the contrary.
How do you objectively prove that your definition of this is how it's going to work in the metaphysical
Oh, we're
world?
talking about definitions? You mean that question you wouldn't fucking answer, you dishonest prick?
You didn't answer the question.
What's
just
your
now.
definition of a concept? What's your definition of a thought?
It's not the same as yours, apparently.
Well, I want to know what yours is, apparently.
I don't know.
Define anything of your own opinion.
Okay, so you
That's-
don't know.
that's great,
You're
Darth.
just saying it's not grounded in a mind, but I don't even know what it is or how to define it, but I know it's not grounded in a mind. You're done. You're cooked.
Except logically, you can't objectively say that your
So let me
definition
just
of a
give you
concept is
definition.
accurate
Let's see if you
beyond
agree with
doubt.
it.
Sorry.
Let's see if you agree with this definition, Circa. A concept is a mental representation of an or a abstract idea that you use to
Okay.
reason about things.
Sounds fine to me. Yeah.
You agree?
Yeah.
Okay, so it comes from the mind.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's something that would come from the mind, yeah.
Okay, so can a universal concept come from a human mind?
A universal concept come from a human mind?
Yeah, can
Probably
it be
not. No.
grounded in a human mind.
Not in the way you guys are saying, yeah. Probably not.
So it would it have to be a universal mind, or can it be something else?
Well, there's no way to make the claim now, the jump there, that it needs to be a mind-dependent God's mind. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's literally no way to make that
Wait,
jump.
Stop going to God. Stop going right to God.
I-
Right? That part comes after. A lot of people do. I think this is where you're getting the hang up. You keep trying to go to the Christian God. The Christian God part comes after.
I know.
Why that universal mind
Again-
has to be the Christian God, that part comes after.
This
So
argument,
we need
okay,
you to
about
agree
the impossibility of the
or
contrary,
not.
Van Til
Circa, wait,
and
agree
Frame
or not
have
that it
argued this
has
a
to come
lot.
From a universal mind.
So, again, the way you guys get there, this argument, the transcendental one, I know the argument. I know what you're doing. I'm not trying to avoid it.
No, because you're going straight to the Christian God, and I told you that
Fine,
part comes
just-
after.
let's
We
do the
told you
next
why it
part.
has to
Let's
be
do the
the
next part. Let's
Christian
do the next
God
part.
after this. Can you please start with this first part?
Let's do the next
Does it
part.
have to be a universal mind?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
There we go. Now move from here.
To God, right?
See, and don't go back and say it doesn't have to be universal mind, because you just agreed for that.
Except
Now-
you're
now
missing part of this
why-
formula. You're missing part of this formula. What is the part of the formula? From-
Circa,
Oh my
what
God,
you just
shut up.
agreed to is that a universal mind exists.
Bro, shut up. So there
Welcome
for
to
this,
theism.
it's Van Til and Frame. This is where this comes from. That's the language for this. So the idea of the reductio of the contrary in Bonson's logic, okay, famous apologetic fucking impossibility of the contrary, is what you need to get there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct, Eli?
Yep. Yes.
Why is that?
Because the impossibility of the contrary demonstrates that this is the case. It demonstrates the truth of the matter because to deny it would be self-refuting.
Okay.
It would go against the laws of logic.
Are you aware that like this is not? It's highly contested, and it doesn't. There's the main argument is that it doesn't actually have.
That's a fallacy, dude.
It's not. The main argument is that you don't have enough evidence to
is.
make the jump here. It's an abductive
Okay,
reason.
If you being
I've said that a million times.
biological
It's an
male-
abductive
hold on. Let me ask you a
reasoning.
question.
It's an
Let me
abductive
ask you a
one.
question.
It's
If-
abductive.
Let me ask you a question.
You need to overcome
being
that.
A biological male was highly contested amongst all scholars and amongst the majority of the population of everyone relevant in the field.
No,
Would that make
I just
it
told you
true?
the argument that you're making an abductive one.
So you just appealed to a fallacy.
No, you made an abductive argument then. That's the problem.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. By definition.
No, it's not the best guess.
That is the argument against the contrary claim.
It's not the best. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's not a best guess if the opposite is self-defeating. That's no longer best guess territory.
It's self-defeating
because
by
deductively
what metric?
reason That if you deny what we're saying, that it's self-refuting.
It's
so
meaningless.
admit that you're wrong.
Do you have certainty here? You have literally certainty, absolute proof from this.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You?
Yes. Logical proof.
That-
to the limitations of my own finite mind, absolutely.
That's not absolute then. I'm sorry.
That the contrary would be the contrary is literally
again-
illogical.
I feel like you guys have never read anything against this position. Are you serious? Like you've
Well, I've
didn't like
debated
it's okay to
plenty
listen to
of
Jay
people
Dyer,
much
bro, but like
smarter than
you should go read Van Til and Bromson and Frame.
Yeah, we
to
don't. I
understand
don't
this.
read the words of another man and spew and a fucking.
You're
script on
using
a
his
screen to try and
argument.
get fans
You're
online.
using his argument.
I use a
That's
thing
fine.
called logic.
Look,
that comes
so-
from
circa-
that
circa.
comes from an objective, universal.
I'm not
going
going to use the words of another man while I use literally his
Circa.
exact
Hold on.
argument plagiarized. What?
Circa. I can agree with you that I should read some more Van Til, but that doesn't agree.
Well, you definitely act very confident without doing that. That's for fucking sure.
Live on this. Well, because you
Got a lot of
and
opinions
all
for
other
not fucking
atheists
reading
that I
the
deal
dude that
with
you're plagiarizing.
cannot
It's really
answer
weird.
these questions.
I
can
am
make the
answering to him.
argument
You've
competently enough.
never read anything against your position ever.
literally-
You've never read anything
literally
against your position ever,
refusing to define
or
a
even
word
the
for it.
guys
Not
you're
answering
quoting, which is
He's just
pathetic.
doing appeal to authority. You guys haven't even read Kant.
He's
You guys haven't
literally
even read
appealing
Kant.
to these dudes I'm naming. You fucking weird leprechaun.
When have I
can't
named
believe
any of these
you
people?
can't.
I just don't get it.
When have I named any of these people?
That is such a
You're
I'm
using
making an
their
argument in front-
argument.
That's a genetic fallacy.
No, you're
just a
using their
fallacy,
argument.
dude.
You're using fucking Jay Dyer's argument, who gets it from Van Til and Frame
Drink
and
every
Bronson
time, drink
or
every
Bronson.
Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit?
So
Deal with the
stop
argument.
plagiarizing them
Who
when you don't
cares where
even
it's
know
from?
what they are.
Who cares where it's from, dude?
You
Deal
kind of
with
do,
the
don't you?
argument.
The
Not
the
really.
problem is that you don't even understand that you're using an abductive jump,
That, dude,
and you don't know that because you haven't read anything.
know
You
what
just
I do
act
and
like
don't
you know.
understand.
That's the
I
problem.
demonstrated
You're
to you
literally
it's
like,
not
I
abductive.
am.
I demonstrated to you it's not abductive.
You
If
didn't.
it's-
You
if
have
it-
no idea
if-
what they were when
if
I
the
told you them earlier.
contrary
You
is
literally didn't even know.
impossible-
You had no idea what they
Let me ask
were.
you this, let me
You
ask
didn't
you
even know what
this,
they
let me ask
were.
you this.
You had no
Yeah, I
idea.
learned it
I
tonight,
feel like
so what?
this is what I feel like's going on right now.
Bro,
Look,
you
look.
literally said yes to when I said abductive.
This is what I feel like's going
Yeah, I
on.
know.
right now.
I told you that was a misstep.
Yeah, I know it was. I know it was.
And this is your ID. I found this ID in this wallet. And if that's the case, this must be your wallet.
That makes sense to me.
Then take it.
It's not my wallet.
That's literally
It's not my
him.
That's what
That's
I feel
him
like's happening.
personified.
Circa, you literally just agreed that was in an objective mind. If you can't come to a different conclusion, it's not abductive anymore, is it?
No, you remember to make the jump. Speakeasy. He said you have to do the contrary. You have to do the impossibility of the contrary. You're missing a step. Correct?
You're asking me how I know that it's the case.
No.
deductively,
Speakeasy
and that's
made
from
the jump, but
possibility of the
I'm
contrary.
reminding him that there's a way that you make the jump, and it's with Van Til's argument from the contrary and possibility of the contrary. That's how you get there.
Can I challenge this motherfucker for real tomorrow?
Go ahead, Darth.
Dude, this is. I mean, it's again.
Is
if
that not
there's a
true?
contrary that isn't
wait.
impossible.
Wait, Eli,
then you
let
should
Darth take a
present it.
shot.
What?
Sucker, I just started a YouTube channel. I got this cool ass room, right?
But you don't have a piano behind you.
What are you guys trying to do? What are you doing?
Where's your books?
No, I want you to
You don't
prove your
have-
point. I want you to prove your worldview because you have none, which means your argument.
This argument was atheism is impossible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, no,
So
no, we're
why are
asking
you
your
expecting me to do
worldview.
something that's not
What is
asked
your
of me?
worldview, Sirkar?
Like it's literally
I've
not
asked
asked of
you
me.
that night to night.
What is your
Well,
worldview, Sirkar?
You know, words have
That's not
meaning, right?
necessarily
Like
true.
it is true, literally.
What does it
Well,
mean?
no, you're defending the proposition that atheism is possible, and that's a worldview that's determined.
And
by
you made no, you literally no way proved that it's impossible. By the way, just
I can.
you did not even close.
What is your worldview?
I did though.
Sirkar?
Because sincere
What is your
non-believers
worldview?
who are non-resistant exist.
So stupid.
Why won't you answer the question?
I know it's stupid
What is
because
your
it's
worldview?
logical. That's funny.
Dude, I'll set up the YouTube. Like, I'll give you a StreamYard link.
That whole argument is just God doesn't do things I think God should do, therefore God doesn't exist. That's like it's so low tier and retarded.
Yeah, it's very
Well,
low
answer
tier.
the
Almost
question.
like
What is your
injecting
worldview,
God as
Sirkar?
the necessary condition for rational thought and
Why
intelligibility.
won't you answer the
I
question?
demonstrated it, and you can't refute
You just
it.
injected it. That's what you did.
No.
Hold on.
Yes, you
gave
did.
Demonstrations, copious demonstrations.
It's definitely
And
just
that you
injected in
agreed
there.
with, by the way.
It's just uses
Copious
sensus
demonstrations
divinitatis.
that
I
you
mean, it's just
agreed
like
with.
it's not that strong of an argument, man. I'm sorry.
It is. It's.
It might be to you
defeats
because you
atheism.
subscribe to it because you're invested in it and
No.
you're biased to it. But
No, the
you know,
one thing I'll admit.
I
is
know it
think
probably
that you need
feels good,
other
bro. You need
argumentation.
that. It
You
feels
need
good.
Other argumentation to get all the way to orthodox theology, like what Speakeasy said, but it's absolutely a kill shot for the atheist position.
But you said you've never read anything about this. How would you know the positions?
Because I can make the argument.
You did it in your head? You thought of everyone else's positions in your own head.
That's the thing about using the transcendental argument.
No, you're the only one trying to think of everybody's positions in your head. I just have.
I
my
do like to
position
know
and
them.
I'm
Yeah,
happy
that's
with
The thing
true.
it.
when we use
Yeah.
the transcendental argument, Eli, is that a lot of the times, before you can get them even to agree to a universal mind,
Yeah,
they want to jump straight to the Christian God. And
exactly.
there is the lead up to the Christian God as well.
Yeah, and
You have to get to the universal
you have to
mind
use the
first.
contrary. You have to use impossibility of the contrary.
You don't have to. No, look, atheism
No?
could have never existed.
That sounds like a
No, look,
whataboutism.
atheism
What
could
does that have to do with
never
what we were talking about?
existed.
Why are we talking about atheism?
Because you're saying you have to use the contrary. We have a positive claim, and it's enforced by the
contrary.
possibility of the contrary.
Exactly,
But it's
thank you.
not It's not
It's
strictly.
pretty dependent
not-
on it, bro.
People make this. Well, no, people make this mistake all the time. They think that atheism has to exist to make tag work, and that's not true at all. You can come to all.
Who the
same
hell thinks that?
conclusions without atheism?
Who the hell thinks that?
Really dumb people on TikTok.
Atheism has to exist to make tag work?
So
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard it.
Yeah,
actually.
so like
Doesn't
the
make any
reason,
sense.
the reason why like the reason why your quote unquote thing I'm just quoting this that makes no sense is because like there is only two options. The reason why you're saying it's like oh they're like sometimes this is false is because in the instance that it's false is that it's like there's more than two options.
Okay, so
That's the
like
reason why it's false.
here, how about this then? If you
So
seem like you're
the reason
knowledgeable
why
on
I'm
it.
saying the
You
impossibility
think you seem
contrary
like
is
you're
that
knowledgeable on
it
it. So
can
what
either
is
be-
what is
it
frames
can
development for
either
this?
be objective or it can be a subjective.
What is
mind.
frames development
And
for
the-
this? What
the-
is the first
contrary is
part
the
of his
subjective mind,
presentation?
which would not make the concept objective or universal.
Oh my God, you're still
Ergo,
talking.
The only
Holy fuck.
option left is a universal mind.
Are you done? Yeah, we're done.
Can you
What is the
define
first
thought for me?
development of frames argument for this very idea that you guys are using?
I
What is
wanna
it?
talk about my argument that I'm presenting. to
Dude,
you.
you're using frames. You are
wanna
literally using
deal with
frames.
I am using my own argument.
I guess it just looks very much like frames.
Yeah, and that's irrelevant to the conversation. That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Okay, so heuristics is how you learn everything, I guess.
He signed his
Dude,
death
it does-
warrant and now he's trying to walk away.
Like
from it.
all
He
you've
already
done.
admitted
all
that.
night
I'm
long
literally just
is trying
asking you to
pretend like
repeat.
You're more informed in these positions.
I'm not pretending,
yet
bro.
you
You
can't
literally are just
demonstrate
fucking
anything.
acting like you know these things.
You haven't demonstrated that I don't.
I don't. That's not my interest right now. This is actually just a question to see if you understand what frames argument
so you just
is.
Make claims that don't back them up. Like,
I didn't make a claim. I just
I'm not
asked you to.
interested.
I asked you a question about frames argument presentation.
Yeah, we're not interested. Yeah, we're not interested in your argument. Answer.
It's
his
not my
question.
argument. It's literally the dude who came up with the one you are using.
Yeah, we're not interested in that. We're not interested in
Ah,
that.
okay.
Answer his question.
I mean,
Do
that's
you think that
interesting.
like our arguments are like trademarked, and I have to like I can present an argument to
Bro,
you.
that
and you
is
can deal
that
with
is
the
just
argument.
so pathetic.
Do you know what a
What is,
genetic
why
fallacy
are we
is?
doing this?
No, can you explain to me what a genetic fallacy
I know what a
is?
genetic fallacy is. You're not. It's not happening right now.
th-
You're using
so
an
explain
argument.
what it
You
is.
even use the reductio of the contrary by name. How do you not know that you are using his argument?
Dude, who
Yeah, we're not
gives a
interested in
shit whose
All of the
argument I'm using?
underlying
Just deal with it.
underlying normative God's truth, the situational
Address
stuff,
the argument.
the existential perspective comes from frame.
Who gives a shit? Deal with what I'm saying.
I am dealing with it. You just
Who
can't
gives a
engage
shit?
because you haven't done anything about it. You haven't read
No,
anything.
I don't want to talk about the history of the argument. I want to talk about the argument.
You just don't want to know how
You
it could
wanna
be
talk about
wrong.
the
You
history
just don't
of the
know
argument.
how it could be wrong because you're not interested in it being wrong,
I'm
maybe.
asking you how it could be wrong, and you're
Circa,
quizzing me about its
Circa,
origins.
Because you, in order to know how it could be wrong, you need to know the argument. You need to know the presentation.
Circa. If it was abductive, right, you would be able to give us some other competing alternative.
No.
God is the necessity, and that's what he's saying.
Abductive here means that you
could
don't
make
have
it
complete
sound
information.
abductive right now if you give some type of competition. If there's
Abductive
no
means you know all the
then
information. That's all it means.
No longer objective reasoning, right?
No, it's not deductive. It's abductive because you're making an inference, a best guess. Now at this point, you're making.
No, there's not possible. There's not multiple.
Yes,
possible
you are.
explanations. There's only one.
There's not. There's only two: objective or
Well, no,
subjective.
And
no,
look, we
no,
have.
there's not even. There's only one. Give us another one. That's why he's asking this. That's why this seems like such a thing you don't want to answer.
I did.
because
I
there
gave you
is
one
no
with Kant.
answer to
You guys
this.
just don't
That's
like
what
his
makes
name.
it deductive, not abductive.
I mean, he laughs because he knows he can't engage with it. But I gave him Kant.
No, it's because it's circular. You
This is
say
very-
I
It's
get-
circular.
He says he gives.
Tell
No,
him
here's
when
what
you-
happens.
when you don't engage with something to say someone else is not engaging with something.
I engaged. I
No,
said
no.
Kant's transcendental argument. That's literally a transcendental argument.
No, it doesn't. Here's the
No,
problem.
It has
Here-
nothing to do with no.
Here's the problem. We're asking you if it's not grounded in a mind, what is it grounded in? And you just
Outside.
say Kant says it's not grounded in a mind.
He
Yeah, that's
says
not in a mind.
innate
That's
ideas are not.
circular.
He says the innate ideas are
That's
not.
circular reasoning. When we ask you,
my argument
That's
is
still
after
something to
that,
the contrary. You just need it to fit your version. You are presupposing what you need.
Kant said it is.
You are filling in these numbers you need. Okay.
No, you're being
no,
circular.
no. Stop, Eli. Stop. His argument is that Kant said it can be something other than a god. I just said my argument is Kant said it can't be anything other than a god. Now what? Now where do we go from here?
I mean,
Circa?
Kant didn't argue that,
Yeah, he did.
but I did actually do this with the panpsychia
No,
thing.
no. Kant said that it has to be in a god.
Exactly. How do you prove him wrong?
Engage with that.
How do you prove him wrong?
No, he said it has to be in God. Right. How do you prove him wrong? That's right.
Wait, no, that's just your argument. Not you guys are just saying your argument. Not, now I think about it, you're just saying your argument. It has to be in God, mind dependent, right?
Nope.
That's
no,
the thing.
I'm saying.
Are you
Kant
saying my
said
argument
has
is
to be
that?
God.
My argument is that.
I'm saying no. My argument right now is that Kant said that the laws of logic are grounded in God.
Laws of logic are not the same as thoughts and concepts.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Universal.
Or else they would be the laws
They're
of concepts and
universal
thoughts.
concepts, Yep.
Or else they'd be the laws
Yep,
of concepts and
Kant said
thoughts.
it. Kant said that they are universal concepts in a universal mind. Therefore, God.
And I would disagree with him then. You can't make the claim.
Why?
Can't make
Why
the
would
claim.
you disagree with him?
Because it's subjectively not something he can do.
No, that's an assertion.
It is an assertion. Yeah. I know.
Wait, asserting I can't
Did you
do
just
something, I
did you
did
just
it,
use
though.
logic to do
I
that?
did it.
He just
Kind
made
of,
a
yeah.
claim.
Yeah, I did
He
make a claim.
asserted a claim.
Did you use it with your thoughts?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I guess that means God.
Yeah, because Kant said.
Quite a big jump. Quite a big jump. Again, I advise you to read something against your position. It may have helped us easier. You may not have agreed to saying, "Oh yeah, it's abductive" when I told you it was abductive. Just for next time.
Kant said it's deductive.
But thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the time. Speak easy. It's getting kind of late, so I'm gonna head out.
All right, thanks for
Later.
coming up.
Later. Jesus Christ. it's so fucking hot. My God, bro. What am I? Why was I in there so long? How the fuck am I literally arguing philosophy with someone who doesn't even fucking know the argument where he gets it from? Just like, holy fuck, kill me. I should have left at the fucking Q&A thing because that shit was a waste of time. Imagine plagiarizing literally the fucking formula. X necessary condition Y. Yes, they are, dude. They're so cancer. Like, he straight up... I knew he was going to use J. Dyer. It was fucking obvious. He's an Orthodox Christian as well. At one point, he literally said, everyone else who's not an Orthodox Christian is wrong. Like, what? I mean, I guess anyone can make a transcendental argument if you just straight up presuppose what you need to make it work. It's awesome. But nonetheless, I think the debate was atheism isn't real, right? Somehow I got caught talking metaphysics about, you know, the fact that making claims about things that you cannot prove are somewhat of a meaningless task. But yeah, I'm just like, dude, I bet every Christian here loves that, man. Yeah, that's why I stopped him to make sure that he could actually say, I was like, wait, dude, what do you mean we? Like, everyone else is just wrong, right? Anyways, my fucking face is burning because my light. I need to get a light that's not so fucking gnarly. But I will catch all you guys later. Thank you for watching. That debate was really annoying. I like debating Andrew, not because that debate was hard, but because I think Andrew would know what abductive meant. Just throwing that out there. Wouldn't just fucking agree to it like a fucking mindless zombie. Anyways, later guys. I'll catch you later.